not covered. And there's so much stuff, as you point out, and you point out, that is happening here, like in big cities with bright lights that people are missing.
They didn't cover Occupy Wall Street for 2 weeks almost. I mean, the national news media is almost worse than useless, right? And where are they now? And what are they doing?
Anna said something at the Arizona show that I thought was really interesting. She's like, "Where is all the coverage of the Standing Rock protests and water protectors?" And then they went to break, and it was a Chevron commercial. Yeah. It was an energy company commercial, and that's true. And that's what I like about this place, is we don't have to kind of look over our shoulder and see who the sponsors are before you say how you feel and where you're coming from.
The simplest thing I want, and it's really easy. What Jimmy wants is, from the media, appears to be above and beyond. I don't know if Obama's been back in front of a camera or has had an interview since he said, "I'm going to let this whole thing play out." Mm-hmm. But if he has, any journalist in the room, I'm not sure if you get fired if you say, "What do you feel about what's happening at Standing Rock? Did you see that woman's arm? Did you see the sub-freezing water getting sprayed at protectors? Did you see it? What do you have to say?" It's a really quick question. Anytime they make any appearance, ask them about that. Because they definitely have the time to ask them about all the rest of the crazy things that no one actually cares about.
He gave Michael Jordan a Medal of Freedom today.
Oh, it's a simple thing to do. You don't have to do a full package. You don't have to run an edited piece. Send one person and say, what do you feel about what's happening? Will you do anything? Because the last thing you said was, "I'm going to let this play out." Mr. President, it is playing out. What's next?
There's something I've been looking into lately is, since Obama's been in the office, oil prices have gone way down. Our domestic oil production has gone way up, and fracking and all that. And it seems like a very intellectual policy paper on how to destabilize oil-rich countries. Mm. So it's like, who are our enemies or our adversaries that have too much power in affecting our policy in recent history? Okay, it's the Middle East, it's Russia, it's annoying people like Venezuela who have dictators who can stand up and be like, "We're OPEC too, bitch." And then he's like, "Oh, here's what I'm going to do. There is climate change. There are issues there, and I believe that we are affecting climate change. But I think it's very interesting intellectually to see if I can drive down oil prices to destabilize and get a little bit more leverage in our relationship with our adversaries." So that's just something to think about as well. And he's kind of set, maybe issued his priorities one way and not been proud of it morally, and just not really said much about it. Let's move on to the conflict of interest. There is no conflict of interest problem with Donald Trump, his companies, and his future as president of the United States. How do we know that? He told us. In a tweet, here's how he is framing the potential conflict of interest problem going forward. He says, in a tweet, of course, "Prior to the election, it was well known that I have interests in properties all over the world. Only the crooked media takes this as a big deal." So basically what he's saying is, there's no real conflict of interest because you knew it was me. I'm Donald Trump. I'm the business guy. I had those business interests overseas, which is a fundamental misunderstanding of the conflict of interest problem. He says this: "If I become president, I couldn't care less about my company. It's peanuts. I wouldn't ever be involved because I wouldn't care about anything but our country. Anything." Which I don't even know how to parse that sentence. And why is anything? There's usually a believe me or a trust me or a lot of people, but the anything is confusing to me. We're going to go through a list of the conflicts. Why don't we do that right now? Here are some potential conflicts of interest that Trump has. First off, he says he's handing his business off to his children, so that's not going to be a problem. They're going to handle the business. But then when he goes and sits down with heads of state like Shinzo Abe and the Argentinian president Mauricio Macri, she's there. She's having discussions. Also, reportedly, he's trying to build a large business high-rise in Buenos Aires, and he asked for help with that, according to a report, in his conversation with the Argentinian president. Also, he has Indian business partners. Donald Trump, the Trump International Hotel, according to the lease, it says the lease cannot be held by a government official. I am being told that president is a government official. In Scotland, here's something that happened in Scotland. He has his big country club, and he built it on the water, and it's going to be the most beautiful country club in the universe. And then the Scottish government built a windmill farm, and he's like, I don't like the view, so he tried to fight to get that windmill farm taken down. He lost the fight. But Nigel Farage, who is the guy from the UK Independence Party, that Trump sent out a tweet saying, I think this guy would make a pretty good UK ambassador to America. Apparently, according to a report, he went on the phone with Nigel to have that conversation and asked to get access, get the wind farm taken down. He has debts in the millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to the Bank of China. The industrial and commercial banks of China are his tenants in one of his buildings. He owes hundreds of millions of dollars to Deutsche Bank. There are many, many conflicts of interest in play here. But here's something interesting. According to the law, the president is exempted from any conflict of interest. It had just been a thing that presidents and people who considered themselves presidential people did because they were decent. And in the same way as the loopholes, I took advantage of the loopholes. That's why I make my ties in China. There's loopholes. I'm taking advantage of them. He's saying that they're just those exist. So why wouldn't I do it, essentially? And then he's saying something completely also kind of crazy, saying, if you think there's a problem, it's just because the stupid media is telling you that there's a problem. They have a problem. No one else cares. But
so this is what has this is, and this will probably work for the people who voted for him for a while, if not forever, because this is what happens after you repeal the fairness doctrine, which the Barack Obama officially did, his administration. This is what happens after 15 years of the Foxification of the Republican Party. And this is what happens, when Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton go on Fox News. And so they legitimize them. And then when Fox News says you can't trust the mainstream news, you can't trust any news on us, they believe them. And then Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, they validate them. And so that's what this is. So now when Donnie Tynahan says, don't pay attention to the news media, they're not gonna, because the legitimate news organization called Fox News, which was legitimized by the knuckleheads at the top of the Democratic Party, who didn't go on Democracy Now! They didn't go on with Cenk Uygur. Who did they go on with? Bill fucking O'Reilly, because of those people. So now Donald Tynahan is going to get away with this. Now he can say, now, because the mainstream media has been delegitimized. Hey, by the way, it's not like they don't deserve it. It's not like they didn't print lies on the front page of their New York Times above the fold, which was stenography coming right from a warmonger's office, which led us into a war. That was the New York Times, which the New York Times lets their own journalists be prosecuted for exposing war crimes instead of fighting against it. What do you think?
What do you want to do to the President Obama?
What do I want to do?
This is what I get it, and I totally get it.
I would like to put fire ants in his underwear.
Really?
Yes. And go, it's not. Look, I'm going to come back in a few weeks, see how this plays out. That's what I want to do.
And it sounds like you're kind of like preemptively exonerating Donald Trump from like responsibility for any of his wrongdoing, hoping actually that he goes and does crazy, crazy stuff so that we get like
crazier than assaulting peaceful protesters in North Dakota, crazier than assaulting peaceful protesters all across the country during Occupy Wall Street, crazier than bombing Yemen, crazier than bombing Syria so much they ran out of bombs. You mean crazier than that stuff, or crazier than invading Libya, turning it into a failed state, which is a haven for, how about, you mean crazier than funding ISIS and trying to knock off Assad at the same time? You mean crazier than that?
Yes.
I think it's
what is it? What would be crazier?
I don't know, but that's
Iran continuing to disrupt the Middle East, coming after any other kinds of citizens that do anything else. Just this DAPL thing is one of the things that we're beginning to see. We wouldn't have seen it. These things he's trying to do behind the scenes even more. And they complained about a lack of transparency with the last administration, which I'm sure there's plenty of, because every administration doesn't show you what they're doing, or else we might be upset about it. So there's no real accountability that's going to happen. It can get worse, or he can continue with what happened. Remember, people are blaming Barack Obama for the Iraq War, which started in 2003. Don't know how that works. But it'll continue on to, these things just continue to get worse. That has gotten worse because the same policies keep happening because you implement the same military leaders, the same people that run the Pentagon, the same people that make money off of wars. They'll expand. We can fight more wars. It's possible. And I'm not saying we will. We'll see what he stumbles into. The only difference is those are the wars that we stumbled into were calculated.
On purpose. We didn't stumble into
It was a
those.
calculated stumble to us. Oh, man, we have no other choice. This, we'll have an actual stumble into these things because he has no clue what he's doing, or he's controlled by people who will find a way to put it on his dumb ass and say, well, let's continue to make more money doing this. He's implementing these people right now who want to make this money off of these kinds of wars and are worse than the Dick Cheneys and Karl Rove.
I don't think they're worse. I think the neocons who laid out that 7 Middle East policy where they want to overthrow 7 of those countries, they were around Hillary Clinton, and they're around, and so she's no longer there. So the people around, so we don't know. Donnie Tynahands it's a question mark. We don't know. He said the opposite, actually. He said that he doesn't want a war with Putin. He doesn't want to ramp up stuff. He did say he wanted to bomb the shit out of ISIS, but guess what? We're already bombing the shit out of ISIS.
He said he wanted to rip up the agreement with Iran, and he doesn't know what that means.
He does not know.
He's saying, I don't want war, and I saw
All
the
I
whole
know
campaign.
about the agreement is it's probably on paper that I can rip up.
I don't want war, and then he says something that will directly lead to war. So he doesn't know how it works.
Yeah,
It's what we're facing.
Right.
Now.
It is, again, it is a unknown situation. Like, we don't know how it's going to turn out. But I'll tell you for damn sure I know how it's going to turn out with Hillary Clinton. More war, more austerity, and another crash by the banks that will be bailed out by workers. We're going to have more pipelines, more global warming. I know exactly what was going to happen with Hillary Clinton.
Yeah. Yes, all of that.
It's just the only difference will be if Hillary Clinton got in office, we would probably not see the big entities that were profiting off of it the way we saw the Bush administration, which we could have if we dig a little bit. It's not like it's impossible. But the difference with this, it'll be direct. You can look into any of his interests.
Yes,
that's absolutely
We're talking about
right.
right here.
This
His interests are going to be
might
on full display, and he's going to say, well, F you. You guys knew I was a piece of shit when I was running.
But this is the simplification that some people might need in order to really wrap their minds around what corruption looks like. Because the hidden corruption of
quid pro quo of the Clinton Foundation.
everyone could wrap their head around. She had a foundation. There was pay for play. If that pissed you off before, this should piss you off now. Because this is easier to understand. This is if suddenly there's permits being issued to build something with the name Trump on it. That's an easy way to figure out that corruption works. And for everyone out there, if I am a world leader and I want something from President Trump, the reason that folks want Trump to put his stuff in a blind trust, which involves liquidating, usually sell the Trump name and everything around it and put it into a bunch of different investments. But if the Trump towers suddenly get greenlit and all these places they would otherwise never have been greenlit before, that's actually a red flag. That's where the shit went down. That's where he went, because the people who are negotiating the deals know, like, I don't have to do anything that benefits the American people. I just have to benefit the name Trump. And that's it. And it's so sad.
I agree with you, Brett, and everything you're saying. But I think, in a sense, you guys are proving my point that now Donnie Tynahands. You said if you were upset about the Clinton Foundation, you should be upset because this is even easier.
Yeah, that's where I was trying to go.
This is even easier. Donnie's corruption he's going to be so much less adept at covering it up. That it's going to be, now we're going to get upset about this shit. We're going to get upset about the corporate influence in our government. We're going to get upset about people privately gaining, not only gaining influence, but gaining huge amounts of money and becoming rich off their government service, the revolving door, all that stuff. I think now there's going to be a scrutiny to the Donnie Tynahands administration. I really think that we didn't have before. We didn't have it. Go ahead.
Who's the we? Because you said we're going to finally. Because again, we saw all of his shortcomings, and that's the kindest word I can give, during the campaign, and he was forgiven of all of those. Who's the we that's finally going to say, what are you doing? Because during the campaign, even the primaries, we said, what are we doing? And he continued to do it.
I've talked to a lot of Trump supporters who are real normal people. and I didn't think they existed, but I found them. I found them in my Uber drive with a guy who was just like, a normal sounding person. And they think like this corruption, all that, he's got his own company. Who gives a shit? He's going to go build a road, and I need a job building a road. That's where they're at. So the things that are difficult for folks who have like a general familiarity with how traditionally to hold someone accountable ethically or legally, you usually do that because you think everyone's behind you and we should all be
Yes.
lawful.
Yes.
The problem is now everyone's like, yeah, he's a piece of shit. Like that's the thing that shocked me the most about all the Trump supporters I've talked to. They were like, yeah, he's a piece of shit. I don't like the guy. I think he's a piece of shit, but I didn't like her.
So here's the you're right.
She didn't. The last thing is like, and it came down to her messaging, which was like, the only message she delivered in her slogan was that she was a her.
Yes.
And that's not a message. That's not what Bill was able to do, which was that extra little bit of I feel your pain to be a good politician, to listen. And all the shit she got for being such a sophisticated arch politician, she was missing half of it, which was being a fucking candidate.
So to your question, who's the we? The we would be the half of the Democratic Party that goes to sleep when Barack Obama is president. So I've outlined that. So, when you talk about all the horrible stuff that's happened in our government that Barack Obama has presided over, I think that if it wasn't Barack Obama, people would have screamed a little louder about the stuff that he was doing, like not prosecuting. So that goes right into the other point. So when you talk to your Uber driver and he's okay with Donnie Tiny Hands being corrupt because he owns a company, here's exactly what happens. You go, well, the whole goddamn government's corrupt. I saw what happened with Wall Street. I saw how corrupt they were. I saw how the same people who drove us into the ditch, Barack Obama brought him into his administration, prosecuted nobody. I saw an illegal war happen at the tippy top of government, them order war crimes. They're all fucking corrupt. So Donald Trump's corrupt too. Fuck you. You want to take him away because he's corrupt like everybody else is when he's going to help me? That's the problem with Barack Obama being corrupt and not prosecuting the people he was supposed to prosecute who were corrupt, meaning the bankers and the war criminals. So now when people go, Donnie Tiny Hands is corrupt, they go, well, fuck you. Everybody else is corrupt. Why can't my guy be corrupt too? Now you're going to have a double standard, which it is a double standard with Barack Obama. So, now it is a double standard with Donnie Tiny Hands, but now half the left is going to be awoken to it. And now we're going to be upset with the stuff that we should have been upset with for the whole 8 years under Barack Obama.
Here's another, in terms of other stuff, let's move on to another piece of news. The Donald Trump Foundation may have just admitted that it violated a regulation that prohibits self-dealing. So on the 990 form, which is what nonprofits have to file come tax season, according to Talking Points memo, on the IRS Form 990 for the 2015 tax year, the foundation marked yes on a question regarding whether a disqualified person, meaning someone with a position of influence within the charity, had benefited from the foundation's income or assets. Essentially, are you a dick? Did you use this foundation money for yourself? Check yes or no. They checked yes. They said, as the Washington Post has... As the Washington Post has reported, they have reportedly, according to the Washington Post, used funds in the past to settle lawsuits. But don't worry, you may have heard of the $25 million lawsuit, between tweets about Hamilton, that the $25 million settlement over Trump University. They said they will not use money from the foundation to settle the Trump University claim. So there you go. We all knew this was happening.
Yes.
Right?
Every story you're going to hear about Donald Trump coming out that are going to seem like a revelation. Like, oh, did you see his taxes? No, we didn't. And after we strung it out for maybe a week or two, maybe 2 to 3 weeks, we strung it out and kept asking him, so how about those taxes? No. And then we moved on. So how about those taxes? No. You must be hiding something. The New York Times article came out with some things that could potentially have been damaging in those tax returns. Oh, that corrupt media, as he just said again today or even yesterday, that corrupt media just keeps saying all these devastating things about me. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. There's nowhere to go anymore. This is the same circle. You notice every story so far, it comes back to this same circle. Donald Trump corruption. It's been happening. The media lets it pass. Donald Trump is corrupt. It's been happening.
Fuck it.
Media lets it pass. We
I don't
all know
like the
this.
discussion. I don't like the media. It's so fucking obvious and sad. The media is like Congress. So like Congress, you ask people, you like Congress? They say, no, I hate Congress. Bunch of fucking idiots. And then you say, do you like your congressperson? They say, yeah, nice guy. Or a nice girl. I voted for him, of course. Half the people are like, yeah, I like that person. Media is the same way. Do you like media? Fuck no. Idiots. Tons of pieces of shit. Dumb assholes. Do you like Young Turks? Yeah, they fucking know everything.
Or
Do you like InfoWars? Yeah, they're the only people who know anything about the fucking...
Or even mainstream, they'll say, "Oh, do you like Anderson Cooper?" Oh, Anderson Cooper, he has the keeping him honest segment. I like that.
Yeah.
he's an honest guy. Or do you like Rachel Maddow? Oh, I like Rachel Maddow. She has a very intellectual show. At least everything is happening. So there's your pieces of it.
But it's on you. It's on you. Listen to us. We're people. We're also people. Like you are a person. Go tell your friends to go read the newspaper. Go make phone calls to people who have jobs. Like if there's a marijuana thing, go. And you want to know how it's going to affect prosecutions and everything. Call a congressperson. Call a prosecutor. Ask the questions. Get the answers. We were at University of Arizona and they said, we asked the audience, what's one thing people can do moving forward? They're like, just talk to other people. Ask questions. Because right now, I go by what we think is what we should hold people accountable for. Jimmy, very vocal about what he thinks people should be held accountable for. Great, he's a person, and he does the research, and he goes and finds out things, and that's what drives him to have his thoughts and his conclusions. You should do the same shit. Get off your ass, or sit on your ass. It's actually just sitting on your ass.
It's just sitting.
You can continue to sit on your ass. Get out a phone, Google shit and call the number at the bottom of the website. Anyways, about one more thing about the, before we go to break, we've talked about how there is no conflict of interest law with the president, which boggled me.
Isn't that crazy?
I watched your faces. You
like, how the fuck is that fucking...
You were like, whoa, we're at that part of the story. That's fucking crazy. But the Catherine Clark, a Democrat of Massachusetts, has put forward a law that would extend those laws. She wants to now include the president and the vice president in the conflict of interest, which just seems like it makes sense.
Let me ask who has to sign that to make it a law.
Yep.
Well, yeah, the president, and then 60 whatever percent of Congress.
You gotta get
Right.
And Senator Wyden,
it's gonna be flipped on his head, and he'd be like, "Look at this crybaby Democrat who's trying to change the rules just because a Republican is in office." And they're gonna go, "That's right. Look at them sore losers."
I agree with the there's no parties thing. There's no parties anymore. As soon as America elected a protectionist Republican, I was like, what is happening? Right. And it was Donald Trump. There's no parties anymore. No, and Trump going after like the Republican establishment. How established is it if there were 15 jackoffs running for the nomination from the establishment? That's not established. That's disestablished. That's like it's all it's a heap of shit.
I agree with that last statement. Yeah.
Yeah, Senator Wyden also has a law saying that a person running for president has to give 3 recent tax returns. Let's take a break.
So it's in a sense, it's like, hey, now that Donnie Tynan is president, maybe we should clean up some of this stupid shit that we've been having laying around.
Yeah,
but
it was all that stuff that like it seemed people would just do. There was a certain
what
implied honor. Now, I know that's totally a loaded thing, an implied honor. I get it. Because it was implied that you would do something like, here's my tax returns, I'm still going to take a bunch of corporate money and not listen to anyone. I get that that's not honorable whatsoever. There is no honor among thieves. But it's just all that stuff where it's just like, oh, we do need a law for that now. That thing that sounds decent to do.
Maybe the Congress takes the ability to wage war away from the president again and brings it back into the House.
Why would they do it? I'm just saying, it'd be different if there was maybe, and as bad as there are the Democratic majority, then they would maybe be fighting a little bit, which we don't know what that looks like. But there's Republicans behind him now. I mean, the degree to which he's going to look at them and go, how dare you, and they're going to get on their knees is going to be...
I think
That's
they'll be
the only
shit.
point where I would love for your scenario to play out. I'm worried it can't because
I
of
think it's still going to fracture
the
party.
beggars that are in
I think
positions.
he's going to want to do lefty shit. I think he's going to want to do infrastructure spending,
Mm-hmm.
and they're going to be like, "This isn't what we do." So
and
it
they're
kind
going to
of-
go, how dare you get out? What's wrong with you?
And then
kinda-
someone's going to come with a bullshit. This is the real conspiracy. Is someone's going to come with like a bullshit corruption thing against him, and they'll be like, actually, this is a very important issue. We should impeach Donald Trump. We'll allow that to proceed because now we'll have President Pence, who's his establishment.
So that's how I never thought of that.
Yeah,
that's
that's-
actually like the Republicans might want to get rid of him at some point to have
They're like,
President
no,
Pence.
whoop, and just pull.
But I think that they would never do that because their base would revolt against them, probably.
yeah.
But I think he's going to have a harder time. I know you're saying. So my prediction is that he'll have a harder time governing than you think, and that when he actually starts to do populist stuff like infrastructure spending, it's going to cause friction inside of his own party because it reveals their ideology to be bullshit. Remember that a vote for Donald Trump was a vote against the Republican establishment. So that and it seemed like a lot of the establishment Republicans were pledging their vote to Hillary
Right.
Clinton. We saw that happen.
Absolutely.
So keep that in mind. They're going to be able to govern. I think it's going to be a lot harder than people think. I think people get behind a strong man, but then they still have to govern. A lot of people have said they're going to own everything: the presidency, the Senate, and the Congress. So now, when people's lives don't get better or shit goes south or whatever, now they got no one to blame but themselves. So there's lots of silver linings, and he's going to have to govern. So I think this is going to be more interesting and less successful than people think, and I think it will eventually end up hurting the Republican Party, if not fracturing it.
Another thing to look at is all those meetings he's having to face-to-faces to see who he's going to staff his cabinet with, and he's having Mitt Romney over there. And I think that's just to have Mitt Romney come sit down and go, so I'm really thinking of having you be Secretary of State. It's basically a done deal. So tell me what your vision is. I've taken these photos of you in the office. Could you design your letterhead? And then the next day he's being like, actually, it's someone else.
Actually, I'm going to go with
Well,
Chris
Tulsi
Christie.
Gabbard
Yeah.
too. I mean, all these things. These are things that just show up to show certain things to make some people feel a little less worried
Right.
about what may happen. But the only way I think he'll do any populist things is if they benefit him financially. I don't know where that equation comes. If the equation comes to them building infrastructure for his benefit, maybe he'll propose it. But if it doesn't benefit him financially, because that's all he gives a shit about,
Yeah,
I don't know
we'll
when
see.
it can happen.
We're going to take a real quick break. Hit us up at hashtag TYT Live. We'll read some of your tweets when we come back. Don't go away. Here's our TYT member shout-outs. First of all, to the dude in the In-N-Out who watched, when I was getting In-N-Out, who watched Young Turks. You seem cool. My girlfriend is calling right now, even though she knows that I'm on air. 1075, Matthew Vang. And John Herbert, 1076. Those are our member shout-outs. Thank you so much. Viewers are what makes this program possible. Subscribe and build us a new monitor wall. No, we don't need a new one. Ours works really well. Here are our tweets. Chris Duzing says, cops claim protectors are making propane bombs, and that caused the injury, according to the AP, which is ridiculous. Leanne Comic Slice says, the F word. They're injuring people trying to protect a water source. Lately, all I can ask about America is what the hell is wrong with you? Just ask Jimmy, he knows.
Damn right.
A lot of good Jimmy tweets. Steven says, Jimmy couldn't have said it any better. Obama's never been a leader, just a corporate tool, as well as Alexis, who says, I'm obsessed with Jimmy Dore referring to Trump as Donnie Tiny Hands. So I think you speak for a lot of people, Alexis.
Well, he does have tiny hands.
What are you talking about?
Donnie Tiny Hands Trump. That's what they call him.
Tiny
They call him
Hands.
Donnie Tiny Hands. Right?
I am...
That's what I heard George Snuffleupagus say one time. Right? Donnie Tiny Hands.
We don't have much time.
I'm going to get t-shirts that say
I'm
Donnie
gonna try to-
Tiny Hands. And have his little baby hands.
Donnie Tiny Hands.
Donnie Tiny Hands.
Donnie got his tiny hands. All right. Kansas Secretary of State Chris Kobach had a face-to-face with Donald Trump. He's a hopeful, it seems, for Department of Homeland Security head. There's only one problem. He went very prepared to the meeting. Unfortunately, this photo resulted from it. Let's take a look. You could see his plan. The head of security, guy who is supposed to guard our secrets and make sure that no people are able to have access to our inner sanctum. just showed everyone the dumbass. Exactly what his plans, I mean, at least the front page of his plans. He calls it the Kobach strategic plan for first 365 days. Good job, great title. He already shows he can handle government waste. Just call it the first year. Why you gotta say 365 days, dumbass?
I think his strategy, which on the first page of his strategy, was get a manila folder. But they lost that page. That page got lost because guess what? They didn't have a folder yet. So now I bet he has one now. That's first thing, get manila folder for strategy papers.
But not from Manila, because that's an import.
That's right.
Update and reintroduce the NSEER's screening and tracking system, the National Entry Exit Registration System.
That sounds filthy.
It is. It's real filthy. It's what he did under the Bush administration. He helped draft. That was in place from 2002 to 2005. All aliens from high-risk areas are tracked, specifically ones between, I think, ages 16 and 25. Add extreme vetting questions for high-risk aliens. Question them regarding support for Sharia law, jihad, equality of men and women, the United States Constitution. Like, if this is what's so freaking stupid.
Say it.
Sir, how do you feel about the Constitution of the United States?
I love the Constitution.
Not a terrorist. Not a terrorist. What about men and women? Do you think men and women should be equal?
Oh, very much.
This guy's a stand-up citizen. What are they gonna do? Just be like, yeah, fucking kill him.
Sharia law, ask me.
What do you feel about Sharia
Don't
law?
like it. Can I come in?
Go ahead.
Okay. That's extreme vetting questions.
It's like, what are you?
We're going to ask you questions. It's like the cop going, it's like when the cop pulls you over, you got any drugs in the car? Yeah, how did you know? How did you know I've got fucking coke in the visor? Oh my God, these cops are good. Holy shit. No, they're not. The cop pulls you over, you got any drugs in the car? No. I don't have any drugs in the car. I could have a joint in my fucking mouth. I would say, no, I don't have any drugs in the car. What are you talking?
The main reason they think that they'll reveal it so easily is because he has his fucking plan in his hand. He reveals his plans just as easily. So it's the same difference.
He's thinking everybody's as dumb as he is.
So bad.
Won't they just show you their plans if they have one?
So do you think he's going to get the job or lose it? Like, I feel like you can't give this guy the job now, even if your plans were all set. Like, that is so stupid. But it can't be worse than when we found out that TSA was missing like 90% of the bomb materials they were, test screening.
Really?
Yeah, that was a report that went out. They're like, it was only 90% that they missed.
No kidding. So again, this is all really worth it.
So good.
Couldn't
do worse. Okay,
getting your balls felt up at the airport.
Right. Add thumbing. I want everyone to get thumbed. Can we thumb them? This isn't for security. This is just one for me.
I'm going to use the back of my hand.
All right, so let's move on to our next story. In case you didn't hear, there was a white supremacist group that had an event in Washington, D.C. It got some coverage in the press, specifically LA Times. And here is a video of what they had to say. This is Richard Spencer from the National Policy Institute, which is an ambiguous sounding name, but translates to alt-right, which translates to white supremacist. Take a listen.
No one will honor us for losing gracefully. No one mourns the great crimes committed against us. For us, it is conquer or die. To be white is to be a striver, a crusader, an explorer, and a conqueror. We build, we produce, we go upward. And we recognize the central lie of American race relations. We don't exploit other groups. We don't gain anything from their presence. They need us and not the other way around.
Like, it was a terrible speech. What's interesting about this is we have more videos that we'll get to, but like, the way it was reported, are you giving these people by mentioning them and showing their photos in the LA Times and showing them as like these Gucci-fied, like fancy-looking white supremacists? Are you legitimizing them? Yes, I think yes you are. But the way to delegitimize them is to play clips of them speaking, because they're total fucking dorks. They're dorky skinheads. Here's another video from dorky skinheads.
They are dorky skinheads. That's a great idea.
The mainstream media, or perhaps we should refer to them in the original German, Lügenpresse. It's not just that they are leftist and cucks. It's not just that many are genuinely stupid. Indeed, one wonders if these people are people at all. Or instead soulless golem, animated by some dark power to repeat whatever talking point John Oliver stated the night before.
I don't want to say anything disparaging about this guy. And I just met him in this video. But he sits on dildos just to cry. Like that's, and I'm not saying anything about his sexual proclivities. I think it's just something he does because the energy that I see from him on stage, that seems like the kind of person he is. And I love when he says cucks because like, he's just projecting the shit onto people. The fundamental underpinnings of white supremacy are we're awesome and we're cool. But you're also saying that like the other team seems to be doing better than us because we need to band together. If you're that awesome, why do you need to push people down? Just be awesome.
When are white people going to get their day in America? When does Whitey ascend to the top? When is Whitey? When does the glass ceiling for Whitey get cracked? Right? That's what I'm waiting for. I'm getting so tired of all these Mexicans and blacks running things that it's about time white people got together finally and spoke up. You know, we're a really oppressed minority, especially male whiteys. I feel it every day. And, it's all I can do to not get pulled over.
Let's watch clips number 4 and 5. Just more. There's just more.
America was, until this past generation, a white country designed for ourselves and our posterity. It is our creation. It is our inheritance, and it belongs to us. Hail Trump! Hail our people! Hail victory!
All right, let's get...
That's funny.
And then they're doing you might have noticed the distant similarities. It's hard to trace the Heil victory, Heil Trump, to something else that happened in history, the Heil, I forget what his name was, Hitler? The Heil Hitler. Okay, so this is the statement from Richard Spencer, the director. So we're going to do TA 19, graphic 19. His defense is there's an ironic exuberance to it all. I think that's one of the things that makes the alt-right fun, is that we're willing to do things that are a bit cheeky. These are his statements. We weren't actually doing the Heil Hitler thing. It was cheeky, it was fun, it was ironic.
Ironic!
That's ironic.
No, ironic would be if Greenpeace had a meeting and then they did that. That would be ironic. It would be ironic if, say, Medea Benjamin and Code Pink did that. That would be ironic. When a bunch of guys worship the guy who did that, do that, that's just surface what it is.
Yeah. Ugh.
There's no irony involved there. I know irony is hard to understand. Satire, also, people confuse them. You need to go and study those words a little bit more.
He did the Lügenpresse thing, which I didn't really, it's like a translation to the original German. The alt-right, they call it the alt-right. Now, if I wanted to go, think of me, I'm a crazy hybrid creature of wasps and Jews. That's what I am. I have both the power coursing through my veins. And we have this, it's altercaucus is a term. Altercaucus, which means people are not alternative, but they're old as shit.
Oh, yeah.
Altercaucus. So when I hear alt-right, I don't think like this new alternative. I think it's the old right. It's the alter caucus. It's the kind of white supremacy that's old as shit. There's nothing new to this. And I don't like calling it the alt-right. That's like saying, oh, did you see this alt-right paper we have?
Yeah.
The color of our paper is alt-right now. It's horseshit.
Yeah, I don't call them all.
By the way, I don't know whose camera it was that captured the footage, or who decided, if it was the Atlantic who we got the footage from, decided to blur the faces of the people there.
Why
Aren't
would you blur the
proud
faces of
white
people
man?
there?
Aren't you proud of your stances? Don't you want your face to be seen?
Yeah.
We're standing up to these people who've discriminated against us our entire lives.
Why would
It's
they
weird.
do that?
I don't know. But
That's a
it
good-
doesn't matter because they all look the same to me, like all the white people.
I think they. Well, who was? I think the guy in the orange shirt because they didn't want to fat shame. That's what that
Yeah.
was about. That's
The-
probably they're probably being lefty.
Yeah, it's such a weird thing. Why would you do that? You're all there.
Why
I
would
think
you?
it's
You're in
probably
public.
You know what it is? It's not in public. It was at a
Well, you're at a hotel or something. You're at a convention
right, but
center.
you're at it's not a convention center. It was at like the Reagan room of something. And I was speaking to someone who knows about the venue who said that it's not easy to get that venue. You have to pull strings. It's not like super expensive, but like you need to know someone. And for a 200-person group to have that venue was like, you wonder who's behind the scenes getting them access to it. Like this latent actual power group, because this was like 200 people. You never know. And with Bannon in the White House, we know all that stuff. Kind of bearing the lead is President-elect Trump's response to it, which took a little while for him to come out and condemn these people. The statement from him was, quote, President-elect Trump, this is TA 18, President-elect Trump has continued to denounce racism of any kind. He was elected because he will be a leader for every American. To think otherwise is a complete misrepresentation of the movement that united Americans from all backgrounds. That said, it took you a long time to do that. But when Hamilton said something to your VP, it was like, apologize now.
Yeah.
Say you're sorry now, you
And that's
jerks.
not condemning. That's not rejecting and denouncing the whole thing. That's just saying, we've always been against these things. Are you right now? First off, you weren't. Just in the face of the reality, just say what you're not about instead of directly addressing what we just saw and what you just saw and what everyone's asked you about. We're not really like that. Come on, you guys, calm down. And everyone, will they calm down? We're gonna find out.
We'll see. Let's go to the climate change or the New York Times interview story. We're going to skip over the one that I think there was one in between, but we're going to do this one. Donald Trump eventually did meet with the New York Times, depending on where you're at in your Facebook feed or your Twitter feed. He said he was going to not meet with them because at the last second, the failing New York Times refused to agree to the pre-set out conditions of the meeting. But eventually he did sit down, and here are some excerpts of his meeting with the New York Times. Regarding climate change, he said, I'm looking at it very closely. I have an open mind to it. Regarding, he thinks there's, might be a link between humans and climate change. Good for him, like scientists of 50 years ago. I would love to be the one, he also says, who made peace with Israel and the Palestinians. That would be such a great achievement. This was circulating rumors of having Mike Huckabee, who says there, as the Israel ambassador, who says there aren't Palestinians.
But think of it this crazy.
I get why he says that. But.
So when Nixon went to China, it was only Nixon who could do that, right? And so wouldn't it be crazy if this maniac, ends up doing it?
Let me stop you there. It's already crazy. But yes, I know exactly. That's why. Yeah, that's why. But I already feel fucking crazy.
So Trump has people need to remember this. Trump has no affection for Republican ideology. He's not a Republican. He doesn't give a shit about conservatism or big government, small government. He doesn't care about any of that stuff. And he doesn't care about what's traditionally happened between Israel and the Palestinians and Egypt and Jordan. And he doesn't care about any of that stuff. He's like, hey, maybe we could make a deal with the Palestinians. Maybe we could. So who knows? Maybe he will, because the people who we've had haven't done anything. In fact, they've let war crimes happen in Palestine, right?
Yeah, but who are his friends and what side sides are they on? Because that seems to be where it all revolves around to.
But
Because
he-
going back
but
to all the
listen-
meetings that he's having face to face, it's only loyalists that he's really given any jobs to.
But he also has no problem, as he showed in the primary, to completely go against his party leadership or his party ideology. He said, I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. I'm going to do an infrastructure spending. So now, the Republicans who always want to cut Social Security and Medicare, now they have a hard time doing it because Donnie Tanahan says he's totally going to protect it, plus infrastructure spending, which they've been against. Now he says he
He's
wants
going
to
to be so bankrupt.
So I'm saying he's going to make things hard for the Republicans because he's going to want to do populist stuff, which they've been resisting. So I think it's going to be more interesting than people think. I think it has the potential to be anything, and one of those things is better than what we have.
Part of what makes me so frustrated is that he's promised everyone 1,000 pounds of candy and no stomach aches. So yes, I'm doing the same thing all through the day. I'm thinking, this is a ridiculous statement that he made. But he also made this statement, which sounds less ridiculous. And the only reason I'm able to do that is because he's literally made every statement possible.
So I'm watching Katrina vanden Heuvel from The Nation, and she was talking with Tom Hartman on the Tom Hartman Show. And she was going down this stuff that Trump did during the primary. And she said that, and when he gave his speech to the Chamber of Commerce, she goes, which I was delighted by. And I was like, even Katrina vanden Heuvel, there was a moment in the campaign where she was delighted and enthused by Donald Trump. He really did. And guess what Hillary Clinton did? She never gave anybody one of those moments. Nobody ever was like, yeah, all that shit she did with the emails and the thing. But remember when she did that? I was really on board for her. She doesn't have one of those moments. But even somebody like Katrina vanden Heuvel will admit, I was delighted when Trump fucking stuck his finger in the eye of the Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah, it's so
I'm
weird.
telling, and you wonder why the Democrats lost. There's people, Barack Obama won't lift a finger to help those people in North Dakota, and you wonder why the Democrats lost. He wouldn't lift a finger to help his base. He wouldn't lift a finger to help unions. He wouldn't lift his finger to help working people. At the same time, Hillary's asking for the Rust Belt votes. He's trying to ship more jobs out of the country, and you wonder why the Democrats are a dead party.
It's tough because it feels crazy, and I look back along the chain of events that led us here, so I know how we got here, sort of. But every time I forget how we got here and I look at where we are, I feel just as crazy as ever. Like, it feels so
Well, things were
insane.
crazier than people realized. We just had a nice guy in charge, a guy who was personable, who we liked personally, to make us feel like things can't be as crazy as they are, but they were. We ran out of bombs in Syria. He tortured Chelsea Manning. We put journalists in prison. We've expanded the war in Afghanistan. We've been bombing Afghanistan for 15, 16 years. 5 more years, we get a gold watch. But things are crazier than people think, and that's why it's good Barack Obama's going away.
But don't sleep on all that other stuff. Like, still be awake for it. Because
Yes.
the one thing that Trump seems like he's susceptible to is people not liking him.
Yes!
The people not liking
Yes.
him. And there's certain people he's fine with not liking him, and he uses that the way, like, Andy Kaufman used being a villain.
Yes.
So thanks, Jimmy. That made me feel good. But yeah, that's what it is. And he thrives off certain people hating him, but you're the people. And if you hate him the right way, he will blink. So
I agree.
get up and do it.
Blinking instead of listening to you?
I think so. I think so. That's all I can hope for.
His narcissism makes him want to be like. We'll see. Again,
A guy who hates, really wants to be loved when it's all said and done, just got a job that ensures he'll be hated.
and doesn't give a shit about Republican ideology. Keep that in mind.
We'll see. But yes, try to hold him
Until it
accountable in
benefits
every way
him.
possible.
He's-
But it's tough. That's the hardest part. He's so slippery. He's so slippery. I don't know the right way to keep him from doing the wrong things.
If Katrina vanden Heuvel was impressed by his speech to the Chamber of Commerce, I wasn't, because I don't fucking believe him. I don't believe anything he says. I believe what he said at first, who he is, and what he's done before he started running for president. The things about his life and who he is who that guy is.
Yes.
I don't trust anything he fucking
Yeah.
says. Even more so.
Because I feel like I know him.
He's
being
not
from
not
LA.
impressive to me.
LA and New York
He
made
may
this guy.
put some money into all kinds of things that are going some infrastructure, this and that. And I was like, I don't fucking believe you. There's something behind it.
No.
There's nothing about you that I'm gonna believe ever. You're not gonna get me. It's not gonna work, dude. You've already got me. You've already said who you are. I'm gonna believe the guy who told me who he is. And hey, do all the great things you want. Never gonna be on that bus. Just
Yes.
not gonna happen.
Donnie
Well-
Tanahan's not a good guy, but we can maybe squeeze something out of him.
We're going to take a break. Coming back with Hour 2. Don't go away. Thanks for watching Hour 1 of the Young Turks. See ya.
Progressive on Thursday.
Oh, Aggressive Progressive on Thursdays.
6 p.m. Thanksgiving.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Young Turks. I'm Anna Kasparian.
I'm Steve-O.
So, funny thing, Steve is obviously doing the show with me today because everyone else is lazy and vacationing. But
I know, they had to really scrape the bottom of the barrel to get me to do it today.
no, but the funny thing is, someone in our company was like texting back and forth with me today, and he said, I really miss when Steve and Dave are on the show.
Really?
Yeah. Should I tell you who it is?
Yeah, sure.
It was Ali, who does graphics and visual stuff and animation. So I agree
Well,
to disagree
thanks,
with
Ali.
Ali.
If you're watching, thanks for the support.
Yeah.
I'll try my best.
All right, guys. We have some great stories ahead for you, including what I think is one of the most important stories of the day. Federal judges have ruled that some of the gerrymandering that took place in Wisconsin is unconstitutional. It's a big story, but no one cares because Trump is a Twitter troll and everyone wants to focus on that instead. But we're going to start off with another troll. And this story, of course, is making headlines. A lot of people are talking about it, and I think that it perfectly highlights mental illness in, a very public way. Kanye West has been hospitalized after he had a number of weird suspect incidents publicly. The first incident took place in September. You can tell that I'm not that excited about this story. Sorry, I'm gonna do better. All right. Kanye West has been hospitalized after he had a few public occurrences where he made a spectacle of himself, made some pretty strong political comments in favor of Donald Trump, and then proceeded to basically cancel the rest of his tour. Now, this all started on Saturday, where 15 minutes into his show in Los Angeles, he stopped and kind of went on this tirade. We have video of part of that tirade, and then I have some quotes from other things that he said. Let's take a quick look.
I am putting my career, my life, my public well-standing at risk when I talk to y'all like this. The vibes is back. Motherfuckers might feel a way about this tonight. Beyonce, I was hurt. Because I heard that you said you wouldn't perform unless you won Video of the Year over me and over How I Blame. In my opinion, now don't go trying to diss Beyonce. She is great. Taylor Swift is great. We are all great people, but sometimes we be playing the politics too much and forgetting who we are. Just to win. F*** winning. F*** looking cool. F*** looking cool. F*** being cool. F*** all that, bruh.
So that was a small part of what happened last Saturday, and then on Sunday, 3 hours prior to his show at the Forum in Los Angeles, he decided to cancel, and then he proceeded to cancel the rest of his upcoming tour. So on Monday, authorities were called to his personal trainer's home because there was some sort of disturbance, and then apparently paramedics were called to take an unidentified, now we know it's Kanye West, man to the hospital. West agreed to seek medical treatment according to a law enforcement source, and he was treated for stress and exhaustion at Ronald Reagan UCLA Medical Center. Now, he said other things during his Saturday show, but before we get into all of those details, give me a little bit of your take. Like, he got a lot of criticism because he came out in favor of Donald Trump. He said he liked the way Donald Trump addresses things in a politically incorrect fashion, and it just appeals to him. And so he got a lot of heat for that.
Well, I think Kanye is very smart in a different kind of way. Mm-hmm. And, if he says, I hate Donald Trump, it's not anything different than what many people are saying. So he's going, counterculture. He's saying things, I think, to get more attention for himself, which is to praise Donald Trump. And he's saying weird, nonsensical things.
Yeah.
I think you're right when you use the word spectacle. He's making a spectacle of himself so that he gets more attention. A lot of these people, they live and feed off of attention. And
Yeah.
sometimes they know it's only for attention. Other times, they delude themselves into believing that they're actually earnest about it. So I don't know where he's at.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that he knows.
I don't
right?
think any of us know where he's at. And so I'm trying to be a little more open to understanding what someone's going through before I immediately pass judgment, because I don't know. People might be right. He might be doing this for attention. But then there's also a part of me that knows what it's like to get a tiny, tiny, tiny bit of exposure and understand the significant downsides of that and how it can make you crazy. And so he has that exposure times 10 million. And I don't know, maybe he is exhausted. Maybe he is dealing with depression or anxiety or some sort of mental situation that we're completely unaware of. So I just feel uncomfortable like criticizing him and making it seem like he's this terrible person. He said some pretty terrible things in the past, so he's not my favorite person on the planet. Let me be clear about that.
I remember when he said George Bush don't care about black people.
Yeah.
Right? That was like a big statement, and it made headlines and everyone took notice. So, look, again, I don't know if he's saying it only for the purpose of drawing attention, but he's a performer, and I give him credit for being a very good performer. I'm not into his music. I don't really know him. I don't follow him in any kind of way, but I do think that his statements, his public statements, are made publicly for the purpose of drawing attention to himself and his whole brand. And I know he has, I don't know if he really means it, but he's made statements to the effect that he's going to run for president in 2020.
He's a perfect candidate considering what we just went through.
It is. And I think, given the state of our media, given the state of our technology that allows people to connect with, in ways that they haven't been able to do before, I think he can run. And you know what? I guarantee you, Anna, one day soon, a YouTube celebrity will become president. Maybe in 4 years, maybe 16 years. I don't know.
We complain about how deluded Americans, and maybe it's worldwide, of course, so how we are with celebrities. And we think they're superhuman. We think they can fly. And oh my God, who's Kim Kardashian going to vote for president? Because then, I guarantee you, celebrities gave endorsements. That level of celebrity gave endorsements. We know the people that are actors, that are activists, give their endorsements the way they were doing for Hillary. But that type of celebrity, that will get more attention. And he's on that type of celebrity level. So if you're that guy, and we believe that you're superhuman because we're stupid, and then you actually have a human moment like this, because I do believe, none of us have the proof, but I think he is overworked, overstressed, and couple that with an ego. So he thinks, this is where I say things to everyone, because everyone should listen to me, but he doesn't realize his mind is frazzled right now.
Yeah.
The month of November, they say, is a bad month for him. It's when his mother died.
Yes,
I remember
I like
seeing
that
a
you brought
change
that
in the
up.
way he acted towards the public when his mother died
Yes.
unexpectedly. Think about what happens when people's parents die, especially unexpectedly, especially when you feel like you could have done something different to change it. It'll drive you crazy.
Yes.
And who knows how he approached it? Who knows if he went to therapy? Who knows if he mourned? We don't know. And this could just drive someone to these points.
I did think about that. And again, this is more about, for me, it's more about empathy than just immediately passing judgment, because again, I don't know. So I just want to be clear about that everything that I'm saying is speculation. Everything that anyone says about this story is speculation because we have no proof of anything. But I did notice a difference in his behavior after his mom died. And his mom did die unexpectedly due to a cosmetic surgery procedure. And if I know for a fact that if I were in his position and I was this gigantic celebrity who deals with both the good and the bad that comes along with that, and then on top of that, you deal with the most important person in your life dying. I would definitely have a mental breakdown. I don't know if he went to therapy for that. I don't know if he got the help that he needed for that. But it's just, this behavior isn't normal. And I just want to hold off before I'm like, he's a terrible person, and
Well, I don't think he's a terrible person, even if he's faking it. I mean, if he's just saying the stuff just for attention and to get more exposure, I don't think he's terrible. I mean, that's just his way of doing things. That's the way a lot of people do things. I mean, Trump said a lot of outlandish things, and it worked for him. So why not? And look, we live in a weird culture where we worship celebrities, right? And if you go online, even like on ESPN, like there will be a game between the Cavaliers and the Lakers, and someone will say LeBron James sucks, and then someone else will lose their mind. Don't criticize LeBron James. I love him so much, and that extends to politicians, to rapper, everyone. I've said this on the Aggressive Progressives, but I'm frustrated with my friends who are engaging in like total worship of Hillary. Like they think she did nothing wrong in this election, and that it's weird because they are making every excuse in the book for her. And my point isn't that that we should lambast her for every single thing, but let's be honest and take an honest assessment about what went wrong and what she could have done better. But they don't want to do that. Same thing with sports figures, rappers. Like if you think Kanye is great and someone else thinks he sucks, who cares? Those are differences of opinion, right? But they get very, very personal, and they get personally upset if someone disagrees with their assessment of a celebrity. And it's an odd thing. I don't understand that.
Look, I think 2016, and this is just my personal experience, has exposed me to the reality of humanity in America, right? People are fucking terrible, okay? They're horrible. I don't know if I even believe in goodness or inherent goodness in humanity anymore, to be honest. Like, it's been such a crappy year, and I've been exposed to so many horrendous people. Obviously, I'm not talking about our audience members, but you know what I'm talking about. Like, what happened in DC with that stupid convention and some of the crazy things they're talking about with ethnic cleansing in the United States. Like, that kind of stuff amazes me because I really thought that humans had kind of moved past it. But no, we haven't, not even close. So the reason why I bring that up is because we get a tiny sliver of that, right? We experience and interact with a tiny sliver of the deplorables. But if you're a gigantic celebrity, you deal with that on such a huge level. And it would make me crazy. So before we judge, again, let's just wait and see what's going on. And, honestly, if he is dealing with some severe, mental health issues, my heart goes out to him because it's not an easy thing to deal with.
I hope Kanye gets better if he is in fact sick. If he's not sick and just faking it, that's fine too. And I hope he does run for president in 2020. I think that'd be interesting.
Don't say that.
I do.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, no, let him run. Let him run.
If he runs for president in 2020 and he actually gets nominated, I quit. I'm being serious. I'm not even fucking kidding. I can't deal with this shit anymore. It's not worth it. It's just a gigantic waste of my time, honestly. So
you're gonna quit what?
Quit
life?
Working in news. Working in news. No. I'm being serious. I am going to find some other way of making money. I'll hold off on figuring out what that is.
All right, Kanye, if you're listening, don't run. Or at least if you run, don't win.
All right, moving on to very important stories. Oftentimes when talking about refugees coming from Africa or Middle Eastern countries, there is two schools of thought. There are those who feel some sympathy for these individuals, and then there are those who feel like it makes sense to demonize them. Well, recently, the British journal, The Lancet, looked into some of the severe conditions that these refugees have to deal with just to make their way to safety. And they specifically looked at individuals traveling from African countries to Italy. And what these reports discovered is more horrendous than you could even imagine. So according to The Lancet, a number of male migrants from Africa were suffering from severe hydrocarbon pneumonia after being forced to drink diesel for their furtive voyage to Italy from Libya. So traffickers make them drink fuel and give them parasite injections to keep them calm and quiet during long and dangerous sea crossings. Now, they did interviews, they did medical tests on various people. Some of them were as young as 16 years old. And what happens is, these human traffickers want to make sure that these people don't panic. They're crammed into these ships. There's no room to move. It could get really dangerous. The waters can get very dangerous. And so in order to prevent them from panicking, they give them diesel to drink. They force them to drink it, or they inject them or give them parasites that make them so tired and so out of it that they don't even have the energy to panic if they feel like they're in danger. So pregnant women are also forced to insert makeshift catheters with plastic tubing because it's wrongly believed that their urine will poison the men. As there are no bathroom facilities or even room to move on most vessels, bathroom needs have to happen on the spot. So look, the reason why I thought this was an important story to cover was because it goes back to what I keep mentioning on the show, like understanding the unique experiences of other people, having empathy for them, and not allowing one group or another to run with this narrative of them being these dangerous people, these people who are going to harm us in the United States. In this case, they're traveling to Europe, they're traveling to Italy, right? And they're not putting themselves through this hell because they're hoping to go to a European country and murder people. They're doing this because people are getting murdered in their own countries and they're worried about their families. They're worried about their own livelihood. I don't know. I want people to understand their experiences more than anything.
You know, the odd thing is when I was reading the story, my first gut reaction was just horror. Like,
Yeah.
oh my God, I can't believe these people are going through it. And then in a weird way, I felt like, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. And here's what I mean by that.
Mm-hmm.
I thought for certain that the traffickers were going to do something gratuitously violent or vile.
They do.
But a lot of this is utilitarian. It's to maintain calm and order so the boats don't tip, that kind of stuff. So it's a low bar. Okay, it's a really low bar. But I'm surprised that it wasn't worse.
Well, it is
right?
worse. So let me give
Yeah.
you some more details.
Oh, actually, you're right. It does
Yeah.
get really worse.
Very
I forgot
bad.
about that part. Yeah.
So, as a lot of you know, there's a black market for organs. A lot of people don't want to be on an organ waiting list because it could take years to get the organ that you need to survive. And so they turn to the black market in order to get these organs. And so a lot of these refugees are so desperate that they're willing to sell their organs to these human traffickers in order to be able to travel to a country for safety. And in some cases, they agree to it. In a lot of other cases, they don't agree to it. So there have been cases of, bodies washing up on the shore with incisions indicating that their organs were taken. So they were basically killed for their organs and then they were tossed at sea. And so this is the kind of stuff that they're risking. This is the kind of stuff that they're dealing with, right? Now I understand, immigration is a really tricky issue and there are limited resources, and obviously you should have methods to make sure that you're checking the background of individuals and you're not opening a country up to any unsafe situation. But at the same time, I think that it's wrong to paint a bleak picture of all these people, these hundreds of thousands of people who are just trying to flee their war-torn countries because they want to survive.
Yeah. So it's the same story over and over, where you have a refugee group trying to escape a horrible situation where they are and go somewhere else. And a lot of times, they are the most vulnerable, the most powerless, and they're the ones that are the most exploited.
Absolutely.
When you read the details of what happens in human sex trafficking, especially to little girls and little boys, it is so disturbing and gut-wrenching. You can't believe humans can do this to one another. And this happens all over. North Korea is basically held together through aid from China because China doesn't want a refugee crisis on their border. So in order to avoid the refugees, they're allowing this awful regime to continue in perpetuity. During World War II, during Nazi Germany, people used to say, well, why don't the Jews just leave Germany? They're being abused and oppressed. Why don't they just leave? Well, they tried, but they couldn't go anywhere. No country would take them.
Including the United States.
Including the United States, for the exact same reason we're saying about these people now. Like, oh, they're a bunch of dirty people. They're going to make your society worse. They're going to be parasites. They're criminals. They're dangerous. We can't take them. And right here on the U.S. Senate floor, during Nazi Germany, we voted, and our representative said, no, we're not going to take them.
I know. History repeats itself.
And it's sad that we don't learn from this. And, the Brits were the only ones who took Jewish refugees, but they would only take children. So it forced parents to give up their children, just put them on a train, cross their fingers, and hope the kids aren't raped or murdered by random strangers across seas. So we don't learn, and it's really sad. And do some of the refugees commit crimes? Of course, they're regular human beings. They're not a group of angels. They're regular human beings. They need help though. And look, I am also sympathetic to a country that says we have too many refugees.
Of course,
right?
I understand
so
that.
There has to be some sort of like international or at least a regional solution to the problem, and working together to alleviate the situation. Just pretending that the refugees are bad people and keeping them out is not the solution. That's inhuman.
It is inhuman. And I agree with you. Like, believe me, I understand the limited resources. I understand that, some countries have taken in way more refugees and they simply can't take it anymore,
Yeah.
right? And so there has to be a solution. But I think the only way to come to a solution is, again, to understand their experiences, to understand who they are, what their perspective is, what drives them, what motivates them, why they're trying to leave. And I don't know if this is something that we can solve. I just feel like it's a huge issue. It's this inability to see people who are different from us as humans, right? Like, why is it that a story like this almost brings someone like me to tears, but there's a huge chunk of the U.S. population that looks at this and thinks they're terrorists. We can't accept them in a country. Like, why? Where does that come from?
I don't know. I mean, now I'm playing pop psychologist, but I'm sure some of them are just bad people who think, screw them. They're not me. They don't look like me, so I don't care about them. There are others who maybe, they need to justify in their minds. Otherwise, it's too depressing. So they think, well, you know what? Nothing can be done. They take a very fatalistic approach to it, and they justify in their minds like, well, they're bad people anyway. So I don't know, what each person's psychology is, but
there's just this. I think there's this economic divide, and I think that a lot of people in America want a scapegoat for the economic burdens that they're dealing with, and the easy scapegoat is people of color. It is. I see that happening a lot. It's these others. They're coming in. They're taking our resources. They're taking our jobs. We can't let them in. They're unsafe. They're different. And we need to address what our real economic concerns are. I think that's a huge part of it as well.
I mean, we've always foolishly blamed people lower on the economic scale than us, right? For all their problems, for all of our problems. Oh, they're welfare cheats. They're taking my jobs. We always blame the most powerless, and that's a silly thing that we've done. And oftentimes, because the ones above us exploit those divides. But it's on us to understand and realize what the real problems are. And sometimes there aren't any good solutions. So it's tough, and you have to have a hard conversation about what you can and cannot do. But what you shouldn't do is categorically demonize a group of people and just say, I'm okay with thousands of them dying in horrific ways and not providing any hope for an entire group of people.
JR, did you have
It's fear. It's honestly, you start with that. The fear we have for anyone else, it allows that to grow to hate or then dismissal, disregard for life because, well, it's either them or me. I'm afraid of them, so if they die, that's better than me dying. There's the way the campaign was run. I think Trump at one point was saying that, I'm the president, Republicans and Democrats have all said it. I'm the president of Americans. I'm here to protect Americans, which means as long as I protect Americans, which you're not doing, then everyone else, F them, they can die. And we're cool with that. We're like, but because America is here, everyone else is just kind of a little bit of subhuman things, which we've done in America too with different groups of people.
Absolutely.
They're subhuman. Literally, systematically, we're deemed subhuman so their lives are dispensable. And then our
They're
conscience
still treated
is
like
clear.
they're subhuman, right? With what's happening with DAPL and all
Yeah.
that. So it's just an ongoing trend. I don't know if there is a solution for it, but here's the problem. So let's see what happens. All right, now what I think is the most important story of the day, and it's a very important ruling. Federal judges have ruled that the gerrymandering that took place in Wisconsin in 2011 was unconstitutional. Now, the 2-1 ruling by the United States District Court for the Western District of Wisconsin said that the legislature's mapping, or remapping, I should say, violated both the First Amendment and the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment because it aimed to deprive Democratic voters of their right to be represented. Now, every 10 years, this type of behavior happens. The redistricting happens. And so the idea is to ensure that each district has equal amount of voters and that voters are equally represented. But in reality, and both Democrats and Republicans do it, in reality, they try to redistrict the states in order to fit their best interests, right? To ensure that they get the vote and they have more of their representatives elected into office. Now, if the Supreme Court affirms the ruling, and this is very likely to go to the Supreme Court, it could upend the next round of state redistricting in 2021 for congressional and state elections nationwide, most of which is likely to be conducted by Republican-controlled legislatures. Now, again, I'm going to reiterate, this is something that happens with both Democrats and Republicans. But lately, Republicans have done it way more, and they've been very blatant about it. And Wisconsin is a perfect example of that. So majorities in state houses often remap districts in favor to favor themselves, either by cramming opposition voters into a single district or by dividing them so they are the majority in fewer districts, tactics called packing and cracking, which also sounds like it could be a porn title, just keeping it 100. So that's what it is. And they have come up with a formula to show when that type of redistricting is purposely done for partisan reasons. And I'll get to that formula in a second, but I want you guys to kind of chime in on it.
Yeah, I mean, this is gerrymandering. This is politics 101. It's been going on for hundreds of years. And we all know how the game is played. And it's the incumbents who are, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, that want to do this because it's in your interest to redistrict so that you can stay in your seat. So oftentimes a Democrat will, or a Republican will sell out their other Democrats and Republicans so that he or she can keep that seat. Mm-hmm. And, so you would have these ridiculous districts that have very funny shapes. And one analogy is the outcome of this past election.
Yeah.
So Hillary got more of the popular vote, mm-hmm. but because of the way the districts, in this case, the states are drawn, Trump won by winning more districts, yes. Right? So that's a very rough analogy to what happens at the state level with gerrymandering. So, you can't gerrymander to kind of screw over, let's say, women or blacks or some other kind of group. But you could gerrymander to help your own party. To an extent.
Yeah. What's
mm-hmm.
interesting though is, look, gerrymandering has been brought to the courts a lot. Okay, this is an ongoing battle, and oftentimes federal judges do not find the gerrymandering unconstitutional because it's brought to the courts with the argument that the gerrymandering specifically targets races, right? Mm-hmm. So, representatives know blacks are more likely to vote for Democrats, women are more likely to vote for Democrats, middle-aged white men are more likely to vote for Republicans. So they'll do certain redistricting to ensure that the vote goes in their favor. And interestingly enough, federal judges usually don't find that unconstitutional, but they do find it unconstitutional when it's very obviously done for partisan reasons, okay? So I think that's interesting. And Anthony Kennedy, Supreme Court Justice Anthony Kennedy said, look, if you can prove to me that this is blatantly happening for partisan reasons, if you can quantify it in some way, then I am willing to take this up in the Supreme Court. And luckily, in the Wisconsin case, they did find a way to do that. So they did it through something known as the efficiency gap formula. Let me tell you what that is. It divides the difference between the two parties' wasted votes. Those are votes beyond those needed by a winning side, and votes cast by a losing side by the total number of votes cast. When both parties waste the same number of votes, the result is zero. And that's an ideal situation, but nothing's ever ideal. So there might be a little bit of an inequality there. But as a winning party wastes fewer and fewer votes than its opponent, its score rises. So let me elaborate on that a little more. So a review of 4 decades of state redistricting in Wisconsin concluded that any party with an efficiency gap of 7% or more was likely to keep its majority during the 10 years before new districts were drawn. Now, Wisconsin Republicans scored an efficiency gap rating of 11.69% to 13% in the first election after the maps were redrawn in 2011. And so right there, you see that gap, and it's relevant. It's relevant enough that these judges were like, this is unconstitutional. And again, it'll likely go to the Supreme Court.
So think about this. These are elected officials. They've been voted in. Now they're representing what you would assume to be citizens. So they use their time and their energy to go through these very detailed and specific number crunching things to redistrict areas so they can continue to keep their jobs, rather than representing the people who voted them in, listening to what they say, maybe coming up with some solutions to make their lives somehow better because they're paid to do that by the people who voted them in. Instead, all their time is spent doing things like this, like mathematicians, or even probably hiring other people out to do it because they're probably too stupid to do it themselves, just so they can keep their jobs.
I know, it's amazing.
When they first come in, is that your plan? When you go, you know what? I'm sick of what's happening in my district. I'm going to run for office. Do you go in and go, you know what, I have this whole plan about redistricting and gerrymandering just so I can keep my job? That comes after you're there. Something is happening between your first thought of getting into public office and then screwing everyone else over just to stay there. If they're presented with a plan to continue to be humans and maybe breathe, then maybe they'll buy into it.
I see what you're saying, and I had a really interesting conversation today. I had a really interesting conversation today with, not a big deal, former First Lady of California, Maria Shriver. And so she knows a lot about state level politics, and she was arguing that, look, state level politics is just as corrupt as, politics on a national level. I disagree because of what Wolfpack has been able to do in several states, but I do agree that corruption exists on a state level. Here's the thing. If corruption exists on a state level, which I believe it does, it's much easier to redistrict and keep your seat than, turn away that corporate money and actually represent the people. I think that's what's really happening, because you're right. I mean, isn't it easier to just be a good representative that looks out for your constituents? Yeah, it's easier, but you got to fundraise. You got to get reelected.
Well, the sad thing is they do both.
Yeah.
They spend all their time redistricting and taking money from various interests. They have to. Even people who are in a safe district that's been fully gerrymandered, or they don't have to gerrymander because they're so safe. Even those folks have to spend a ton of time fundraising because they need to kick that money back to the DNC or to the RNC.
Yes.
And that money gets sent out to more competitive districts. If you don't fundraise, you don't get the chairmanship, you get phased out. It is priority number one.
Yeah, the argument that I'm making is because of that corruption,
Yeah.
they do the gerrymandering.
Yeah.
Because they want to keep listening to corporations and representing them, but they know that, hey, people are going to get tired of my crap.
Yeah.
So let me just gerrymander the crap out of this state, and then I don't have to worry about losing their vote or losing my seat.
How lazy of a job description is this? I mean, if any other walk of life, do you go into a job and then you just have to now change the rules in order to keep your job rather than continuing to do your job? If you're a football player and you barely got drafted, you're like, oh man, I'm second string. If I don't start playing well, I'm gonna get cut because that's life. Or maybe I should get in the weight room. Maybe I should learn how to catch. Maybe I should add a new element of my game, somehow to stay in my profession. What if you just say, oh no, let's just start changing the way we score the points so that I can stay in the game? And we're like, we didn't lose 27-0. We actually won 10-12. Come on, man.
Yeah, I know. It's a really good analogy. That is a great analogy.
Like, you can't change the game. How about you learn how to play it?
Well, look, so back to this story, I think this is really interesting that they came up with a mathematical model to kind of, look at the level of gerrymandering,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
Because a certain level is tolerable according to the courts, but when you go too far, which again, it's not exactly clear what that means, but if you go too far, well, now we have numbers that back it up.
Yeah, and numbers are important.
Yeah,
and
so
I'm
numbers
glad.
matter. So hopefully this will alleviate some of the problems. Now, regarding Wolfpack, and for those who don't know, Jank founded a political action committee devoted to getting money out of politics. That's, I think, the biggest issue, but not the only issue in restoring our democracy. The other one is gerrymandering.
Absolutely.
Right? So I love the fact that we are making some progress on that front as well.
Absolutely. All right, so that's a little bit of good news that we can look forward to, and hopefully it will go to the Supreme Court and they'll rule in the right way. We'll see. All right, guys, let's take a quick break. When we come back, some fun stories, okay? I like to have a little bit of fun, and I'll read your tweets. So tweet to us using hashtag TYT Live. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to TYT Live. All right, there's a live read that I need to do, so let me do that before I forget. There will be a post-game show today. Steve and I will be doing it together. And then also, Aggressive Progressives will stream tonight, not on Thursday, because of the fact that Thursday is Thanksgiving, and so everyone will be off, but we made sure that you'll still have an Aggressive Progressive to look forward to. Regular time, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, and it's featuring Jimmy Dore and Steve-O. Are you guys doing that live?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the first 15 minutes is live for the public, and then we go behind the wall for members only.
Behind the wall. I like that.
Yeah.
All right, and then I want to read some tweets. Brian Newton says, first hour, we get one half of Aggressive Progressive, and now second hour, we get the other half.
Hey, Brian. Brian's a good friend of ours, good friend of the show.
Nice. Pete the Rock says, seeing his offbeat ranting, Kanye West's career has started going south when politics infects everyone's mentality. Yeah, but I think it goes beyond politics for him, unfortunately. Julia Mahoney says, I think Kanye is having a mental breakdown and I feel badly for him despite his wealth and status. Something is clearly wrong. And then Ryan Lovegrove says, how about Chris Rock in 2020? Definitely hope you don't leave media. You're the best woman in news, Anna. That is, Rain Lovegrove says that. Thank you. I don't think I'm the best woman in news, but that's the sweetest thing ever. So, I don't know. I don't think I can handle another circus election like the one we just dealt with.
I think that's all we're going to have.
Oh my God, I can't.
I'm serious. I think that's all we're going to have.
I can't handle it anymore.
Is it better than having, I don't know, Tim Kaine versus, I don't know,
Yes.
Bob Dole?
Yes. But no, like, it's worse. It's much worse. Like, I'd rather listen to Bob Dole's annoying ass all day long than deal with that last election.
In fairness to Bob Dole, he's old, he's retired. I think he's still alive. I meant Orrin Hatch. Orrin Hatch versus Tim Kaine.
You know,
Boring.
Bob Dole versus Bill Clinton was the first election that I remember. I was a kid, but I remember that election specifically because my parents, hated Bill Clinton and they wanted Bob Dole, and I was a kid and I loved my parents, so I'm like, yeah, Bob Dole.
Why did your parents hate Clinton?
I think it's interesting because at that time they were very much against social programs for the poor. They thought that people were mooching off of it, and they thought there was a lot of fraud. But Bill Clinton reformed it.
He did.
Yeah,
he threw them all off of welfare.
Yeah.
And, he gutted welfare.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess my parents didn't know what they were doing. It's okay. They know now. All right. Love you guys. Let's move on to some fun stuff. At this point, pretty much everyone in the United States knows who won the general election. We know who our president-elect is. However, there's one grown-ass adult who has decided that he doesn't want to know, and he wants to live in this bubble of ignorance. His name is Joe Chandler, and he was interviewed recently. Let's take a look at what he has to say.
Kind of gotten to be an expert at this. I divert my gaze from newspaper boxes. I don't venture out very often, and when I do, I wear my headphones and my sign, and people have been very respectful of my decision.
Joe, may I ask, why are you doing this?
Well, it was never a plan. I was invited to a gathering at a friend's house on election night to sit there with everybody else and gnaw my nails to the quick into the night, and I'm just beat to a pulp like we all are. I don't want to. And the next morning, I'm an artist and a writer. I had a lot of creative work to do. I just worked in my studio all day. And at about the 24-hour mark, all I wanted to do is give myself 24 hours of blissful ignorance. Mm-hmm. And I was talking to my daughter in Atlanta, or near Atlanta, and she said, you may be the only person in the country, other than those in a cave or something, who still doesn't know.
So he says he lives in a small town, Brunswick, Georgia, and at first he planned on not knowing who won for a day, and as he mentioned there, now he's just kind of going as long as he can without knowing, which is an interesting strategy. So he also has this sign that he wears around his neck. I don't know who won. Don't tell me. He's wearing the earmuffs. I don't know how I feel about this because
it's goofy, but
I get it.
I get it, right? And he's right. The first day, it's fun and it's interesting. It's like when you record a live sporting event because you can't watch it and you don't want to know who won. Then you go home and you watch it by yourself and you're like, I can't believe this happened. But dude, come on. I mean, how what is the point of not knowing for this long? It's silly.
I hope he doesn't Google himself and come across this video with like the, oh wait, we're covering the results. Kind of.
Kinda.
Can you see?
He's not gonna.
Not really.
He's not gonna
There we
Google.
go.
He's not gonna Google this and find
Yeah.
out that we're talking about him because he's a fraud. So
He probably is. I think there's a possibility he
even
knows.
if he doesn't know, I'm
Yeah.
going with it. He doesn't know. Fine. But this is Kanyeing it in a different way.
Okay.
He's looking for attention. Now,
Probably,
at first,
probably.
maybe he wasn't. That first 24 hours, he's like, it was just a fun game to himself. He's in a small town. It's not like he thinks he's going to end up on, what was it, Good Morning America or Today Show.
Yeah.
But now that he is, he's like, oh, you guys know I'm an artist. I sell things. You want to go to my website? Get the fuck out of here, man.
What I find, yeah, it's funny. You know what I find funny about that whole interview, though? You have a so-called news organization interviewing a guy who doesn't want to know the results of the election, and they're so giddy about it. They're like, you don't want to know? Yes! Yes! We can continue doing what we've been doing, right? Like, you want to remain ignorant? Awesome! Now we don't have to feel bad about the fact that we don't do the news. Look, he has, I think part of the problem, and I don't want to be too hard on him, right? He's a kind of a private citizen, and I don't want to like tear him down, but I do think he symbolizes a very serious problem in the United States, and that's, you know, the lack of, I don't want to say knowledge. I don't even know what the word is, but
Curiosity?
The lack of curiosity and not informing yourself to be, you know, an effective voter, to be an advocate for yourself. So I don't even care if you do your research, you read accurate news, sources, you fact check, and you come to the conclusion that, hey, Republicans are better for you. I don't care which party it is. What I want more than anything is for people to be informed voters. Like every time we have an election and like all these like young people do like the get out the vote campaigns and like, yeah, get out the vote. Yeah, we want you to vote. No, but you're missing a critical step. Like, please read the fine print with the ballot initiatives. Please understand what you're voting for. Like this giddiness about being ignorant is not cool. Like, I don't think it's funny.
You know, okay, so of course I agree with you, but here's where I disagree. I mean, people always want to overemphasize the importance of voting, and I get it. But the reality is that voting doesn't matter for the vast majority of people because it only matters in the aggregate.
Yeah.
Right? But your single vote doesn't matter. It doesn't. It's like if I recycle a bottle, of course I recycle because I want to be conscientious, but that one bottle won't make any difference. It only matters in the aggregate. So you have to explain to people how, you know, their individual action is part of an aggregate action. But the fact is, even then it doesn't matter because, for example, in California, my vote does not matter for the presidential election. The local stuff, of course it does, right? So, you know, telling someone, take the time to educate yourself on the issues and go through the trouble of registering to vote, then go and actually vote that day because it matters. A lot of it's not true. It doesn't matter.
I think a lot of it, look, half of the electorate did not vote.
Yes.
And that was a disaster. So I think it's a really dangerous message to go out there and tell people, like, don't vote. Or not, you're not saying that,
No.
but telling people your vote doesn't matter. Like, people already feel helpless. There's like one last bit of hope that they have, and taking that away, I think, is dangerous.
Well,
but by the way, primaries matter a lot.
I think they matter more.
They matter
Yeah.
way
They
more,
they
right?
matter more,
And
yeah.
so, look, voting does matter, and can you show them your finger?
Oh.
Yeah. See, the millennials that do the get out the vote campaigns, they kicked his ass for his, your vote doesn't matter tirade. So just keep that in mind. But voting does matter, and primaries are incredibly important. The ballot initiatives are incredibly important, and especially when it comes to that, you have to make sure that you're an advocate for yourself and you know what you're getting yourself into.
Yeah, look, but I also, again, I agree with everything you're saying, and I try to do all of that. But I also want to make the other point, which is that, I don't want to overstate the importance of voting, because I think people know. People know.
I don't think they do. I think a lot of people feel like their vote doesn't matter.
Right, because it doesn't, right? It doesn't. Honestly, it does not matter for that person. Okay, if you are busy, you're working some $30,000 a year job, You have no time to take off. You're gonna take off on a Tuesday to go vote. You're gonna wait in line for a couple of hours because it's your civic duty and you must vote because your vote counts. I don't know that it does. And I think overstating the importance of voting makes people think that you're not being genuine. And, again.
So what do you say? Like your vote kind of matters
Yeah,
depending on where you live?
Try to vote if you can, but if you can't, you can't.
I think that's crazy.
Yeah.
Voting matters. And, you heard both arguments, so you can decide for yourself.
Look, it definitely matters much more so at the local level. So if you can educate yourself on the local judges, your local councilman or whatever, that matters a lot. I really do think that voting in the general election for the president matters so little, except for the swing states. Okay, but if you live in a red state or a blue state, it literally doesn't matter who you vote for the president. Any one person. It only matters if a massive, massive amount of people switch their minds.
But what if there's a paradigm shift in a given state, and a state has been a blue state traditionally, and then all of a sudden it starts veering toward a red state because all these libs are like, we got this.
And that does happen.
That does happen, so don't listen to him, okay? Your vote matters. Let's go ahead and move on. Actually, we don't have time. Damn it.
We're out of time already?
We are out of time. I apologize. But we do have a post-game show for our members, so if you are a member, stick around. And then at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, Aggressive Progressive for our members. First 15 minutes is free for everyone, and then we put it behind a paywall. So make sure you check it out. All right, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
What's up, everybody? TYT Sports on Pluto TV. Hope you're enjoying your week. On Tuesday, Donald Trump was elected President of the United States, and on Friday, we have 3 fantastic sports stories for you today. If you're watching on YouTube and you're seeing these as 3 separate clips, well, then it's Thursday, and you are lucky because you get it a little bit early, but it's still 2 days after the fact that they elected Donald Trump President of the United States of America.
And I'm still having Irish coffee. I'm an Irish coffee for life.
Here's a really quick fun story. My friends kept saying MAGA, jokingly, screaming it at me through text messages, and I'm so friggin' blind. I was, make America great again. Oh, so I kept responding with a previous story we did on this show. Mawa, make America woo again. According to Ric Flair, he put out a poll that had him with 47%.
I thought you had him with 180% of the 100% vote.
Flair, Flame. 2016. Maybe they'll be back in 2020. Francis, let's get into it, though, because Dwayne Wade is the subject of conversation. To start us off, he finally really opened up about why he left the Miami Heat, and a lot of it had to do with business, a lot of things that we kind of already knew, maybe some communication breakdown. I have a lot of quotes to go through, a lot of context, but he did talk to the media a lot in his most recent game with the Chicago Bulls. So let's get to the first of these 5 quotes, and I'll kind of contextualize as we go along. So Dwayne Wade's talking about respect in the fact from the Miami Heat organization. He said, that's it. When you get respect, that's what you want back or what you get back. I've given nothing but respect. I feel like a lot of things in this world, in this league, are mishandled from the notion of communication, and that's it. He continues to say, at the end of the day, I talked to those guys, and I told them, and he's referring to Pat Riley, the Miami Heat, LeBron James, it's a free agency. I understand you all have a job to do, and I have a job to do as well. I let it be known I was going to be a free agent, and I wasn't waiting by the phone for them to call me. He continues to say once again, and that's when things started changing. They decided to max out Chris Bosh, which I was all for, and then it became a situation for me from the standpoint that I wasn't happy with it. I ain't going to say, oh, I was happy, go lucky. Then I opted out again, and next year I signed that 1-year, $20 million deal because I never made $20 million in a season. I wanted multiple years. They wanted to be players in free agency. I understand that. You can come back. So we can get into the other quotes in just a minute, but it's a lot of reading, a lot of quotes, a lot of context. Francis, I feel like this was speculated, but for once in a blue moon, the speculation was correct. It was miscommunication. It was communication issues. It was just business, and that's what we were told a couple months ago. It turns out it was just business, and he seems understanding of that.
Yeah, I think he does. I think he's a very professional sports person. Dwayne Wade is if you're looking at someone to maybe look to as a role model in the NBA, this is definitely one of those guys. He handles himself well. Great player, great professional, still performing unbelievably well considering the guy's just rolling back the years. Managed to develop a three-point shot in his latter years of his career. Has that ever been heard of? Not really sure. But it's understandable. What fans of the game and fans of Dwayne Wade sometimes find it hard to understand is they feel like nostalgia plays a large role when it comes to getting those legendary players to continue. But it's a business. We consistently say this on this show. There's very few players out there that will be able to kind of manipulate an industry to the point where they don't have any other choice but to side with him. LeBron James is one of them.
Oh, yeah.
Dwayne Wade's not LeBron James for the Miami Heat. Obviously, he's a little older. Maybe Dwayne Wade in his prime, pretty sure he got his max contracts, pretty sure he was able to manipulate, not in a bad way, but the Miami Heat so that they were able to offer him.
He was able to manipulate in favor of the Heat's organization by never taking the most money.
Yeah, and
which allowed Bosh to come down and allowed LeBron and
because he
allowed
wanted the
Ray Allen to
championship
sign.
more than
Yes,
the money. That's
yes.
what it comes to. But I'm not going to hold it against the guy for now that he's moving to the latter stages of his career, trying to make as much money as possible. And if the Heat are going to offer max contracts to Bosh, as you mentioned there, and they're going to offer max contracts out, and they're only going to give him one-year deals when he wants to maybe stay there for several years and find a way to be able to make money before he goes on and retires. And that doesn't weigh up with what their business strategy is, then he's going to move elsewhere. Like, he has done everything that he possibly could have done for that team. He won them championships. He was a staple of that organization for years. He was a phenomenal athlete for them. So moving to Chicago was the right move for him. And I don't think he holds any sort of grudge. We have already managed to kind of vocalize how we feel about those handful of fans that were burning Dwayne Wade jerseys. Like,
it's the worst thing
really
I've ever heard.
awful. They're next to the people that deliberately cut in front of you in a car and then slow down, and next to those guys who wear their phone on their belts when it could so easily fit in their pocket. That's who I'm putting you next to.
It's a deep, deep, dark place. From Chicago. He's born in Chicago.
Yeah.
Went to Oaklawn, if I'm reading this. Oaklawn, I'm sorry, it was a high school in Oaklawn, Harold L. Richards High School. Like, he also went home. It's not like just like he left Miami. He also went to go like retire in Chicago, which is a fantastic city.
Yeah.
Take him. He's good. I mean, the Bulls, they now going through a little rough patch, just as Dwayne Wade put it in the press conference just the other day. 7 games in the season, man, it's hard to win. You know, and we're motivated. We're going to win. We're going to continue to win. We're going to find ways to battle through the losses, and we're a new team. Dwayne Wade understands more than anybody else, I'd say, in the league, outside for a few players, how much sacrifice it takes to win games and how difficult it can be to get into a new situation and find winning ways. This is a guy who had Shaq come in.
Yeah.
At the very end of his end of his prime for Shaq, but just enough to get Wade just enough what he needed to get that championship. And then he had to a whole U-turn and give, as Colin Cowherd calls it, the keys to the city to LeBron, the keys to his city to LeBron James.
To win.
And then LeBron had to go, and he figured something out with Chris Bosh for just a little bit. He's gone through what Dwayne Wade, again, you mentioned he's a high IQ player. He's a smart guy on the court. He's also a smart guy off the court. And he's the type of guy that you would think that even in 2, 3, 4 years in a locker room situation as a veteran, he's someone I can see winning one more championship in a very like Tim Duncan-esque role.
Ray
like,
Allen-esque way.
Yeah, like a 7 or 8 minutes a game type of guy, but or even what Paul Pierce has been doing, or did, not last year, but the year before with the Wizards, hitting those clutch buckets. And that presence in the locker room is something that I really think that when it comes to Dwayne Wade, who's not going to maybe want the crazy contract in his final year. So I think Dwayne Wade gets one more championship. I don't know with who, though. I think he just does. Maybe probably the Bulls.
You're looking at that picture there on the bottom that we have there. It's him just kind of being nurturing and towards Jimmy Butler, a player that I think will thrive playing alongside Dwayne Wade. Jimmy Butler already shown promise to be one of the best two-way guards in the league and really is an well-rounded player. And with someone like Dwayne Wade, that's of course at the forefront of the Bulls' mindset when they're trying to get a guy like this in. They're not thinking, we're going to get Dwayne Wade in, we're going to try and squeeze every last bit of athleticism, every last bit of clutchness, as I just invent that.
Clutch factor!
The clutch factor of him, you want that, but he's also coming in as that mature figure that's going to help and grow these players that have showed promise, and he's going to be able to be the glue to help mature them through a situation. I remember when we watched them last year, the amount of times that you see him taking Hassan Whiteside to the side for the Miami Heat and being like, all right, come on, you need to get your head focused on this. He is more of a coach-like figure on the court as well as he is a player now, and I think that is sometimes that's it's invaluable than him being able to drain buckets consistently.
I like that word, invaluable. Invaluable. Francis, could you tell me about one of the most valuable things that happened to Leicester City fans was a championship?
Yes, it was. We move forward to Leicester City. Why was it a one-hit wonder? I think it was a one-hit wonder because something like that will not happen for years to come. I stated that at the end.
You're no fun.
I don't want to be pessimistic.
I bet on Hull.
You won't see anything like that in sports for a good while. We've just seen it with baseball. I don't think the Cubs were anywhere near is
No, they're the best team in baseball.
yeah, they were the best team. They came close last year. It's like Leicester City maybe knocking on the door a couple years. No, Leicester City came from relegation and then went on and won it. So let's not compare. But there's a couple of things that go along with this. I'm not going to sit here and criticise Leicester for not living up to that expectation, because I think one of their former ambassadors, Emil Heskey, said it very well. It's like, we need to realise that this is actually a return to the norm for Leicester. This is the kind of club that we expect them to be, a little up and down. Last year was a one-off. Our unrealistic expectations are making this team just impossible to please their fans, because we've seen them win a league, something that was just completely unimaginable. And now we're like, all right, well, they should be pushing for this consistency. They already have proved that they can compete in the Champions League. They've already proved that they're still good enough to do it. But there is one thing that I will criticise, is they put a lot of faith. They offered new contracts, and the players returned the faith in the likes of Jamie Vardy and Riyad Mahrez. At the moment, they're struggling. At this point last year, Riyad Mahrez and Jamie Vardy combined had 19 goals already.
Pretty good.
They were firing in all cylinders. Maybe they have a second half surge, but at the moment they're not anywhere near that level. And I think that is hindering this team, because Leicester City last year, they didn't come out straight from the beginning of the season and just completely flew into that star position.
No.
They grew with confidence in looking to players like Mahrez and Vardy to help continue them through tough situations. So with the sale of N'Golo Kante and the struggle of these players, it is a troubling time for Leicester. It's not, oh my God, are we going to go from winning to be relegated? As much as that was an interesting bet at the start of the season, no.
What you do is you just hit your DVR to when they won it last year.
Rewind it. That's what the rewind button
just live a year in the past. Let's get to a couple important elements that I made exhausted this morning after watching Trump win the presidency. Element number 6 is Leicester City struggles. According to the Daily Mail, they think it's a couple of reasons.
Yeah.
It's never one specific one. You just mentioned Mahrez and Vardy failing to fire. I think it's more Mahrez and Vardy not firing like they did last season.
Yeah.
Natural order being restored, a Champions League condition where they are being very successful, new players betting in, he who shall not be named, N'Golo Kante, and the case for defense. I want to talk about defense, Francis.
Yeah.
Because let's take a look at one more statistic that they talked about in the Daily Mail. Final 16 games of last season, 9 clean sheets, conceded a total of 9 goals during that span. First 11 games of this season, 3 clean sheets, conceding a total of twice that amount, 18 goals.
Wow.
During that span. So again, we're not looking at the same team. And then I have 2 more elements to show you. Let's look at the Premier League table from last year through this exact point, week 12 of the Premier League. Leicester, 25 points, a point out of first, 7-4-1, and we're sitting there going, they're not going to win the league.
Yeah.
And then let's go to this year, and I have to zoom out a little bit more on that table because they're 12 points, they're 13 points back from where they were at this point last season, and Go Pool Go is in first with the
place. Yeah.
with the 8-2-1 record. So I mean, where Man City's sitting now is where Leicester sat last season.
Yeah.
And you're sitting there going like, but Man City's got so much money, and my arm can't hold all the money up.
Yeah, it's there's a couple of points to take. Great elements, great insight to what we need to see. Drop the pen, but I'm going to say some things that I think a lot of the mainstream sources won't say, because they like to kind of play alongside Leicester City and just allow them a free pass because they were so good last year. I think there is a level of complacency with Jamie Vardy. I think that last year I seen Jamie Vardy do things that you wouldn't expect a striker to do, like tracking back, chasing every ball into the corner, being mobile. I'm not saying that it's an attitude thing. I just think that it's more so he was thriving last year with the way the team was playing collectively. They were hunting, like, this is the ball. They were hunting it, and they would suffocate teams. That's why they never really conceded that many goals, because they scored, I think on average, 3 out of their, 4 chances in a certain span would be created from counter-attacks when they turned over the ball. It wouldn't start from nice, free-flowing football at the back and then we'll knock it in. No, I
remember a lot of 1-0 wins.
Yeah, of course. And they used to win the ball back, and they knew they had this attitude that as soon as we win that ball, we know we've got a good chance of scoring, because we have a striker who, let's remind ourselves again, not just that him and Mahrez were firing at this point last year, he was breaking records. He scored in the most consecutive games in Premier League history. That's how good of a form he was in. So let's not really hold him to that unrealistic regard. The same way with Leicester, like, he was phenomenal last year, untouchable. He was Ballon d'Or-esque worthy at this point. So you can't expect him to play that level. But what I can expect is the team to still kind of format as if they have the same players. They're not playing the same way. The back four is not as protected. Because N'Golo Kante's not there, they never filled that position as well. It was a really hard thing to kind of.
They also didn't get much money for him.
Yeah, of course.
It's probably. I think it's only like the bad thing I could put on Leicester. I would say is like they probably should have asked for more money to at least try to fill that void. Because what you're seeing, again, it was a gamble on both sides, because Chelsea, I think, looks at that situation and goes, we've only seen it develop over one Premier League season. Do we want to throw in that much? And Leicester's going like, we need to rob these guys.
Yeah.
We need to go into Chelsea and we need to take all of their money for our Conte. And then you have to find a middle ground. That's just, I mean, again, I think that's how business works. What do I know?
Well, this is how.
Oh wait, I could be president. Sorry.
This is how I think that negotiation worked. I think they went to Antonio Conte. He sat in the room and they went, "We'll take 30 million," and then Conte went,
"Huh?
I think
for who?"
I think he was looking to see if there was cameras, like Ashton Kutcher was going to come in, like he was going to be punked.
Oh, you
or
guys
something
got
like that.
punked in your
Yeah, we had it as well.
Yeah.
And he's like,
"It's good.
You're going to give me 30 million," and lo and behold, that would be the same amount that Tottenham Hotspur paid for Sissoko.
Are you serious?
Yep, same amount. So I think that's the best bargain of the season. I already stated this on
Best
our clip.
bargain. It might just be the best signing.
Yes.
Like not even
Fantastic.
just bargain.
Look
just
how good Chelsea are doing.
I think we're going to talk about, depending on how Chelsea finishes this year, and if let's say they were to win,
Yeah.
we can maybe, I could be wrong, consider it one of the greatest Premier League signings in history. I know. Let's just be bold. Why not? It's the greatest signing I've seen in my time covering the Premier League, which is a very small window.
It's the greatest signing, I think, of this season so far. The season's still got a long way to go. Chelsea fall by the wayside.
in November.
Is another great season. Yeah, but is a great signing, but he's not the best. But it really just comes down
Sticking
to
to my
what's going to
guns.
happen. So I think that collectively, to wrap up this point on Leicester, it's unrealistic to hold them to the same standard of last year, but they are not doing the simple things well that they did last year. They never did anything that was so overcomplicated last year. They never did anything that you couldn't imagine another team doing. No. They just did everything excellent. They encompassed excellence in every part of the game. Closing down the ball, getting men behind the ball, winning it back, second balls. These are all things that you are taught from a very young age that will completely throw away talent and flair. They literally were the immovable object last year.
Right.
That's what they were.
And there was no unstoppable
There was no
force.
unstoppable force to hit them. So any force that even came in, it was just bouncing back. No problem.
It was only stoppable forces.
Yes, that's all.
The
it
only
was.
type of force was stoppable.
So but the last thing that's frustrating is they're doing these things in the Champions League.
Next story is Fight Week related, because UFC 205 is set to take place on Saturday. Francis is on a flight, I believe, tomorrow. Jason is on a red eye on Friday night. Downloaded a couple episodes of House MD to get him through the 6-hour plane ride to John F. Kennedy Airport. Man, but I'd take him back as president at this point. It's just it's not like I'm trying. They just keep popping up. And we're going to be at the Garden. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're kind of figuring out what our plan is going to be in terms of what kind of content we're going to shoot. Obviously, in the comment section below, leave us what you'd like us to do down there.
You know, I would like you to have a full-on conversation with Conor McGregor, talk to him about the presidency. I don't think that's going to happen.
It might not, but it might.
Can we ask him
I'm
a
going to be
question
honest.
about
I want to talk to Wonder Boy.
That'd be interesting.
Really badly. I think he'd be interesting. I think there's going to be a lot of other fighters there to just watch. So my hope is that we can grab a Demetrius Johnson.
Yes.
Talk to him about USADA drug testing, because he's the most hilarious.
Talk to him about gaming.
I would talk about gaming in a second. He's better at Dark Souls than me, which makes me mad. But Eddie Alvarez decided, yeah, I can talk trash too. I'm actually pretty good at it. And you know, here's the thing. With all due respect to every other fighter in the UFC, and again, I will always preempt this with, I'm not a fan of certain things Conor McGregor does. Everyone knows this at this point, especially if they watch this platform, this channel, this space. He is the best trash talker in the UFC. It's not even close. I mean, when you talk about the people who are really good at getting inside other people's heads, like Michael Jordan was amazing at psychologically breaking you down.
Yeah.
Conor McGregor is pretty good because he gets these responses out of people, but I think Eddie Alvarez is one of the better ones to get into that. Like Nate Diaz trash talks, but he doesn't really do it creatively. It's it's just, sometimes you don't even understand what he's trying to say. But Eddie Alvarez, here's what he had to say across 3 different quotes. Conor McGregor, this guy is so offensive-minded and ever on the defense that whatever you put on him on the defense, he gets so flustered and so upset. He continues to say, at a certain point in our press conference call, he got desperate. He started talking about my wife and kids and things like that. That is, for me, just a sign of desperation. You don't talk about another man's family unless you're like through the roof pissed off. And continues lastly, if we were in a fight and I was putting him on the defense, I looked at this like, this man is just closing his eyes, throwing bolos. Just to see him cross that, it's good. It's a good sign for me. So, again, in the press conference, which we'll throw, I guess we'll find some pieces to throw into this clip for you. I like Eddie Alvarez's, not really necessarily the trash talking, but the grin.
Yeah.
And I think there's a degree of confidence in him. I do. I don't know what's going to happen in this fight. If I'm going to predict a winner, I think I have to predict Conor McGregor because every time I don't, he wins, and every time I do, he loses. So I don't know what the hell's going to happen. However, in Eddie Alvarez's case, there's just this smile he has about him. And I think it drives Conor McGregor a little more than other fighters he's had. Nate Diaz throws water bottles at him. That creates like an actual explosion in a press conference. But Eddie Alvarez, that little grin, it's kind of annoying. It's kind of undercutting. Maybe it's triggering. I don't know. I don't know. I think in his own way, he's just literally saying that sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. Eddie Alvarez? I think that's all he's saying. That's all he's saying. He's got the belt on his shoulder. That helps. Yeah, but no, I think in all seriousness, I think he's intelligent. You don't trade blows with Conor McGregor when you're going word for word. Right, you're going to lose.
You're going to lose. But one thing is, I've talked about this before. He's an Irishman who's very witty. Like these things roll off the tongue. Like there's something different. I'm very fond of when you're insulting someone. I should do it on the field as well. I told you this when I used to insult someone, and I would call them whatever I would call them in my Scottish accent. It would sound more aggressive. I'd get really into them, and they'd turn around and be like, "Yeah, so's your mom. Where's your kilt?" And I'd be like, I don't get it. But fine, if that's what you want.
What would you say to people?
I don't know.
Come on.
I would call them
wankers.
No, I don't want to go there because it could be taken offensively. Let's just say I would be very I would be very offensive on the park at times, and I would get my point across to try and break them down mentally. Conor McGregor does it, and I think it's a smart thing. Nate Diaz, I don't even think thought about this. I think he just thought to himself, "This guy's trying to insult me. Fuck him." I think in a way Nate Diaz is did a very similar thing to what Eddie Alvarez is doing. Eddie Alvarez is just vocalizing that a little more clearly. He's like, I think he's desperate. I think Nate Diaz was doing the same thing. I think he was literally saying, "Fuck you, like I don't care about any of your words. We'll see what happens in the octagon." That's literally what Eddie Alvarez is doing. He's not doing what Jose Aldo was trying to do, which is trying to go back tit for tat and try
retire?
He was trying to hit him back with the same sort of smash, the same sort of trash talk. Same as Chad Mendes tried to do it as well. You know what I mean? And I think Donald Cerrone did it in a press conference with him.
Donald Cerrone is a good trash talker too.
So they were hitting him back, but again, it's like you don't go toe to toe with a guy who's a verbal gymnast.
Yeah, again, and a lot of people are going to look at this and they're going to say, "Oh my God, I can't believe I'm going to reference this once again." They're going to say like, "Oh my God, Conor McGregor, all you do is talk about Conor McGregor in the trash." Like, he's good at it. It's entertaining.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
It's entertaining. Again, how many people are going to buy the pay-per-view this weekend? Everybody. Which also, by the way, because I said I will not buy a pay-per-view with Conor McGregor on it to watch him fight. I'm just going to be there.
And we didn't pay for it, so
I guess I don't know what to tell you.
He's end of the bargain.
We're really excited to be there. There's a lot of great fights in this card. Robin Black will be in with you on Monday. They're leaving me in New York to binge eat pizza, bagels, pizza and bagels, bagels and pizza. On days.
I'm going to count how many times you're just going to look at me in the middle of whatever we're doing and be like, "Want to get sliced?"
I can't find it because it's an old Snapchat, but every morning I'd send Francis when I was back home for Christmas last year, maybe Thanksgiving, with my breakfast sandwich, and I'd say, "I'm going to do inexplicable things to this bagel."
Yeah, and I would just respond with, "I just don't want to know."
You're a strange person.
Yeah, I did say that back. I was like, "You're very strange. You do know that there's a hole in that bagel, and I'm going to take that in the way that most people would. I'm going to envision you to be, what's his name from American Pie? Jim Levinstein."
Jason Biggs. Yeah. And so comment below, like, favorite, subscribe to all the videos you've seen in this segment, whichever you may call it. Send us some fun tweets when we're at UFC 205.
Oh, if you're there.
Ideas. And if you're in New York City, we'll be obviously around Madison Square Garden, because that's where the fight's going to be. Send us some tweets. We'd be happy to meet you guys if you're around, and we'll come outside and give you a high five and talk about sports.
Take some pics.
Maybe eat some bagels. We'll see you next time.
welcome to the program we're calling the Young Turks today. Michael Schur along with Ben Mankiewicz. And
It's okay.
well, come on.
Jimmy Dore.
Jimmy Dore, that's right. Jimmy, Ben, and I are going to be taking you through this hour. Jimmy, you're going to be on for 2 hours. Ben,
Just the first hour today.
Ben's going to be here all day.
I think I have to stay the second hour.
He's with you all day. Jimmy and I get to go out and not hang out together because we hate each other. Deeply. But there is plenty to discuss today, and none of it is terribly exciting in terms of. There's no great news that we're bringing you today here from the Young Turks.
No feel-good stories?
There are no feel-good stories. I mean, I guess they're feel-good stories if you delight in the sort of the ridiculousness of our president-elect, and that makes you feel good.
I feel good about a Muslim registry. I think most of the viewers do too. Like, makes me feel good.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe you know what? It's turning good.
Lee and I, my wife and I, we didn't register for anything when we got married.
Right.
So this is a nice little.
This would be
We didn't register. That's a good.
That's great.
People are, I think, being a little too negative about.
I'll get you the China, but the Uyghur China, right? The Muslim part of China. I'll get you that China.
Oh, the Uyghur.
Yeah,
China. Right.
The Uyghurs. And Ben, we should point out, you look great. You dressed well. You're unbuttoned.
Well, if I were standing, I of course would button
that
this
up.
top
That's
button.
right.
But also all my good suits are being cleaned, so I have to go with this rather raggedy jacket.
All my good suits. All of a sudden, he's the all my good suits.
All
guy,
my
right?
good suits.
Ben Mankiewicz was in the New York Times yesterday.
I missed this.
Fantastic spread talking about he and Tom Ford, late of Gucci, but also now a filmmaker,
and not late of Tom Ford.
And not late of Tom Ford, but I mean, he made his mark as Gucci, and then Tom Ford.
I thought you meant that he was in an article with the ex-mayor of Toronto or something.
No, that's Rob Ford.
That's Rob
and
Ford.
he died. You don't want to be in that article, right?
Different,
that's not the one.
Ford.
But after Nixon resigned, Tom Ford became president, and Ben yesterday sat with him, and it was just amazing. It was a really great article. You should look it up online. It's the New York Times.
But I got to tell you, so I saw it first online on Saturday. This was Philip Galantis is a writer for the New York Times, and he puts two kind of random people together for lunch, and then he participates in a conversation of three, and then he writes it up. Like he put Nancy Pelosi at lunch with. I've completely forgotten who he put Nancy Pelosi.
Can we guess? Let us guess.
Okay, sure.
Okay, he put Nancy Pelosi at lunch with Amari Stoudemire.
That's right. Right. You nailed it first try. With Julie Louis-Dreyfus.
Oh, okay.
He put the Jay Johnson, who is the head of the Department of Homeland Security. Jay Johnson, the head of Homeland Security, with Kerry from Homeland, with Claire Danes, who plays the sort of the CIA officer on Homeland. And he put me together with Tom Ford. Which I was really nervous about. But then I read the story and it was good. But then you get the paper on Sunday. Jesus, it was like ridiculous. It was like getting the story twice. It was like this giant spread and these beautiful color pictures.
It was amazing.
I got to be honest, it looked great.
I got to see this.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah. Too bad you didn't get Claire Danes.
Yeah, that would have been and Tom Ford was smart about movies and. We were all, but the conversation was full of guarded optimism about the election. We did it like a week before the election, and they were like, "I feel good," and I was like, "Well, I don't feel good at all," but we're a little more hopeful now, and we ripped James Comey, and then there was like, everything will be fine.
Amazing, and they talked to Ben about fashion. We learned a couple of Ben's fashion hints, like he buttons his.
Well,
jacket
I didn't.
Now
I never buttoned my jacket when I was standing on the air. Jimmy has watched me.
Of course.
But
studied you, Ben.
It felt too formal. But Tom Ford said, really, I met him. I was like, "Hey, really nice to meet you," and he said, "Really nice to meet you too. Button your jacket." That's how it started. And so I then went to Atlanta shortly thereafter to tape a week's worth of segments, and I buttoned my jacket. That's the end of that. That little.
But does any of it matter when police are shooting water cannons and rubber pellets at water protectors?
Actually, no.
I guess it doesn't.
Yeah.
That was my segue. Well, anyway, you should check this article out. Ben was great in it, and I've heard great things about Ben on a cruise too, by the way, which is an entirely different thing. But you should watch TCM because that's where you can see Ben all the time introducing movies. But we do this program to talk about what is right and what is wrong in the world. And one of the things that is wrong in our world here in the United States is happening in North Dakota. They're trying to build a pipeline there from North Dakota to Illinois, and people, most notably Native Americans, tribes there in North Dakota, protesting what the fact that it's being built, and it's being built first of all that it's being built. Secondly, that it's being built next to their water supply, thereby endangering it. So these protesters, it's a nice thing to call people water protectors. All protesters should be called water protectors, but they're literally protecting their water. And last night, and I would say one of the climaxes of this entire interaction, the police have come down very hard. They came down very hard last night with water cannons, with rubber bullets, tear gas, and pepper spray. And let's look at the intensifying police presence in North Dakota.
This is a medic.
So basically we have water cannons that are aimed towards our water protectors. So we're having severe cases of hypothermia. They are aiming for people's hands. I took one patient that had the skin shot off of his finger, so he was down to the bone. They're also aiming for the heads. There was another brother that got shot in the head and was losing consciousness. So it's pretty deliberate and it's pretty violent. Woman got shot in the head too, said this gentleman.
Shot in the head by rubber bullets, and that was August White, who I guess we are having when we don't have a crew there. We've had crews there at the Young Turks, and when we're not there, he does he's taping stuff for us. Yeah. And that was, in case you didn't catch that at the beginning, that was a medic who had treated some of the injuries.
Unaware of this has been most of the national news media, I think maybe until last night, and because I started seeing it covered in places and with the regularity in places that it hadn't been covered, and I think that has to do with the election and the prioritization of something like this. This is a real story, and this is an us versus them story that's happening. And I think, Jimmy, do you followed this story and you've been vocal about it for quite a while, longer than most people in the media, but do you think that it has reached now a point where something like last night had to happen, unfortunately, to start getting the attention of people in the media?
I'm surprised it hasn't gotten more attention. Honestly, I hope this gets it. This is always what gets it more attention. But I'm really not heartened by it. Of course, there was going to be more violence because these people aren't going away and they're going to build that pipeline, and so they're going up against the most powerful interests in the world, right? And now they have the power of armed government behind them.
President Obama previously had said that they were looking at either rerouting the pipeline, doing different infrastructure to change the pipeline. Empowered perhaps by the election or not, there are the people that are in charge of this, who own this pipeline, who are building this pipeline, have said, no, this is going to go on as planned. A, is that true? Do we know if that's true? And B, do we know if President Obama has gotten involved? I mean, a lot of people who've criticized the president criticize him for not talking about this, not making an issue out of this. If he were, in fact, behind the scenes working to reroute it and do the kind of diplomacy that he's been given to doing rather than standing up and speaking about it on occasion, is that possible? Do you know anything about that? Is that in the works still?
No, I mean, I haven't heard anything about it. Jordan Sheridan has been up there, and I've talked to everybody who's involved in this, from Jordan to West to...
Jordan and West, Jordan Sheridan, our correspondent, Wes Clark.
Yes, and they're going, and Wes is going to be going up there with a group of veterans soon. So I wish that would happen sooner. No, I haven't heard anything about it. This feels very reminiscent to me of Occupy Wall Street when Barack Obama just let it happen. And it also feels reminiscent of the Wisconsin when they took the teachers union away from them.
The bargaining rights of the teachers.
Yes, so it makes it feels the same to me. He's very silent on it. He said before, when he talked about it before, he seemed very, I said he was sleepy. He was very soft-spoken, and he said he was going to let it play out for a few weeks after he gave false equivalency that both sides have to remain nonviolent. So it's a very I don't even want to talk about this story. Like when I saw this was on, it hurts me. I don't want to, because I just know how this is going to end up. And it's ending up that way right now.
But
And
here's the thing. I mean, all these hard stories are so hard to talk about. Like, Charles Pierce, who writes for Esquire,
Yes.
who we've all seen what he said today. He tweeted, "According to footage, there are law enforcement atrocities going on at Standing Rock. Yo, news directors, it's the Pettus Bridge out there," an allusion to the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama. So nobody wanted to talk about what was going on in the South. But when it got to the bridge and it got ugly, that changed things.
Yeah, and I Occupy Wall Street's an interesting comparison, but it just felt when you're firing rubber bullets and using a water cannon, I mean, that just feels like Bull Connor, and that feels like civil rights movement more to me, and that's galvanizing because I hope, because it just is an obvious moment where the situation isn't fair, and when the response does, and we need cameras there. That's the thing, and you need coverage. I mean, we all bemoan the quality of cable news journalism, and we should. It's not totally worthless yet. And so regular coverage of it, I imagine, would make a difference. I think
it made a difference on the Pettus Bridge. I mean, that's when people up north started paying attention. People in other countries started paying attention when they actually had the footage. And at that time, it was photographs and newsreels. But coming over to America, and it was news.
That was a bigger movement.
Yeah,
and that was a movement it wasn't as easy to dismiss as. First, I mean, a lot of things that worked against the protesters here. Yeah. One, the biggest election of our lifetime and far of coverage, interest, and its mere placement. The American South was a place people go. Nobody goes where this place is. Remote, there's no big market nearby. So all of that worked against it. Now the election's over, but obviously everything this guy does is news. I mean, his wife and kid aren't going to move into the White House, although imagine if Bill Clinton weren't moving into the White House, it would literally be the lead story. And here we're but it's all pointless, and it's all. But we're focused on other things, and not this. There is obviously in this window of a holiday season and the inevitability of Trump's election by the Electoral College and swearing in, which is still 2 months away. If it's going to get coverage. Here we go. It would have to be now. But these are literally the most powerless people in the country.
Unquestionably.
As should be said, fighting arguably the most powerful people in the country.
Right. And not to compare it to the civil rights movement, but the bridge was a flashpoint for it. So if it's going to get attention, now it's getting it, and now it should get attention, and it wasn't getting attention before. Ben mentioned the rubber bullets. Here's a man who was actually hit in the head in North Dakota by a rubber bullet.
They got him covered. He's got a head wound.
Got a head wound. Let's go. Okay. Who's here? Great. We got water?
Yeah, but we only have one.
I'm going to sit. Is your truck up here? Oh, yeah. The white top. I'll get it. He also needs a blanket. Who has a blanket?
There's a blanket right behind him.
Honestly, when someone came and put a blanket on me earlier, it just pushed the fucking water under my skin and made it colder. Does anyone have a flashlight? I took my jacket off. I had more layers. Two guys hitting the crowd.
Yeah, hold on, stop. Passenger seat, is it open?
There's someone in there that hasn't.
This man was shot directly in the head with a rubber bullet.
I know it's gonna be hard.
Could have killed him. He's lucky to be alive.
Lean to the side. Yep, I know. Right. Even if you do that. Throw!
Prayers, man, prayers.
You're a hero.
Additionally, really, really cold, and the temperatures in the low 20s.
Yeah, and you're spraying water on them.
Yeah.
And as the medic said, there's hypothermia cases. It's not hard to imagine that when it's 20 degrees outside and you get sprayed water, there's going to be some hypothermia. It's not like you can run to the hotel. The nearest hotel is, I heard, 30 miles away. What we need to change, if this is a Pettus Bridge type situation, we need, the citizen journalism has been great. What mainstream journalism can provide is mainstream acceptance. And someone who theoretically could then challenge, what the citizen journalists can't do is go to whoever ordered the firing of the water cannons or the rubber bullets and say, why'd you fire the water cannons and the rubber bullets? Theoretically, CNN, MSNBC, CBL, the New York Times, those places can. So they need to do it. And that will change, I hope, would change the nature of the story.
What do you think their reluctance is?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it seemed like a marginal story to a lot of people for a long time. It seems like less of a marginal story. Part of it is our ability to focus. Like when the election's going on, it's literally a resource. They're not going to take someone off covering the election and send them out there. I would say that's a mistake and something that probably would not have happened in 1965 or before the 1964 election, but happens now. Whatever the reasons before, it happened. I don't think they're conspiratorial. I think they have to believe that this is a relevant story to Americans. But at some point, you know, your job is both to report on the news and to alert people to what the news is, too. It's not just, well, Americans aren't interested in this. At some point, you say as a journalist, Americans aren't interested in this, but they ought to be interested in this, and then you go cover it.
And this is a story that people, you know, generally the news would move on from pretty quickly once it was over. And that's part of the problem with these pipelines, it turns out, is that they just go from moment to moment and they keep getting built and they cover them for a minute. And now the story's old. I mean, because everybody was talking about the pipeline for a while before the election. So Ben is 100% right. I mean, it's the ability of people watching to focus and the people deciding what's interesting news, putting it on the air. It has been interesting news. It's now more interesting, A, because of what it's up against, and a lot of people don't want to watch the new president-elect either. So they're hungering for another news story, you know, and I think that's part of it.
Weren't we waiting? Wasn't the Army Corps of Engineers going to look to what inexplicably didn't happen in the first place? Like,
yes.
The Army Corps of Engineers was going to look to see whether there was a threat to the Standing Rock Sioux water.
Yes. An environmental impact thing. They're still
so
holding off on their final decision,
Right, so-
apparently.
And they're waiting to have talks with them as well.
Right, so-
the Corps and the
But as the
Standing Rock.
company goes forward, right, and to see whether, and also to see whether the burial ground was disrupted, to see whether it would. But and then Obama saying, hey, maybe we should take these things into account in the first place. Yes, you should take them into account in the first place, but okay, you're taking them into account now. So since that's happening, in a sane world, the company would just wait. And they would call everybody home and they would cover their stuff with a tarp or whatever it is you do when you're building a pipeline, and you would wait for word. But when you might have to move your stuff in another direction, since there doesn't seem to be, unlike what Bernie Sanders has to say, and we'll get to that momentarily, which is don't build the pipeline at all. I mean, for the Standing Rock issue, the issue is they just want it moved. I mean, I'm sure most of them would like it not built at all. But first and foremost is nobody seems to be talking now about not building it at all.
This is an eminent domain issue at its core, and the people that are being eminent domained here are the Standing Rock Sioux, and not to mention other tribes up there as well that stake a claim to that area.
You know, Amnesty International sent people there last month, and to make sure that to see whether there were human rights abuses by law enforcement. You know, again, that shouldn't happen here. And I believed for a long time that sort of thing wouldn't happen here, that we wouldn't have to worry about it. But the police, because of the remote nature of it and because of the lack of cameras, unquestionably are emboldened because there's nobody checking them.
So what do you
And I'm
think?
sure the company said, we don't have to imagine, hey, clear these guys out, God damn it, and get this done. So when the Corps of Engineers comes through, I don't want to wait 10 minutes before we start going. I don't want to wait 5 minutes. We get that report. We are drilling. We're constructing, and to construct, obviously, we can't kill people while that'll be a problem. Yeah. That'll cost us this. So clear those people out. And because there's no significant media presence there, because it's all people like August White, and God bless him, the company, I'm sure, felt emboldened and empowered to behave in this way. And my hunch is they're patting themselves on the back. Literally, I'm sure somewhere there was a conversation where they're like, hey, we didn't use real bullets. You know, we used water and rubber bullets. What are they complaining about? You want us to get tough? You just look what will happen when we get tough.
They're protecting the water. We're using it.
That's right.
So there was a story, a few weeks ago or a week and a half ago about two police officers who had quit. Or there was reports that they had said that they were going to turn in their badge because they didn't approve of the violence being used on those. And people were like, look, isn't that good? And I said, no, this is actually bad because now those two good guys aren't there anymore and they're going to be replaced by two bad guys.
Right.
And so when you saw everybody was happy about that story, and I was like, that's actually a bad story because now we just have maniacs out there. And look what they're doing.
Unless that story gets covered in the way you hope it would get covered, then it becomes a big deal. Then those guys can become spokesmen and people on the air, and it makes a difference. But you're right, if you just walked away, not in any way the same thing. But my grandfather, when he used to write movies, and he didn't like to do, he would just refuse to do something, and on principle. Right, he wouldn't write a scene for a movie called The Spanish Main. There's a big ship sinking at the end, and they were like, it costs too much money. Just write a scene where they talk about the ship sinking. Right, that'll be cheaper. Right? And he was like, no, outrageous. And they were like, all right, you do it. It's not like you don't win by just walking away.
Right.
When my grandfather was doing the dry cleaning at Yale, let's listen to Bernie Sanders. You'll remember him. Bernie is a senator from Vermont, and he ran for president earlier this year. But he has been an advocate for the Standing Rock not from the word go, but as earlier than any public speaker. And he also had a message for President Obama.
So we say to President Obama, in any and every way you can, stop the pipeline. Every environmental study will tell you, do not build this pipeline. And if there are other approaches, such as declaring Standing Rock a federal monument, let's do that.
And President Obama has made a lot of places federal monuments, so this wouldn't be new to him. But I want to wrap this, but I want to ask each of you a question. What do you think President Obama? I mean, I don't think he's sitting back there saying, "Oh, we have to protect these corporations. I'm taking their side. Boom, that's it." And Jimmy, and you may think that, I don't know, but I don't think that's really what's going on. What is the motivation for the president not yet taking a stand on this? And do you conjecture that he's trying to do things in a back channel way here?
That would be amazing if he was doing that. I hope that's what he's doing, trying to do a back channel thing. But I will say this: I don't know, Michael. I often say that to my wife. Like, how do you think he sleeps at night, knowing that he could do something about this right now, and he's not? And there's many situations, not just this, that I say that about. But I'll just give you a real quick quote. This is Barack Obama before this Standing Rock situation started, and what he had to say about Native Americans before that. He said, "We also recommit to supporting tribal self-determination, security, and prosperity for all Native Americans. While we cannot erase the scourges of broken promises of our past, we will move ahead together in writing a new, brighter chapter in our joint history." So that's what is the problem. Like, he knows all the right words to say, and then when the time for action comes, he doesn't. Like, he told the teachers, "I'll put on the comfortable shoe." The time came to put it on, he didn't. The time to stand up to those words are now, and I hope he stands up to them.
I hope he does too. I don't know what the motive. I mean, I'm sure the initial motivation, it's Barack Obama, and he thought we got the Corps. He did something. The Corps of Engineers went, and they're going to reevaluate it, and he thought that there was a chance that would broker a peaceful settlement until at least it's somebody else's problem, right? But it isn't now, and it's escalating. And I hope now that he does something. And he should have gone to Wisconsin, and that might have made a difference.
Yeah, he definitely should have gone to Wisconsin.
Should have gone to Wisconsin.
So too should Hillary of Clinton have gone to Wisconsin. Okay, we move on from that, but the Young Turks are going to be covering that probably more intensively than any place else. So keep watching this space for that story. A big story that came out of New York almost by accident this weekend was Vice President-elect Mike Pence, the governor of Indiana, went to see the hit Broadway show Hamilton, was met with boos when he walked in. People were tweeting like crazy from the show saying, the vice president-elect is here. They're booing. After the show, in an unprecedented way, I mean, during the show, actually, at different times during different numbers, there was extended applause, sending messages, particularly on immigration, to Mike Pence, who they knew who was there. Afterwards, Pence got up with his security detail, started to walk out, and this is what happened then.
And Vice President-elect Pence, I see you walking out, but I hope you will hear us just a few more moments. There's nothing to boo here, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing to boo here. We're all here sharing a story of love. We have a message for you, sir. We hope that you will hear us out. And I encourage everybody to pull out your phones and tweet and post, because this message needs to be spread far and wide, okay? Vice President-elect Pence, we welcome you, and we truly thank you for joining us here at Hamilton, an American Musical. We really do. We, sir, we are the diverse America who are alarmed and anxious that your new administration will not protect us, our planet, our children, our parents, or defend us and uphold our inalienable rights, sir. But we truly hope that this show has inspired you to uphold our American values and to work on behalf of all of us. All of us.
The star of Hamilton, Brandon Victor Dixon, who I think, guys, gave there was nothing critical of Mike Pence right there. He was reaching out, saying exactly how he felt and they felt in a non-inflammatory way. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree with that. Yeah, that was really
sounded like hysterical harassment to me.
It was well, it's funny that you mentioned that because there's a fellow named Donald Trump. He just became elected president, and he took to Twitter to talk about what Brandon Victor Dixon and the Hamilton, both the crowd and the cast, did. Here is Donald Trump. This is number one. Our wonderful future VP, Mike Pence, was harassed last night, as Ben just said, at the theater by the cast of Hamilton. Cameras blazing. This should not happen.
Harassed. So that statement, harassed.
Right. Harassed. And there was nothing harassing, really, about what they did. They spoke. We'll move on.
Cameras blazing.
Right.
You're the vice president.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. That's what happens wherever you go.
Exactly.
There were cell phones.
Yeah.
And there were cell phones.
Yes.
And there was one that we've seen, right? I mean, I'm sure there were many.
Blazing.
Let's go back. Let's keep going to Donald J. Trump. You can follow him, folks, at the real Donald Trump. The theater must always be a safe and special place. The cast of Hamilton was very rude last night to a very good man. Mike Pence apologized.
Now, before we move on from that one, I when I saw this one, I tweeted because instantly, if you say this one with a British accent, it's actually pretty great.
Let me hear it.
The theater must always be a safe and special place.
Right. And if you say that and your last name is Lincoln, it's a completely different meaning there.
Donnie Tanahan sounds very triggered in that, and what he's really asking for literally is a safe place. But don't they often give people a hard time for, you need a safe space?
Right.
Isn't he there? Aren't they, and it first of all, Mike Pence wasn't asked one question about his horrible anti-LGBT stances at the debate, so it's up to fucking actors.
Which horrible stance do you mean? The one where he was going to take funding for AIDS treatment and HIV prevention and redirect it to gay conversion therapy?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, okay.
No, there was a vice presidential debate.
There was one. There actually was one, yeah. And he won.
Indeed he did.
It's funnier that these guys feel that where they actually get harassed is at a theater, and where they don't is in a newsroom.
That's right.
That's exactly right. And Donald Trump was booed on his way to vote, so he knows what it feels like at this point. Donald Trump went on. There's more, folks. Said the cast and producers of Hamilton, which I hear is highly overrated. Nobody has said that about Hamilton. It's universally, I think, thought of as fantastic. I don't know anyone who said it's overrated, but I'm sure there are one or two people, and they've all spoken to Donald Trump. Immediately apologized to Mike Pence for their terrible behavior. Well, let's hear then what Mike Pence had to say about it when he was asked about it on CBS News this weekend.
I heard the remarks that were made at the end, and what I can tell you is I wasn't offended by what was said. I'll leave to others whether it was the appropriate venue to say it. But I want to assure people who were disappointed in the election results, people who are feeling anxious about this time in the life of our nation, that President-elect Donald Trump meant exactly what he said on election night, that he is going to be the president of all the people of the United States of America.
Until I am.
Right, until like March of 2018, when again I'll be taking over. He just won't come to work.
That was the right answer.
That's the right answer.
That's the right answer.
At least Mike Pence knows something about how politics is supposed to work.
And some people who you would think might know about that. Let's Newt Gingrich. You remember him, former Speaker of the House. He tweeted as well about this in a not Pencean way. He said, "The arrogance and hostility of the Hamilton cast to Vice President-elect, a guest at the theater, is a reminder the left still fights."
Yeah, I mean, good. Right. I like the end of that tweet. It's a reminder that the left still fights. I mean, the arrogance, I guess you can call it arrogance, I suppose, that But as stars of a Broadway show, they feel they have a right to speak to the. I don't agree with it, but you can make an argument that isn't insane that it was arrogant. Good luck convincing many people.
Hostility.
Hostility.
Right.
Please don't boo.
Yeah.
Sir, we hope after the election that you will respect our rights, and we're nervous about it. Hostile. That's
Actually,
hostile.
this is frightening if that's how the left is going to fight, right? If they call that hostile fighting, that's a disaster for the left.
So I'm curious, because I go back and forth on this story. At first, I sent a tweet like, eager for March of 2019 when this becomes the 8,374th worst thing that has happened during the Trump administration, to oh no, this is actually sort of serious, that this is a moment where the powerful were challenged, and even the most respectful type of public challenge was met with derision by the president-elect and a sense that they have to apologize for daring to speak the truth to power, for daring to speak to Mike Pence. And to those who say, including many on the left, including a lot of people I like, that this was in the right place because it's the theater and you're a guest and I don't know, when are they going to get a chance that Mike Pence is going to be in front of them again?
Right.
And so I don't think it was the wrong place, and I think they handled it in a very unbelievably respectful
and had
way.
they not said it, they bettered the situation. The headlines would have been, unruly crowd boos Mike Pence, right? The left is their crybabies. Here's what happened. The cast came out and made it look better.
Said, don't boo. We want to read a statement of what our concerns are.
Did they mock Donald Trump's handicap or anything?
Yeah, right.
They didn't do that in public in front of a stadium?
But that wouldn't have been arrogant or hostile.
No, that wouldn't.
Yeah, it wasn't that Donald Trump mocked the reporter with the handicapped and imitated. It was just the wrong place for that.
Yes.
There's a right place to mock somebody with a handicap, I think.
That's the thing. And I think there's also a right place to race bait. There's also a time to be an and a right place to be an anti-Semite.
Right.
There's also the place, time and place is what this is all about. And at the theater just isn't
right. It's like when Michelle Obama went to the NASCAR race and they booed her, right? In Southern Virginia. That was not the right place to boo Michelle Obama at a NASCAR race. It's wrong place.
I bet they would disagree.
I bet they would disagree. Yeah. Well,
what do we think of the graphic?
Hey, Mikey.
Yeah.
Hey, Mikey likes it. It's all right.
I think it was good.
Was that yours?
Yeah, I was pleased with it. First of all, we spent 22 minutes, and then we were like, we got to come up with something.
Yeah, it doesn't show 22 minutes worth of work.
It does not show 22 minutes worth of work. I'll grant that, but I don't know. I just think it's a nice little wonderful.
I've heard
70s.
Hey Mikey my whole life, and being my name, but I've not.
Hey Mikey, he likes it.
There was a crowd seeking to get his attention.
Mikey
hey
likes
Mikey.
It. Yeah, but Mikey didn't like it.
Yeah, and that's why we didn't include that part.
All right, we're going to take a little break here now. We have more Bernie Sanders ahead. We have Reince Priebus ahead, not as great a tease. And we have Muslims. Come on back. Back on the Young Turks, Michael Schur with Jimmy Dore and Ben Mankiewicz. We talked earlier about Bernie Sanders at the Dakota Access Pipeline and calling for that to be made a federal land and a federal registered land and to get. What am I?
Make it turning it into
a
national monument.
National monument. That's what I was looking for. National monument. Now Bernie Sanders, of course, later asked, as he often is, he's a senator, asked a lot about politics. He was asked his thoughts on the 2020 election, and Bernie Sanders, in very Bernie Sanders fashion, had an answer.
This is incredible, and I have to say this in all due respect. Are we ready? We haven't inaugurated this president, and we're talking about 2020 because it's easy to write about. What about talking about climate change and whether the planet survives? What about talking about income and wealth inequality in America? What about talking about youth unemployment in African American communities of 30-40%? What about talking about immigration reform, criminal justice reform? Those are the issues that the American people need to be engaged in. To start talking about who's going to be running in 2080, and look at you, you look like a good candidate. I mean, how much money do you have? Maybe we'll run you. I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but the American people are tired of that. They really are. They would like to hear serious discussion on serious issues. Who's running in 2020 or 2090 is of concern. And I got to tell you, people are turning off their TVs. They are tired of, all of that stuff.
I loved that. I hadn't seen it. I read it, and obviously Michael and I talked, and we've already talked about who's going to run in 2020, and we will again. And I get why the guy asked it, but having been a reporter for a long time, man, it's a lot easier. That's the easy story. And the question was not just about 2020. What do you think's on Cory Booker? Right, so it was like, hey, let's ask him about Cory Booker. See if Bernie's saying Cory Booker. He's an interesting guy. He makes a powerful progressive case, but has these ties to Wall Street. Like, let's see what Bernie has to say about him. And what you have to like about Bernie is his refusal to play that game, his refusal to get what would unquestionably be, because I think when he answers this, he doesn't know it's going to make news. I really don't, because
of course not.
Yeah, but a Cory Booker answer is going to make news, and he'd get on TV and whatever. But no, but he is determined that these are the things we ought to be talking about.
But I also understand the urge to. I mean, this is a man who ran for president, right? And the urge is to say, "All right, it's over now. Who do you like next time? You're a guy who ran." I mean, I think that question goes to Mitt Romney all the time and Michael Dukakis all the time.
Sure, of course. I don't, and I understand it, but it is a nice example of what is wrong, of the direction journalism has gone, because that is the easiest story to write in the world. That's why Tim Russert asked it every single week.
Yeah.
Right? You're going to run? You're not going to run? Hey, and I would say that you're giving up an hour of airtime to, we had a debate where Mosul beat climate change 41-0. They talked about Mosul. Trump didn't even know where Mosul is, but he's talking about Mosul. The words climate change were never spoken.
He's not going to win.
Yeah, right. Those words were never spoken at the debate. There is a point where we have to, nothing we can do to assess it. We hope that journalists themselves assess the manner in which we cover politics. And Anna and you and I argue all the time because she's like, I don't like the racehorse part of it. And at some point, like when it's October before November, the racehorse part of it is super interesting because the horses are coming down the stretch, right? But to her point, that's a racehorse question now. And I think it's I love that there's a guy who answers it the way Bernie Sanders answered it. I'll leave it at that.
I don't know why he ducks that question. Just tell me. I want to know. What do you
think about Cory Booker?
I agree with you guys, and I like the question. Both. I think there's a place to ask the question. I think if you're sitting with Bernie Sanders and you're trying to get him to talk about politics, that's a question you ask. The shame of it is that you don't have a room full of people who, after that question is asked, are not asking about climate change, or not asking about income inequality, and asking about the other. I think there's room for all of it, not exclusively that.
Like the great reporters, the guys who I admire, the guys who I think you admire too. But like recent in our lives, columnists anyway. Jack Germond would have said, who gives a shit about 2020?
Right.
Like what kind of freaking question is that? You want to start guys talking about 2020? And I just wish there was a little more cynicism for that than what know will be, what would be the headline story is not going to be about climate change. It's not going to be about income inequality or 30 to 40% unemployment in African-American communities, or the fact that both candidates who wanted to do something about making college affordable lost, and there'll be no effort whatsoever to make college affordable. But what we'll get on the front page is, how are the Democrats coming back? Is it Elizabeth Warren? Is it Cory Booker? What does that mean for the party?
And now we don't know what Bernie thinks.
Right. It would be great. What I want is that somebody followed it up, like called his office. That was a good answer, but seriously, Cory Booker.
What do you think, Cory Booker? What I think a way he could have asked that question, which I wish he would have asked that question, which is what you almost just said, was going forward. What do you see? Do you really think Chuck Schumer is the person to lead this anti-establishment message you have? Do you really think it's Chuck Schumer who's going to deal with income inequality? And maybe that's what he could have said. Or do you think it would be Cory Booker who would be better? Who do you think should lead the Democrats right now? I think that's an appropriate question, don't you think?
Yes, because then he can answer. Because then he can answer about. I think the person who should lead the Democrats will take him in a direction where we talk about these issues. That's how he'd answer that, I presume, which would be an answer to that. But
he's already backed Keith Ellison for the DNC chair, and he would say that would probably be a more appropriate place to do those things and what have you. I don't know, but it doesn't look good. The Democrats don't look like they're really gonna be able to pull themselves together. Does it? It doesn't.
No, I don't know. I have no idea. I disagree that it doesn't look that way. I have no clue what's going to happen. But what I read suggests that they're talking about it. What I read suggests a recognition, like Chuck Schumer or not, a recognition by Chuck Schumer, which I think is critical, of, if I'm going to win, if I'm going to hold on to this caucus, I have to move left. That's where this caucus is. A very quick move to say Keith Ellison. Bernie Sanders said Keith Ellison. Bernie Sanders has power. Elizabeth Warren has power. That's where I recognize it. You know, will he betray that later? I have no idea, but he's a politician. And I think what gets left out all the time in conversations about the cravenness of politicians and their selling out to money is that they go where the power is. And why I thought it was critical that Hillary won was because then you have a chance to influence power. And it seemed clear to me that the Democratic caucus was moving left, and with effective leadership, could have been pushed left. To your point that it is much harder now for Democrats in the face of this loss to fall back on the way they've done things for the last 16 years. I will concede that. But I think there was a real chance to move the party left, and I think there still is that chance, and I think what Schumer and Reid did is a reflection of that.
Yeah, perfectly said. And also there's insurgency now. I mean, you have somebody like Keith Ellison who is trying to get that job. You have Tim Ryan running against Nancy Pelosi, an uphill battle, but one that was just given to without battle to Nancy Pelosi prior to that. He's not exactly the kind of person you'd think that would take the party to the left, but he is saying that we've become the party of the coasts, and we have to become the party of America, not just by talking about it. He probably won't beat Nancy Pelosi. She has a lot of power and a lot of loyalty, and she's created a lot of loyalty, and has been good on a lot of things. But you have Democrats sort of saying we do need to change things a little bit. And to Ben's point, that's exactly what will influence Chuck Schumer. Well, listen, there are a lot of different ways to look at Chuck Schumer. He's a senator from New York, and when you're a senator from New York, you're the senator of everyone in New York, not just Wall Street, but other people, but including Wall Street. But I also, you can't overstate the power of a senator, but you can show how the senator is moving his party or following his party to a way that the party on the whole thinks it should be going. And that's something that Chuck Schumer is totally capable of. Look what's happening with Donald Trump already. You see all these Republicans falling in line now. To what Ben just said, follow the power. Go to where the power is, because that's where you can influence. They can't influence by saying, you know what, I'm going to support Paul Ryan because, he was my guy, or I was a Ted Cruz guy in the race and I'm going to stay with. No, you go to where the power is, and that's what attracts politicians all the time.
I think what what is missing, from the Democratic Party is that, they did make a conscious choice to move towards Wall Street and Silicon Valley and to sell out their base through trade deals like NAFTA and TPP. And I think that we need unions, right? I think we need to build that up again. Like I was talking about, I brought it up to Cenk, what if we tried to unionize the Walmart workers just in California? And what would that have, because it was like Martin Luther King had a lot more to do with things than politicians did in a sense, right? The society moved and then the politicians followed, I think is what happened.
In some cases in history, yeah.
Yeah,
totally.
so I think that's what we need to kind of do again, in a sense, because I keep getting disappointed by Democrats, right? And we're all going to keep getting, disappointed by them. And Chuck Schumer, it was nice to see him. But what I remember about Chuck Schumer in 2014 was when he came out and said it was a mistake to do Obamacare. And he railed against the president about that. That was a mistake. People didn't want that. I was like, what? First of all, that's a victory. You guys won, and now you're apologizing for your goddamn victories. And then I played on my show for the last 3 weeks him saying their strategy was, for every blue-collar worker you lose in Pennsylvania, we're going to get 2 or 3 Republicans in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And he said you could do that in Ohio, and you can do that in Indiana, and you can do that in Illinois. And he was wrong about that. And so that's that thing that bothers me. It's like...
But there's the thing. He was wrong about that. He's allowed to be wrong, right? I mean, he's a senator. He's got a powerful position. He's allowed to be wrong. I completely agree with you about him with Obamacare. But on the whole, Chuck Schumer was a good congressman. He's been a good senator, and he has fought for many of the things that I am simpatico with, And so but he's allowed to be wrong, and I find that with Joe Biden supported a bankruptcy bill. I couldn't stand him for that one moment. But in the whole breadth of his political life, I've been behind him all the time. I can't just judge him on the bankruptcy bill.
What is undeniable to me is that at least in these early, it's been, 2 weeks, right?
Yes.
13 days. There is a recognition of that. Whether the establishment old way of doing things wins, we don't know. But the pressure and the people who are getting on television are Bernie Sanders, Keith Ellison, and Elizabeth Warren. And literally everything out of Elizabeth Warren's mouth, I want to stand up and cheer. Literally, among them in the last 2 days was, yeah, enough of the whining. That's it. Let's go. We got work to do. So I'm literally following her lead and reading her reaction to things. And if she's satisfied, then the party's moving left because she's not going to drift center.
So what happened after the Tea Party response to George Bush being not a conservative in their face, right? He did the Medicare, he expanded it, unfunded, he did these foreign wars, and real conservatives and he ballooned the deficit, and real conservatives aren't supposed to be for that. So they did the Tea Party, right? And I think that's what the Democrats need. They need a Tea Party because what happens? This. By the way, when people elected Trump, that was an anti-establishment, that was an anti-Republican Party vote. Right, that's what I think, and that's why he won the primaries. People were upset with the establishment. People were upset with the establishment on the left too, and so I think that's what we need to get back to. Was an anti-establishment kind of a look. What do you?
I don't know. The establishment is strong and hard to overturn.
You're right. That's where the money
Democrats is. I understand, but Democrats have been left before. You can move them back left. There is not, until there's a serious, powerful third party. That's your best bet. The signs early that Chuck Schumer, Harry Reid, and Bernie Sanders got into leadership, and that those three people, and as far as I know, I don't know what Elizabeth Warren has said about Keith Ellison, but that those people are supporting Keith Ellison, that is to me a very good sign. Paul Begala, who is as much part of the establishment as there is, was quoting, I don't think it's complicated to win this thing, but the way you have to win it is to be authentic. And he said, look, we learned in this election that it's what Bill Clinton said. It's the economy, stupid. And that was right, because people believed that Bill Clinton was going to look out for them.
Yes.
Right? And then he, in a booming economy, whether it was malicious intent or indifference or selling out, ended up weakening the economic standing of many Americans who were loyal Democrats, who'd been union guys. NAFTA had unforeseen consequences that some people did foresee, but other people didn't. And it turned out the people who warned of the unforeseen consequences were more right than they were wrong. But that message, if it's the economy, stupid, is still the right message. That's what the Trump voters thought, was that this guy will help. That's what populism is. It's not. It's a lot of it is economic populism. I'm not talking about the 50 million racists who voted for him.
Yes, we're talking
about the 20 million, or maybe let's go with 30%.
We're talking about,
let's go with 30. About I don't know. Let's say
it's not about and it's about why
they
her
were
vote
unlikables.
I think it was about why her vote wasn't as big or enthusiastic as it could have been.
Yeah. Although she's going to end up enthusiasm. We're never going to rate it. She's going to end up pretty close to Obama's number. She's ahead right now. It's, again, worth mentioning every day, by 1.7 million votes. She's going to win by 2 million votes.
Already outdoing Kennedy, Nixon, Bush,
in percentage-wise victory. Yeah. So. And she's, at 63 million. Obama just got 65 million, right, last time.
Yeah.
Is that right?
She's close.
Yeah, she's close. So, and turnout went up from 2012. So there was, but of course, most of those extra votes went to Trump.
And Northern Virginia still hasn't come in.
If you talk about the economy, Begala's right, if you talk about the economy in a meaningful way, and with meaningful policies, and meaningful reduction in the widening gap between rich and poor, and meaningful ways to energize the economy through building infrastructure and giving people jobs, and meaningful trade deals that do the best we can in a trade deal for workers, then I think you'll win. I think it's not that far away. But you can't simply, especially now after that line has been poisoned, you can't just say it. You have to do it. You have to advocate those policies. And my fear is that a traditional leadership at the DNC, and we've spent way too much time talking about the DNC in general, other than what it represents. No national committee in the history of national committees has been as powerful as the created power that the DNC had.
So true.
But nonetheless, it will represent the direction that the party goes in the immediate future until it perhaps is supplanted in 2018. So talk about the economy in a meaningful way that makes a difference in the lives of actual working people, and I think you're poised to win again. That does not address having, I think, 14 state legislatures to 33 controlled by the Republicans, or these staggering numbers where Democrats are lacking.
And secretaries of state, most of whom were Democrats, who have now lost in most of the races. That was a big takeaway from election night. We move on from the Democrats to the Republicans. Reince Priebus, who has that job, does he still have it? I guess he still has it as the head of the RNC, is now going to be the chief of staff for President Trump's White House. And it's so weird to say that. And he is now talking about the Muslim registry, something that has been talked about by this transition team and by this candidate in the waning days of his candidacy. Here is Reince Priebus talking about what that is, and we'll discuss exactly what he's meaning as he parses his words.
Can you equivocally rule out a registry for Muslims?
Look, I'm not going to rule out anything, but I wouldn't. We're not going to have a registry based on a religion.
So, I mean, it's the easiest question to answer with, yes, I can rule out a registry for Muslims. And he says, look, I'm not going to rule out anything.
And then says, we're not going to have a registry for Muslims, so I guess you're ruling that out.
Right.
Or are you?
Or are you? Or is it going to be people from different countries? All of whom happen to be Muslim. But it's not going to be based on religion. It's going to be based on the fact that you're from Syria, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, and...
right, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. And it sounds like at the beginning, he was trying to remember
yes.
what they were supposed to say about it. We're not going to rule out anything, but we're not going to have a registry for Muslims. Okay, that's what it is, because then we can still do it by country. Okay, I got it. I'm ready to go. Yeah.
And then he says, talking later, he said, certainly isn't a blanket for all people of that faith, but Mike Flynn is one of the most highly respected intelligence officers in America. Certainly no one can deny that. He's talking about General Michael Flynn, who said that Islam is a political ideology. And if you do it you don't do it by religion, but you do it by ideology, somehow it's going to be better. This is the scariest stuff that's come out of these, I think, early weeks of this transition team. Would anybody disagree with that?
That is scary, especially since there's a precedent for in our country that we did it to the Japanese. But Ronald Reagan cleared that up and he gave them all 20 grand. So,
yeah,
they were able to get a Toyota. So
it was a K car, I think.
I think so. Yeah. Probably right back then. So, yeah, this. You know what? Yes. I think now, the country, when we did it before to the Japanese, I think the country would stand up and not let it happen again. What's happening in North Dakota right now would multiply it by 10 or wherever it would happen.
Hopefully by more than 10, because
yeah.
But really, I mean, there has to be a great civic involvement in that.
And so what someone said, I read an African American leader on Twitter. I don't know who. I can't remember exactly who it was. It was someone new to me, and they said they were talking about people. They said, the community leaders will stand up if Donald Trump tries to do this mass deportation, and we're not going to let it happen. And he tweeted out, where were the community leaders when Barack Obama's been doing this? So I hope that Donnie Trump wakes up people, and people won't let this kind of stuff happen. I don't think Americans will let this happen again. Yeah. Do you think so? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think it would be an ugly street fight, but I don't think so. And I think from both benign and aggressive ways. I think people registering who aren't Muslim and just flooding the registry would be part of what happens. And it's
probably what would happen.
Clever and effective. We don't have a ton of time left, but I think that there's one more Trump story that I want to get to, and that is his during this campaign, a report shows that Donald Trump registered 8 companies in Saudi Arabia during the election. What they do is, he said to me in Alabama, he was talking about the Saudis, he said, they buy apartments from me, they spend $40 million, $50 million. Am I supposed to dislike them? I like them very much. I would want to protect Saudi Arabia, but Saudi Arabia is going to have to help us economically. So he registered these companies in August of 2015. He launched his campaign in June of 2015. So just after he launched his campaign, he registered these companies. They're registered under names called the THC Jeddah Hotel and DT Jeddah Technical Services, right? So that is what Trump was doing while he was running his campaign. Now he's talking about even doing, continuing his business by having Jared Kushner and Ivanka in his meetings. And then in Argentina, he was.
To me, this was bolder even than the.
This is but that's the setup to what I think is the most egregious. Which he was talking to Mauricio Macri, and Mauricio Macri is the president of Argentina. He was speaking to President-elect Trump, and he called to congratulate him as leaders do on his victory, and I hope say you lost the popular vote. And then he said, so Macri spoke to Jorge Lanata, who is a journalist in Argentina for La Nación, which is the leading newspaper of Argentina, or one of them. And he said Macri called him. This is the report. Macri called Trump. This still hasn't emerged, but Trump asked for them to authorize a building he's constructing in Buenos Aires. It wasn't just a geopolitical chat. So he had this first conversation with a world leader of, the second biggest second biggest economy in Latin America, and he's talking about his own building there as president-elect.
Yeah, it's staggering that you would. But nobody cares. Nobody seems to. Because of our comfort. We've reached a level of distrust of the mainstream media, at least on Trump's side, that side of the ledger. They just don't believe anything. It doesn't matter. Like I'm literally hearing the reaction to this story in my head, and it's like, guy's got a building.
Really good journalist, Jimmy. Really good journalists throughout this campaign on Twitter, which is the way that a lot of people get and give news. Would break stories like this, and the meme that was going around was nothing matters. Nothing matters. Like so and so's a big story, big story, big story. Nothing matters, right? How nothing mattered. This should be the biggest story that.
And we know now that those Trump bots were coming out and they were undermining these stories on a consistent basis. And it turns out they were much better organized in ways that we kept thinking they didn't have a ground game.
Right.
They had a pre-ground game that dismissed all of these stories, and now we got 61 million people who voted for Trump, 61 plus million, who don't believe any story or just don't care about it.
And this is, I think, one of those stories that the people who you would want it to change their mind, look, he's tricking you, look, where they go, fuck, I'd do that. I'd do the same thing. So that kind of shit they don't understand the ramifications of that. Really, they just go, why wouldn't you try to help yourself? I'll try to get a deal. Right, I think that's what people think.
Did you hear what he said to Theresa May? I didn't believe this story.
This is an unbelievable
I couldn't believe she's talking to Theresa May, the Prime Minister of Great Britain. And he said, I'm paraphrasing, but maybe not.
Yes.
Next time you're in town, give me a call.
Give me a call.
Right. Call sometime if you're in town. I mean, and that's just ridiculous and embarrassing. But this is illegal. This is.
Well, so what has to happen, Michael? Right. So now Congress isn't going to investigate him. That's who had.
No, but Jeff Sessions will.
So this is like you have to have a congressional committee investigate.
He's not president yet. This is not the first time it's going to happen.
Right.
When it does happen and he is president, you would have to hope that people in Congress, inspectors general, whoever it is, I know you're giving me that's pie in the sky face.
No, but
that's what has to happen.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to have to get pissed off about this when it matters that it's happening. Right this second, it doesn't really matter. He hasn't been sworn in, nothing.
Right.
He will be, and then all of these things, I suspect, that's where the media is going to start being heard. That's where Congress is going to start using the media to be heard. That would be what I would expect to have happen.
But I don't expect a Republican Congress to investigate
him. No, a Republican Congress won't unless they find that he is faltering everywhere and they see opportunity. And they're going to turn on their own because he's not one of their own. They don't view, many in Congress will not at a certain point view him as one of their own and say, hey, we got to,
Well, Donnie Tyner has never went out and raised money for them. So they don't have that kind of history, right? So
well, it's not even that. He doesn't share their ideology. They all had to, they came to him most of them came to him very, very reluctantly. And he was their fourth or fifth choice. They worked their way from Bush to Rubio to Cruz to whoever. And then they ended up having to do it because they all fell in. We don't have any more time. Unfortunately, we had a good story about...
But just real quick, when in the 2018 elections, when the Democrats really show up and only lose 2 Senate seats, I think after that they'll really have the political power. Because many will think they'll lose 5 or 6. But But they'll and then we'll be like, wow, Chuck Schumer really came through there.
Well, there'll be a couple that they come close in.
Yeah, totally. They'll come close. One of them won't be decided for days. before we lose 2 and are down 54-46.
And I'll say it again, the Democrats should be pouring every fucking dollar they have into this Louisiana race. They have nothing to lose except the race. It's a runoff on December 10th, and they're 15 to 20 points behind, but they can make a stand there, and they should at least go down fighting, because I bet there are a lot. First of all, nobody votes in those runoffs in Louisiana on Saturdays, because the election's over to everyone in the world.
You know who's down
except
15 to 20
Louisiana.
points? Todd Young. He was down 15
Yeah,
to 20
that's right.
points.
Yeah, exactly. Todd Young was down 15, 20 points. So I think that you can turn that sort of thing around because Trump won. And I think there are a lot of people that can't believe that happened. This seems like an opportunity to get a Democrat to galvanize them. So if you're in Louisiana or near Louisiana, you should go down there and work together. And he's not a Louisiana Democrat. This guy is actually a real progressive on a lot of issues. Don't look him up on the guns, but everything else, he really is. Michael Schor, Ben Mankiewicz, Jimmy Dore. We will be back here. Some people will be back here tomorrow, but Ben's going to be here for the second hour now, joined by
two other people. Grace and Francis.
Grace Baldridge, Francis Maxwell. Both of them. Neither of them are. Francis is a guy. Okay, thanks.
Hey, welcome back to the Young Turks second hour. We have Francis and Ben here to bring you some, I was going to say lighthearted news to end your Monday, but not really.
Not in this room.
Nope, not in this room, not today. But yeah, I guess we should probably jump right into it unless there's any sort of segue from the first hour that you want to carry over, Ben.
No, it's a super depressing time, but it'll be over in
about
4 or 8 years.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we'll all be dead soon anyway, and really we're just dust floating through a planet in the universe.
Who had the last laugh when you used to make fun about me being from Scotland? I've got an outlet. How'd that feel?
No, I'd kill to be from Scotland right now. Yeah, what are you talking about? Yeah.
That used to be the brunt of Ben's insults.
Totally.
Before a Donald Trump presidency.
Now he makes fun of me for being from America.
And you just go, yep, you went.
Oh, how the tables have turned.
Indeed they have.
Must be nice. I hadn't thought about that, Francis. You and I have a total out. If we want, Belgium, way more functioning.
Worth mentioning in the first hour, but new numbers out today. 1,711,000 votes. That's how far ahead Hillary Clinton is. 1.71 million.
It's so ironic. The man who claimed the system is rigged relied on the system to win.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, headed for 2 million.
All right, well, let's jump right into it. So, Richard Spencer, the president of the National Policy Institute and a alt-right ideologue, spoke at a conference and sort of outlined the alt-right movement and their involvement with the Donald Trump presidency. Let's take a look at some of the videos about what they were speaking about this past Saturday.
The disgraceful things about the left is that they seem to want more Muslim immigration. They want that way more than they're worried about any downside and any concern to especially to women. Let's face it, there's these rape gangs and everything else, just Islamic law. Women really not having control of their lives. And so that, it's amazing that these leftists want this disease coming into our society, really, more than they want to protect themselves.
And my question is this. A lot of minority groups in this country, America is a multicultural country, are very, very afraid for their rights and security in the wake of a Trump election. And so I want to know exactly what are you calling for from a Trump administration for him to do with undocumented immigrant populations, children of undocumented immigrant populations, Muslim Americans right now who are terrified of being asked to put their name on a registry. What are you calling for him to do, and how is it remotely ethical or constitutional?
Loaded question. In terms of undocumented immigrants and their children, they've got to go home. And they can go home again. They can reconnect with their real identity, which is not 21st century America.
So those are just some clips that I pulled from this conference, but to give you a little bit more context about what they were talking about and what the conference was sort of outlining, America, he said, belonged to white people whom he called the children of the sun, a race of conquerors and creators who had been marginalized, but now in the era of President-elect Donald Trump were awakening to their own identity. Now, the reason why this is making headlines is because as he finished, several audience members had their arms outstretched in a Nazi salute. When Mr. Spencer, or perhaps another person standing near him at the front of the room, it was not clear who, shouted, "Heil the people, Heil victory," the room shouted back. And this is also after 11 hours of speeches and panel discussions, so this really dragged on. But what is the alt-right's connection to the Donald Trump presidency? So they actually did address this. Richard Spencer says, quote, "I do think we have a psychic connection, or can you say a deeper connection with Donald Trump in a way that we simply do not have with most Republicans. White identity," he said, "is at the core of both the alt-right movement and the Trump movement, even if most voters for Mr. Trump aren't willing to articulate it as such," which I thought was kind of an interesting point to end on, because it addresses what I know we've talked about before, is that a lot of people that voted for Donald Trump might not identify themselves as white supremacists. In fact, they would reject that sort of ideology. But here we are hearing from the head of the alt-right, Richard Spencer, the president of the National Policy Institute, that indeed, if you voted for Trump, you do have something in common with these people. Would you agree with that, Francis?
Yeah, I think so. It's not whether they want to acknowledge that they have something in common or not. They do. They both voted for a candidate that was endorsed by the KKK, that was endorsed by alt-right members of society that uphold values of white supremacy. That's just the way it works. That's it. Like, so whether you believe or not that these are values that you hold true to you, and this is where I've been going back and forth with a lot of liberal friends of mine and those in other sources, where I say that I'm not going to paint everyone with the same brush, but I'm, rather than basically calling them this and saying you are racist, you are sexist, you are xenophobe, I don't think we get anywhere, because we did it for 12 months and it gave us Donald Trump. So rather than that, now the only way I see sort of bridges being built is if I hold them accountable. So if you say this is not what you support, because the only way that this sort of change and any sort of middle ground comes to fruition is if they denounce this. This is not what we support, because I think it happens on the grassroots, like ground level. I think the change that we need to kind of be pushed forward, it's not going to happen from Donald Trump. It's not going to come out and denounce this. He'll maybe send it in a tweet at 3 a.m. Suddenly that's big enough. No, it's going to happen from those 46% of America is not this. I just cannot bring myself to believe that. So it's going to happen with those people that maybe have voted for whatever motive they believe. They need to stand against this and ensure that that's not something that they uphold as part of their party's values, because I think it's very easy to taint them all with the same brush and class them all as sexist and racists, Donald Trump voters, everyone else, and shame them. But I just don't agree that that's gotten us anywhere. I feel like that's gotten us Donald Trump. So rather than continue to do so, which again, it's valid in a lot of cases, because there's a lot of people that are emboldened by Donald Trump and are uplifted and feel like they now resonate again. They don't. David Dukes of the world, those people are the scum of the earth. But to make sure that, to go around and say that everyone is them, I just don't think it gets us anywhere.
Well, what is the effect of the alt-right now going mainstream? Because this was a major conference that they were holding. People really are now giving the alt-right, Richard Spencer and his peers, the airtime that they didn't have before. They didn't have 12 months ago, because now people are realizing, journalists are realizing that they have a platform. Is that responsible journalism, though? I mean, should we be even listening to what they have to say? Is it just to report on it, you know?
We should be listening to what they have to say, because we ought to be monitoring what they're saying.
I agree.
We got to pay very close attention to what they have to say, and we got to pay very close attention to how much of their ideology is implemented into a Trump administration. And when we consider that the chief policy advisor to Donald Trump is Steve Bannon, the editor-in-chief of Breitbart, which is the gospel publication, to the extent that something on the internet is published, of the alt-right, they have a voice in the White House.
Yeah.
I agree with Francis. We can't. I mean, I know Trump voters. In my extended family, they're not racist, right? I mean, and it wasn't their motivation. So their motivation was their Republican. First of all, you got to remember, a lot of Republicans just came home. It was the Republican nominee. They voted for the Republican nominee because that's what they do all the time. So there's some of that. Obviously, some of the economic populism, in a sense that the Democrats abandoned them, affected plenty of voters. Donald Trump, if he got creamed, was always going to get 53 million votes. He could have been humiliated, and 53 million Americans were going to vote for him no matter what. So, but there is a significant percentage that feels that, you know, and it goes back to Fox News saying there's a war on Christmas, this notion that the alt-right has that somehow, like he says it right here. You read it, Grace. Children of the sun, a race of conquerors and creators who had been marginalized. How are white people in the United States of America been marginalized? In what possible way have white people, in what possible way is there a war on Christmas? What possible way for Laura Ingraham, who may be White House press secretary, when the cast of Hamilton criticized Mike Pence, and she responded by suggesting that what if Hillary had won and a white Christian had said they're afraid? The media would have been all, well, but white Christians aren't in danger. There is no threat. And by the way, Hillary Clinton would have said, I hear your concerns. You have nothing to worry about. I'm president for everybody, right? Which is so. But we ought to pay unbelievably close attention, and we also ought to remember that when we call them the alt-right, we are just merely accepting their rebrand.
Right.
They're white supremacists in suits, and they all look like Lego figures.
And by the way, and the other point is that you're right. Is like if Hillary Clinton won, they're still having this rally. They're having this to how do we push forward. How do we continue to add voices? Like, they're going to have this no matter what. It's just there won't be as many cameras there because now they feel emboldened. Now they feel like their voice matters.
There was international media covering this conference.
Of course it is. And it's because everyone there's a lot of people that are worried, and rightfully so, because Donald Trump, whether his supporters want to believe it or not, he's invited them in. They are now, and this is the only comparison I've made to a lot of Trump voters that I'm close with, is that say, for instance, you decide to host a college party and you invite a bunch of people over, and people that you invite to your house commit atrocities. You might not believe what they're doing, but you invited them in, so it's your obligation to condemn that. It might not be what you believe if someone does something in your house, but if you invited them to that party, then you're responsible for what goes on in your house. So you need to, in a way, make sure that you push across that you're condemning this and this isn't what you voted and supported for. And to go back to what Ben said, I think that's one of the most valid points, and I've not heard it being stated enough, because again, it's valid. I'm not a person that's going to feel directly threatened by a Trump presidency. That's just, I have to state that out there. I'm an immigrant, yes, but I'm the type of immigrant that Donald Trump's not going to worry about. I'm white, and I have some sort of obligation to be here at the moment, and that's where it changes for a lot of people. But that being said, it's a lot easier to say that a lot of people are racist, sexist, this and this, when you got to think about what this country puts forward in terms of political values. You're either right or you're left. You're in the middle, you're going to get lost in translation. But you're raised, like conservative values are so enriched with Christian values that you're raised in a certain way. So when it comes to some candidate that you've spent, in their view, 4 to 8 years looking at a president that they don't believe upholds their values, it's like a religion to them. So when it comes to the vote, it's like saying you have to switch from being Catholic to another form of religion. And some people, it's not as easy to do so, even if that candidate they're looking at is such a horrible candidate. They're not going to see it for what other people are going to see it, because they're so engraved in this tradition that has become American politics, because you guys don't have unbiased news sources. Everything they take is Fox or it's CNN.
Well, on television.
In television. I mean, we are, of course. Well
we
someone say we're unbiased.
Well, there are.
But I try my best to be as logical as I can, because I came from a background of BBC, which is funded by a lot of corporations. I get it. But I love, in the UK, I really appreciate how a lot of the time we give news and we bring in correspondents that come in, share their views, but they're immediately categorized as they are a right-wing correspondent. They're a left-wing correspondent. Here, Fox News is seen as a true
Fair
news source. This is what happened. They did it. And everyone's like, you're right, they did it. I can't argue back, they did it.
I think that examining the alt-right phenomena has been a little bit interesting for me in particular, because I am not in the base that they would appeal to at all. So I truly feel like I'm watching it as though I'm an alien, because I am a woman, and we didn't include any of these video clips, but I'd encourage you to look them up, about Richard Spencer talking about the role of women in the alt-right base and how they are reaching out to women and what they offer women. And a lot of what he said was motherhood. It just, that's the gift that women bring to the world, is that they can only be mothers, or not that they can only be mothers, but only women can be mothers, and how beautiful that is. And I was, just thinking about that, and I know that a lot of alt-right pundits or ideologues don't believe in lesbianism, which I do believe in it a lot. And so I'm watching this, and I'm hearing how separatist they are, and it's really strange for me to find that it is appealing to so many people that must feel, I guess, extremely cast out. That it's established this base is so strange to me because it doesn't appeal to me at all in the least. But they really are cultivating this amazing phenomena that now we have to report on. But so much of what they are saying, I don't want to legitimize with coverage. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. It's hard to know exactly how to handle it. Because again, they're alt-right, they're white supremacists dressed up. That's their name, alt-right. I don't know whether you're much of a sports fan. I know Francis is, but part of why this works is that no matter what you are in sports, right, a way to motivate your team is to say, and we've seen it in every sport, college, professional, is to say, nobody believed in us, but we came together. The world was against us. Everybody thought we were losers, and look what we did. Even frequently when you're like, no, everybody, even when great teams do it, like Cavaliers, nobody believes in us. Everybody believed in you. What are you talking about? Literally. And so these guys, you need to feel victimized, and they have managed to turn that desire to be victimized into something that resonates with people. And that's how you get people in. People who wouldn't normally walk down the street and think, ugh, immigrant, right? But you think your life's not going well, you don't have a good job, you haven't gotten ahead, you're underachieving, your parents did better. Somebody tells you, man, the system's rigged against you. It's for the girls and the blacks and the immigrants, and it's not for you.
Right, and the gender roles, and also like where the race separatism. It's just the way that they are overtly preaching their message is something I feel is just absolutely.
They've been doing it.
They've been doing it, but the way that it's being covered and legitimized and validated in the mainstream media.
They've been emboldened. I mean, he said, Richard Spencer said this week, we may not be the establishment, but we should start acting like it now.
So here's the harsh reality, right? Is what you asked a great question, which is about you almost don't feel right covering it, right? Because you're almost giving more voice to it. And I understand that. But what we need to understand, Grace, is that for 12 months, we ridiculed a lot of people who were kind of in limbo, whether they were going to go Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, and those that kind of maybe showed some signs leaning towards Donald Trump, we labeled them as them. And what that does is that means that we focus nothing but our attention on the worst of that fan base and the worst of those followers, and started categorizing them in a way that they were immediately pushed towards Donald Trump. We did nothing but push them towards it. And we continued. Every news source was furthering looking at all the atrocities that were committed, which, by the way, a lot of them were merited. You have to look into how despicable some of these people are. But it wasn't all of them. And I felt that we just completely missed what our job was as people on the left, was to ask why. Like, you are leaning towards Donald Trump? Really? Why? Explain. And then I can use my educational tools and my ability to debate to try and sway you. But instead, we didn't. We lost the art of debating that. And instead, we focused all of our coverage on the extreme forms of Trump's protesters, the extreme forms of Trump's fans, so that these people were given more of a voice. They were given a voice as soon as he announced his candidacy. And it only continued and grew further. And then when he came in to be president, Ben's right as well. We now need to actually pay attention, because we need to keep our ear to the ground and make sure that they're not going to push anything even further. Like when you get Steve Bannon now going to be directly advising the president, and he's got his ear to the alt-right movement as well. We're not left with the choice. We need to actually listen in to see.
We don't really need to keep our ear to the ground. They're yelling. I mean, they are.
Yeah,
you can just poke your head outside and you'll hear them.
Yeah. So it's kind of that catch-22.
Real quick, just something to remember, people, and I love this stat, and I don't say it. You can interpret it any way you like.
Okay.
But it's interesting. If you, I read it in 538. So if you take one voter out of 100 in every state, one Trump voter, and turn them around, right? Convince them that it was Hillary. 1 out of 100 Trump voters in every state. Then you move the polls 2 points. She's going to win by 1.5. Then the poll would be 3.5. She'd have won, and the polls would have been right. And no, we would not be having any of these conversations. So, like, the margins are so unbelievably thin. If there is one benefit, and it's not worth it, of Trump winning, it's that we are at least having these conversations. To all the people who said lesser of two evils and who argued that Hillary loss will galvanize the left, I disagreed with them. I think it was a foolish, politically insane, inept, unthought out argument. But they are right about one thing, is that if she'd won, and it took so little for her to win, one person, you don't even have to do it in every state, but if you did it in every state, we'd get to that margin. That at least now we're talking about these guys, right? At least now we have a recognition. There is, as Jimmy Dore says, a face that we can point to, an evil face that we can point to and recognize. But I totally agree with you that we can't marginalize every Trump voter because plenty of them are good people who simply hated Hillary Clinton or didn't think or thought Democrats had completely sort of abandoned them economically.
Yeah, and it's most like a lot of the time when we report on these, it's almost like to a lot of people who maybe don't go and get their sources from many different subjects, they're thinking, oh my God, this is growing. All these people are joining together. They're all doing it. They've always been those type of people. They've always been there, but they now just feel emboldened. That's the way they feel that they can get away with it, yelling it in the streets, and they can get away with it doing these things.
Most importantly, they have a seat at the table, and that is alarming.
That's what the most alarming thing is now. It's now not preventative. It's worse.
All right, let's move on to something that really, honestly, gives voice to what you were just saying, Francis.
Yeah.
So an Arab American Uber driver was harassed in Astoria, Queens. Fortunately, he did capture it on video. Let's take a look. We don't have that video, but look forward to it in post. I'll just read you a little bit about what he was saying, just in case you guys didn't get a chance to look at it. So this guy was yelling at the Uber driver from a neighboring car. They were both in cars, and he was saying, quote, Trump is president, so you can, there's a lot of swear words. I'm just gonna edit those out because they're edited out from the Washington Post. Trump is president, expletive. You can kiss your visa goodbye, scumbag. They'll deport you soon. Don't worry, you expletive terrorist. So probably not the best encounter that the man had that day. So the recipient of the verbal attacks was Chris Cody's Uber driver. Cody told the Washington Post the incident on Crescent Street in the Astoria neighborhood in Queens happened Thursday morning, just before the Uber driver picked up Cody in Manhattan. And because Cody was able to speak Arabic, he got into a little bit of a conversation, and his Uber driver said, man, I just had the worst incident right before I picked you up. And Cody said what happened, and he showed him the video. And Cody said that Mohammed was initially hesitant, but that he was able to persuade him to send the video to him so Cody could share it on social media. He said Mohammed was unsure about reporting the incident to police and does not want his full name to be known, which is why we're hearing about the story from a secondhand person. Now, Cody shared the video on Facebook, and it really went viral. In fact, the New York State Senator Michael Gianaris actually responded to it, just saying that in this community we don't tolerate that sort of thing. So he has spoken out. That's how viral this story went. And it's just worth noting before we get into the discussion that reports of intimidation and harassments have spiked since Election Day. The Southern Poverty Law Center has tallied 701 such incidents as of Friday, the Hate Watch group. However, cautions that not all incidents have direct references to Trump, and not every report could be independently verified. This group has tracked 27 anti-Trump incidents as of Friday. So let's just be aware of what's going on. But obviously there's so much unrest that we are seeing. I think it's good whenever this stuff comes out that it's documented. I think that's really important. So I think that's great of Mohammed. But obviously he didn't even want his name to be known. He was hesitant to even let the story get out there. This is such a scary time for a lot of people. When I look at stories like this, I always sort of ask myself, what would I have done in this situation? Were I witness to the actual incident, or were I his next Uber passenger? And I'm wondering, you, Ben, do you think about that sort of thing? I just don't know how we're supposed to handle that.
I think this guy, who I guess spoke Arabic too,
yes, he did.
The Chris Cody, did exactly the right thing, which is sort of, talk to the guy. And you mentioned he spoke Arabic. So they were, he was able to ease his mind and get a hold of the tape and then share it. And that's the best way to do it. It's just, it's an alarming time already. It's potentially more alarming. And when the cast of Hamilton, the story we did in the first hour, when they speak out, and Mike Pence, by and large, handled the situation well. He was fine.
He was fine, yeah.
But when the president-elect and his minions, from Newt Gingrich to Laura Ingraham, all straight down the line, to Michelle Malkin, when they condemn what the cast of Hamilton did and talk about it, and Trump says it's hostile. Trump and Gingrich talked about it was hostile. There literally was nothing, it was anti-hostile. There was booing, and the cast said, stop booing. And they referred to Pence as sir and expressed their concerns and said, hope that he would address it and hear them. I literally don't know how it could be more respectful. You could make an argument that it was the wrong place. Some people, even on the left, are making it that it was the wrong place. I don't think those people were going to be in Mike Pence's presence any other time, so it strikes me as the right place. But what it was definitely not was hostile. And when Trump calls it hostile, and then there's this cacophony of voices saying it's hostile, you were sending a message to the guy who pulled up next to Mohammed that it's okay to say these things. That is, at no point did Trump say, could have said, hey, I heard that. We heard what you said to Mike Pence. I just want to reassure people I'm president for all Americans. That's it. And I'll be a very good president. I'll be the very best president for all Americans.
He could have even trumped it up. He could have been like,
that's right.
I'll be so great for all people, so great.
Right. That's all you got to say, and then it really kind of isn't a story. But instead, you suggest, and I go back and forth as to whether this Hamilton story is a sort of a trivial little pop culture one-off, right? Or whether it is representative of how these guys are going to react to dissent.
Yeah.
And I fear that it's the latter.
So, Francis, do you agree that the actions of, I would say, let's say Donald Trump and his, I want lackeys, I don't know, I'm trying to think of, I guess cabinet, sure, is emboldening these people, or is it just sort of, is there really not a direct causality there? Because he did say on camera, stop it, if people are being violent, people are acting out, stop it, he said it directly into the camera. Do you think that is going very far, or are people responding directly to the tone that Donald Trump has set as president-elect?
Those people probably never even, they blurred that out. They heard what they had to hear, which was the things he was saying during his campaign. And then once he got elected, they probably haven't even listened to him after they got elected. They just felt like, we won, we got it. Now we can be, and I'm not saying the majority, because by the way, don't take my rationality when it comes to all Trump fans as me not going to condemn this bullshit, because this is what you have to condemn. And it's not, this is what I keep saying, is that it's not that me condemning it is painting everyone with a bold brush that this is all Trump fans. No, it's me condemning it with the hope that some people that I know and close to me that are Trump fans will condemn it as well. Because that's where I think this change comes. It's not going to come from Donald Trump or his cronies or anyone in his cabinet condemning this. People calling out there, Donald Trump needs to denounce this. What is that going to do? These people have already got all the involvement they need. They've already felt the power that they have suddenly got their voice in this world, and that they are going to be that force that just continues to be the ultimate force of everyone else. So what I'm saying is that there's one thing absolutely condemning this and highlighting, just as you said, even further, 67% hate crimes have increased against anti-Muslim hate crimes have increased. In 2014, 2015, hate crimes in general were up by 7%, according to the FBI. These are simple facts. People are feeling that they can voice their hatred more often now because of Donald Trump. That's not even arguable. I'm not going to listen to your argument if you tell me that Donald Trump hasn't allowed for this spike. But it doesn't get us anywhere when I say to people that are all Trump fans, you caused this. Because therefore, the chances of them, and then the next time that they encounter something like this, or they maybe witness it, the chances of them speaking out and being like, hey, that's not what my party represents. I don't stand for that, which you never know, could influence a mind or two, are very, very small. So I just don't see the sense of going that back and forth, because we see at the moment, something happens there at Hamilton. Everyone on the left is saying that this is absolutely right, condemning Mike Pence, and I thought they handled the situation very well. The Hamilton cast spoke so eloquently, and they handled it in the most, I don't think you could put it in perspective how good they did it in comparison to how other people have protested. But Donald Trump immediately sides with the other side of it. There's this immediate divide. There's no one in the middle trying to build that bridge. There's no one trying to connect it.
So let's talk a little bit about the Trump voters that you referenced, Francis. The Trump voters that, they're not racist. We know them. They're friends of the family. They don't mean this. They don't, yes, they aligned with a president that is endorsed by the KKK, but they're not that way. Do you think that when they hear stories like this, or when they see stories like this, they see these videos that are circulating on Facebook that do go viral, do you think it gives them pause? Do you think it causes them to reflect on their vote, or is it just sort of water under the bridge? Well, the election's over, whatever. I mean, that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if these people that are sort of that were sort of the not the huge Trump supporters, but the ones that did
So, Jason, it seems like it's going to happen because Dana White has, as of recent, just came out and stated that he's going to offer up $25 million each and giving Conor McGregor the
cast their vote for him. Do you think they think about the sort of the causality here?
Truthfully, if you want my answer, I don't even think they might want to take a pause, but I don't think they would even voice. Most of them that I know wouldn't even voice that this maybe came of concern to them voting for Trump, because a lot of them that I knew never even voiced that they voted for Trump. No one really knew. They were very quiet about it because they were scared that they'd be shamed at even voicing their concern.
Would they intervene if they were to witness this?
If they were to witness, I would really hope so.
That's,
and
I think, the question. We
need
need to talk about human decency
here.
Yeah,
of course. And I would hope that they would. And I feel like it would be my job, and if I understood that they were looking to swing towards a Trump vote, this is before the election, that I would look at cases like this, which happened before Trump was elected, to say this is what your candidate is going to uphold. Like, these people are going to uphold his values and speak out as if they were him doing this. And I would try to sway it as like, here's the statistics, here's the rise in hate crime. I know you may feel that economically you're going to be better off with this. And I would try, in an educational sense, to try and talk them out of it, because that's the way I've been taught here. I've embraced so many different cultures and I try to understand. But again, Grace, we're talking about people here in Los Angeles that are mixed in the different cultures. Like, if you're going to speak to someone in Wisconsin or someone in Ohio who thinks that immigrants are going to steal all their jobs and have probably never even run into it. This happened in New York City. Exactly. That's where it was surprising to me. It's going to happen all over. There's going to be people that are going to take this example as a means to say, I can say and do what I want because Trump's my president and I'm going to do these things. But it's not just on us on the left to condemn it. I think it's, again, I keep saying it, if there's people out there that are tired of being shamed for voting for Donald Trump, speak out against this.
Yeah,
I
completely
friends,
agree.
Speak out against this.
If we're wrong about Donald Trump, then the Trump voters that do not buy into the xenophobia, among other things, among so many other terrible things, need to be the ones to speak out. And that's what we're not seeing. And that's what makes me so frustrated. Because again, like I said at the top of the story, I imagined what would I do if I was put in this position? How would I act? How would I respond? How would I comfort this person? Mm-hmm. And I just hope that the people that did vote for Donald Trump, that sort of fall into the category that you were alluding to, would also ask themselves those same questions. How would I respond? I voted for Trump, but I don't have hate in my heart.
Yeah. The reason
because I know that there are people that truly believe that.
The reason why I'm a little different on this, because I like that we're having this back and forth, because this is what was needed, right? The reason I'm indifferent to this is because I look back in the last 12 months, and these examples came up before Trump was president, and what did we do? How did we handle these situations? Rather than being like, see, this is maybe what a Donald Trump presidency is going to look like, or this is what's going to happen. Instead, what did we do? And I'm not saying we in terms of everyone, there might be people that are different, but more often than not, we said, this is what you are if you vote for Donald Trump. This right here, you are this, whether you speak out or not, this is you. And that is it. We had a to go ahead and fight Floyd more money Mayweather. Now this, as we know, has been a verbal back and forth. Mayweather announced a few days ago that he is willing to give Conor McGregor $15 million, substantially less than what he would get, but this is Mayweather's ballpark. This is what he does. He rarely takes a fight for even money. He's never taken a fight for even money, basically. I don't think, if we maybe go back to his early career, maybe he did. But he got to a certain level of fame.
Not since he
rose to fame.
Not since De La Hoya. Before De La Hoya.
As you were talking to me about today off camera, this increases the feasibility of the fight actually happening, because Dana White had to allow contractually Conor McGregor to fight.
It went from a complete PR stunt that was a joke to something that now, with, I can't stress this enough, 5 million obstacles to get over. But it went from something that was a joke, a PR stunt, and nothing more, to something that feasibly can happen, because Dana White has agreed to at least discuss some kind of terms.
Yeah.
The thing that Floyd will not take this fight for less than $75 million. If there was any negotiation, and here's the one thing we know for sure, there is a 0% chance it happens if they have to make the same amount. So if it's 50-50, Floyd's not going to do it. Why would Floyd do it for that amount of money? This is a guy who combined with Pat did $200 million for Pacquiao.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about a fight that would be probably more entertaining, but also make more money than Mayweather-Pacquiao did. Let's also discuss the fact that in this case, keep in mind for McGregor, because I think there's going to be some people who come out and say, like, why would McGregor take any amount lower than Floyd? Well, because any amount that McGregor can make off this is at bare minimum 3 to 4 times the amount he could ever make in the UFC right now. Even McGregor Diaz 3, you're talking what, 5 million for McGregor maximum, and I'm talking absolute max. So if 15 million for McGregor is actually a really good deal for McGregor. But I would think that you're looking at like 75 million to Floyd, 25 to McGregor, and once it gets to that point, then that's when this should really happen. And I think it's gonna, a lot more speculation, a lot more rumors. The reason why we're doing this clip today is because we have the video from The Herd and TMZ Sports with Dana White, and the fact that Dana White's acknowledging this means it can. So video time.
Do you believe Floyd, Dana, wants to fight?
I don't know. It's just, this whole thing is so weird. First of all, let's cut out the BS right from the get. He hasn't talked to anybody about this fight. If you're talking to somebody about the fight, you're talking to me. I'm the promoter. Conor McGregor's under contract with me. And to say that Conor McGregor hasn't made $8 million or $10 million in a fight, wrong again. And to think that you're the A side, how are you the A side? The last fight, the last major fight that you were in, you left such a bad taste in everybody's mouth that nobody wants to see you again. His last fight did 350,000 pay-per-view buys. Conor's last fight, Conor did 1.3 million and 1.5 million pay-per-view buys. So I don't understand how you think you're the A side, and there's a reason that you want this Conor McGregor fight so bad, because you know that's your money fight. You know, and if they're going to box, Floyd looks at this thing like an easy boxing match for him, you know, but Conor McGregor is his money fight. Okay. And, you know, to offer him 15 million, I'll tell you what, Floyd, here's a real offer. And I'm the guy that can actually make the offer. And I'm actually making a real offer. We'll pay you 25 million. We'll pay Conor 25 million. And then we'll talk about pay-per-view at a certain number. There's a real offer.
Okay, can I ask about what do you believe the pool is? What would you project pay-per-view?
Well, when you look at things like this, you have to take an educated guess of what you think the possible pay-per-view. I would be disappointed if a Conor McGregor versus Floyd Mayweather match didn't do over 2 million, 2.3 to 2.5 million. But then the upside could be, who knows, maybe it could do what Manny Pacquiao did.
He's a good promoter, by the way.
No, he's good. But as much as I'm with him on Conor McGregor, I think that he is underestimating who he's talking about really quick. The Andre Berto fight, we know, was a retirement fight. That's not a big deal. Correct. You can't categorize Floyd Mayweather is not the A in this fight.
He's playing his hand.
Yeah, he's playing his hand. He's a promoter, right? He's acting. I know we talked about how boxing is ran by promoters. In this rare instance, Dana White needs to act as a promoter here, but I'm not buying it. Floyd Mayweather has the ability to still draw in a ridiculous crowd, especially when you put him up against a fighter. It wasn't because people didn't want to see Floyd Mayweather, that's why they never turned up to the Berto fight. It's because they knew it was an easy final fight for him and to go out. And he lost a lot of respect in terms of the person that he chose to fight in his last ever fight. But Floyd Mayweather versus Manny Pacquiao, two fighters that everyone wanted to see, they were coming because it was on Floyd Mayweather's terms. He decided where he wanted it. He had the numbers. He offered something to Pacquiao that was insulting, very similar to what he did to Conor McGregor. I'll give you a lesser amount and you need to come crawling towards me. And it didn't happen for years. And then finally we got the fight we wanted to see and it was a letdown. But in this instance, just because Dana White comes out and says that it could happen and there's an offer there, it's still, the ball is always going to be in Floyd Mayweather's court because I think he's the most to lose out of this thing. He's got the one. If Conor McGregor loses a boxing match against Floyd Mayweather, yeah, he's not going to enjoy it. But Floyd Mayweather's the man that's got the 49-0 record. He's the one that's wanting to go out in impeccable fashion. And I think that it's going to be up to him, and the money's going to have to be superior in his card. I'm not saying it wouldn't be a phenomenal pay-per-view
that's where the
pay-per-view split can become interesting because, I don't know, hypothetically speaking, let's say it's 25 to Conor and 50 to Floyd, but Floyd gets 85% of the pay-per-view. Together these guys would do over 2 million pay-per-view buys. I think just because if McGregor's doing 1.5 by himself, and you're going to add in a fight that has, look at the hype it has. It's not even made. And we're talking about, I want to say, I haven't seen hype for a fight that has not even been scheduled, let alone seriously considered in terms of money until today. And that's why we're doing this clip today. We've probably done one
correct me if I'm wrong. How many of these McGregor-Mayweather clips have we done? Have we done a lot, or am I
Maybe
insane?
we've done 3 or 4.
A
We
handful?
did the back and forth, like the jokes and messing with each other. We did the Mayweather was angry at a reply on Hillary being the better of two evils, which simply was not good enough. Simply was not good enough. And rather than take accountability for that and maybe look
Is this the first serious? Because this is the first one you have to take seriously.
I don't
you
know if
have
I
to
can.
because White, you have to take it seriously because White's actually acknowledging it. The UFC president, the promoter in this situation, is actually acknowledging it. So just because of that, that's why I'm taking it so seriously, because I go like, okay, this went from, I think as Helwani put it, a complete pipe dream and a PR stunt to this could actually possibly at some point happen. The only thing is, there's not that much time Mayweather has left before he's just becoming an old man versus Conor. And in a boxing sense, you're right. McGregor has so little to lose in this situation.
Yeah.
Like, I give the Texans a better shot at beating the Patriots this weekend than I would give McGregor at beating Floyd Mayweather. But hypothetically speaking, just imagine for a second that he were to beat him. Or just knock him down.
Yeah. Or even get a good lick on him. Like,
I think he'd get a good lick. Look, they're fighters. I think it's insane to think that McGregor would step in there and not touch him.
No, not that, but it's the difference between touching him and getting a good shot. Like Mayweather has rarely been hit.
Imagine, I know.
In his
And
career.
people are gonna be like, "Oh my God, you're taking this." I'm just saying, entertain the thought in your head for fun. If McGregor actually knocked down Floyd Mayweather,
it would be monumental. It would be worth it in all because it's given something that we've not seen in the box. We've never seen this happen before with Floyd
he's
Mayweather.
not been knocked out, but
that's what I'm saying.
He's been
startled a little bit, but this is the thing. Like,
been knocked down.
His
Or imagine
size-
imagine McGregor just gets it's like a 30-second fight. Could you imagine?
Well, I mean, we've seen it before. It wouldn't be something that I think would be worth the money because boxing, I feel like it's the longevity of it all. We're
I'm all about
expecting
the
to see
hype.
it.
No, see, that's the thing is like I actually like I never got like when the Mayweather Pacquiao fight was actually announced and it happened. I got so happy and amped and pumped, and everybody else did, and all the hype. And I'm all for the hype train, all for the hype train. But you have to know your expectations, and I think that the Mayweather Pacquiao fight is a good teaser of expectations because those who do know the sport of boxing knew ahead of time that it would be near impossible for Pacquiao to make a dent on the defensive prowess of Mayweather. In this case, it's the same expectation. You can't go into this fight expecting McGregor to damage Mayweather, but the hype train, all about it.
Well, it's just
because I want to
different
see I want to see what the fighters say, the boxers say, the celebrities say. I want to hear all of it.
I think it's just different because you want to see what we've never seen Conor McGregor box. So regardless of whether or not he does touch Floyd Mayweather, you're going to watch it regardless. It's like you're going to tune in to see something that you've never seen before, which is what this has been. It's a super fight. It's two competitors from two sports that they've controlled. One controlled longer than the other, but it's just the anticipation. You're right. The fact that how will Conor McGregor move? Is he going to be similar? How will Floyd Mayweather approach this? And as much as you said, I don't think Floyd Mayweather can wait a year, 2 years. I think that the best thing that will age with Floyd Mayweather is his defensive capabilities. It's almost like an IQ in football. Like, you're always going to be a little sharp. You're going to maneuver yourself. But his physicality at the age of 34, 35, 36, is he?
He's older than that. I would check. Cut this. I would check. I think he's 38, or he could be older.
Protests against Donald Trump, I haven't seen anywhere near enough protests towards the DNC to make me feel comfortable that we really realize how much we played a role in this.
39.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why I was saying with the age thing.
At the age of 39, that's not a lot of shelf life if you're going to fight against a guy who is in his prime.
What are you talking about?
So athletic.
How old was Rocky in Rocky 5?
17. And the last one he
Rocky
fought that guy when he was, 50? He came back out of retirement, 55.
I made the Rocky reference. I never make the Rocky reference. You're off your game.
I think that this overall makes it. I think what I was going back to the point you made earlier about when did I start to take it serious. I think I started to just humour the thought when McGregor got his boxing license. Not so much the thought that Conor McGregor was going to box Mayweather, but I started to toy with the idea
what happens if McGregor doesn't see any more fights in the UFC that is... You need to understand, this guy's ambition is through the roof. Like,
he sparred the mountain for fun.
That's
for
what I'm thinking.
fun.
He wants to go and do things that no one has ever seen. I easily buy into the idea that if this fight doesn't happen, Conor McGregor toys with boxing soon now. Like, just easily buy into that. It's not something that's so far-fetched.
I don't see any. I don't see what McGregor has to lose at this point because, first of all, you'd be putting two guys into the ring that there's a huge fan base for each that want to see the other fan base humiliated. There are still a lot of Floyd haters out there, and there are a lot of Conor haters out there. And if there's like a double knockout, the masses would be appeased.
Now you're telling me to say the Rocky and Apollo Creed both hitting each other at the same time, falling down, draw. Is that what you want to see? Yes. All right, here's a question for you.
Because then we get a rematch.
Most pay-per-view buys: Chris Brown versus Soulja Boy, or Money Mayweather versus McGregor.
I'm gonna be honest. Don't underestimate what Chris Brown versus Soulja Boy would sell.
It's gonna sell a lot.
It's gonna sell a lot. It actually might do more than like Berto versus.
Talk about tapping into an audience that isn't used to it.
Hold on, that depends. First of all, I think the better question is, will Soulja Boy and Chris Brown do more pay-per-view buys than Canelo Alvarez versus Julio Cesar Chavez Jr.?
I think I would go on a limb and say absolutely.
Which also got announced today. May 6th is Canelo Alvarez's next fight against JCC Jr. And people care more about the McGregor-Mayweather than they do about Canelo at this point, and that's boxing's own fault. Before we tangent too much, Francis. Now that Dana White has come out and said it, we know Floyd won't do it. One really important tweet to get to, and then we're done. Number 5, Big Ben Rothwell, as a fighter, said this about the McGregor-Mayweather fight. Dear Dana White, there must be an interim title at stake between McGregor and Mayweather, otherwise I just don't find it interesting enough. Come
What a
on,
man.
it's funny.
That's a good one.
It's funny.
He's got it.
It's funny.
Sharp as a tack.
Good job.
Here's in the comments. What do you think? Is this fight now going to happen because Dana White has given his blessing?
It's close.
Will Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather buy into the share? I'm sure McGregor will take 25 mil. Floyd Mayweather, despite the fact that I just don't know what he's going to do with all the money.
I'd take 25 mil.
I don't think he'll take it. But we'll see. Comment below.
Welcome to our third and final edition of What the Fuck is Going On with NBA All-Star Voting. Some of our very successful clips recently have gone on this platform regarding the fans being, for the most part, dumb. So here's the list. We'll go to number 1, and then we'll get into a really fun fact about Giannis's All-Star voting. So why am I upset this time? Well, let's see. Isaiah Thomas is a superstar and deserves to be voted in far more. Here's one quick tidbit about Isaiah Thomas, right? All the AI lovers out there, Isaiah Thomas has better numbers across the board than AI did in his age 23 season, his age 24 season. But defensively, Isaiah Thomas is garbage, so we can't give him any credit. Okay, where are you at, Kyrie and Steph Curry fans? Derrick Rose has more votes combined than John Wall and guys like, where was it? No, where was my combination one? I messed that up. I'm sorry.
John Wall and everybody. Right.
Derrick Rose has more votes than Damian Lillard, which just goes to show that so many people are stuck in 2011. I'm not going to make this about Derrick Rose, though. It's just pathetic that Derrick Rose has 223,000 votes, while guys like Kemba, who have never been in the All-Star game, have 105,000. And Zaza Pachulia is still right up there at the top because people think this is a joke. Seriously, it's just pathetic. And lastly, Point Antetokounmpo, has gone from NBA All-Star voting to Pornhub voting and is leading all front court players. Here's the screenshot. And this is safe for work, by the way. So this is the next graphic. Giannis Antetokounmpo, #NBA vote.
I mean, he's in between. He's in between choosing categories. He's found a video he's not necessarily interested in. He's just left a quick comment, and he's going to move back to his scrolling.
Francis, I've never read the Pornhub comments.
I never knew there was one.
I didn't know there was one either. However, now I am so beyond interested.
To what the comment section is going
to be what the comment section says about porn.
If you think,
what could they possibly talk about?
Let's just think for a second how vile the YouTube comment section.
Do you think it's more? No. I'm going to be honest. I think there is more. I guarantee you that there is more educated conversation in a Pornhub comment section than there is in some YouTube videos.
The only reason I disagree is because I imagine it's a very similar crossover. So what do you think is even more of a problem than adolescent kids who are just angry on YouTube? Is horny adolescent kids who are angry on Pornhub.
Here's what I don't get, and this is like very important to me, because by the way, I know this has to do with All-Star voting, but it also has to do with the facts that there's a comment section for Pornhub. I don't get why you would, when you're done, do you just feel like you need to be like, it's a great video, good work?
Feedback's important, Jason.
What do you write now? But do you think they read the comment?
Do you think someone watched Scorsese in The Departed and just went, that's pretty good, and then left and never said anything? No, they left notes for masterpieces.
Yeah, well, they have like Rotten Tomatoes, but like there should be Rotten Tomatoes
for Pornhub. I agree.
It should be like
there should be rotten.
It should be like a condom
melons.
Or a condom that has like holes in it or something. No, melons is
rotten
good.
melons.
Back to the All-Star voting, Francis. Dwayne Wade's on there. Can we go to card number 1? Dwayne Wade's on the All-Star, is up there, and it's nothing against Dwayne Wade. I get the idea that popularity wins it, but we still, every article I read, every time I see a player's career summed up, it says 6-time All-Star, 3-time one time. We need to make a separation. There has to be a separation, and it completely understood that All-Star voting means nothing. 0. Also, we should have the All-Star game in London or overseas. And
that would be a great move.
Because we sent the Pacers and the Nuggets, and I made a tweet saying, Paul George played so badly, they're going to think Nikola Jokic should have been on the cover of NBA 2K17.
And they sent Mesut Ozil, who's probably just standing there like, what the fuck is going on here? But even the biggest catastrophe, like you just mentioned it, like Zaza is funny because people are pushing the envelope for that, but then when he jumps ahead of arguably one of the top 5 best players in the league, that's when you just know that this is a joke. If you're telling me that you're going to look at this as a serious representation of a player's history in the NBA based on how many times he's been an All-Star, when you had Kobe Bryant shooting 0 for 995 last year and was still voted to play in the competition, if you have Kawhi Leonard lower down the ranks of someone just based on a fun name or fun person to watch.
There's ways to fix this. I think like after 8 or 10 All-Star teams that you made, you don't get to be voted on. You simply get an invite and you go. And you play. You can play. We're talking about an exhibition, so you can play for 5 or 10 minutes. You can, if you want to coach, you can coach. So like after Kobe's 10th All-Star game, when he's like 30 years old,
then sure, then you just become every year you get
Why
invited.
don't we just change it?
LeBron gets invited every year.
Why
Why
don't we
not?
just change it into the American political system? We can have a popular vote, which is for all the people who are
I'd prefer it to
popularly
be
voted in,
electoral-
and have an electoral college in there for maybe the people that are not as represented in the smaller teams.
Yeah, Isaiah
They maybe
Thomas
can get
in
in.
an electoral college would win the All-Star game.
There you go.
or
And
something.
Giannis probably represented in that. But by the way, we never even mentioned Joel Embiid was voted. His NBA vote was endorsed by Mike Trout. Get the guy in there.
Was it really?
Yeah, Mike Trout tweeted out saying Joel Embiid NBA vote.
Joel Embiid is playing like an all-star. He should absolutely be in there. Of course he should. So should Kawhi Leonard. Back to the numbers, though, because the numbers don't lie. Like,
Neither do the hits.
Thank you. What's Jabari Parker doing on there? Seriously, what is he doing on there?
Aside from having...
What is Manu Ginobili doing on there? What is... actually, Eric Gordon's been playing pretty well overall, actually. I would consider that. And, here's the funniest thing is they have... okay, for example, Curry, Harden, Westbrook. That's the wrong order. It should be
Westbrook, Harden, Curry. Yeah,
and that's because of its popularity.
It should be. Based on the performance as well, Anthony Davis should be far up in the front court in the West as well. But
not higher than Zaza.
Not
ever.
Draymond Green, another one. But it just becomes obviously the league is blessed with such talented players, but you got to find a way to represent the players that you know are not going to get the popular vote. Because people would still rather see Dwayne Wade as an all-star.
Right, but he's made enough times that he gets an invite.
Yeah, he can turn up for the last quarter. Put him in.
Did you see his dunk on the Knicks?
Yes, I did. He's defies.
Where does he hide
age.
that?
He's a vampire.
Pharrell.
No,
seriously, there are times where you watch Dwayne Wade play basketball and you go, I just don't think from this point forward, this minute of this game, he can even get off the ground. And then 12 minutes later, he's running the paint and dunking it as hard as Westbrook over Kristaps Porzingis, and I think he's a liar.
I think
he's secretly...
Complete tangent here, but it's still to do with Dwayne Wade and his career. Has there ever been a player in the NBA that has made it look as effortless getting to the basket as Dwayne Wade?
AI.
Or where do you categorize him? Top 5, top 10?
The crazy thing with Dwayne Wade is because of just how his body aged, he has a career arc that for 4 years, maybe 5 years, Dwayne Wade was a top 5 player in the league, and it was unquestionable, and an MVP candidate, and what he did with Shaq on those Heat teams before LeBron came.
When I first grew and loved them.
Dwayne Wade, he got the nickname Flash, and he was such a lethal arsenal of attacks to get to the rim, and his turnaround jumper was nice too. And defensively, he was great, but it's unfortunate because his body just ever so slowly has degraded. However he stores it, the guy's he's a fighter, he's a winner. As Jenk would put it, like the Chargers are losers, man. Dwayne Wade's a winner. He games up for the playoffs more than he does the regular season. If you put his back against the wall, you're testing him. Something comes out of Dwayne Wade, and I think that's going to happen until he's 36, 37. It's just that his career arc, his best 4 years, never extended for 4 more.
Yeah.
LeBron's been unbelievably good for every single year he's been in the NBA, whereas Wade went up, and then hit his peak, and then stayed there for a little bit, and then it's just kind of slowly come down from there. And a undoubted Hall of Famer in the league. I would say Dwayne Wade could very much make the starting 5 from the 2000 to 2010, as in could be the starting shooting guard if it wasn't for Kobe Bryant. So
he's and I think that he's made himself always made himself useful, which in his later years.
Kobe.
Dwayne Wade ages his basketball. His basketball game has aged like George Clooney. You know, just always good looking. Always want to take him home. Always want to end this.
People are going to be so mad.
Are you still processing the one thought? Dan's still giving us the wrap-up sign. Jason will be back after thinking about this on the next clip.
Yeah.
So there has been an employee at Barcelona who has been relocated from his position. The headline does state in many articles, that is, well, many people are saying he's been fired. He's been fired from his position, but then he's been given another position lower in the ranks. But the reason for his dismissal from his high position as a director is fucking ridiculous. Like, it's, I'm not going to beat around the bush with this one. A Maxwell rant may come, I'll see how I feel as the clip goes on. But here is his comments towards why Lionel Messi is not the sole reason why Barcelona is good, and he'd be moved. He said, Messi is not as good without teammates. Okay, I will somewhat nitpick at that, but Barcelona are not here as well. And that is going to take some understanding, rather than the same thing happens with the Kanye West example, right? While I think that Kanye was really stupid in his comments and so oblivious. Only because of Messi, he said, at the draw for the Copa del Rey quarterfinals. He's very important, but it was the team who won against Bilbao. Without Neymar, Luis Suarez, Iniesta, Piqué, and others, he wouldn't be such a good player. All right, so this is Per Gratakos, definitely crucified the name. The first sentence is probably, I imagine what Barcelona did is they do what a lot of YouTube comments do, is they look at the title and they then react to that, and they don't listen to the rest of the substance.
The YouTube comments?
So what I think they've seen is Messi is not as good without his teammates. And immediately they've took that as a negative thing to say about Lionel Messi, right? And I don't think it's necessarily the right wording. I think if you were to say, he got in a way, like, ease them in to start with. Like, Lionel Messi is phenomenal, best player in the world, but his teammates make him better. I think, therefore, but to dismiss the guy from his position?
It just reminds me of the scene from Knocked Up.
What
we can't tell you to lose weight, but we need you to look at the scale, get on it, write down the number, get off the scale, come back a week later, and if not, we're going to have to relocate you. it's like, so he's now running part, like, either the youth academy or Barcelona
yeah,
team.
he's doing
so
some
he
sort
still
of
has a
youth
job because by the way, interestingly enough, it is harder to fire people from a company than it is to hire them.
Yeah, of course.
Truthfully, it is. It is actually extremely difficult.
TYT's motto.
It's, oh man, seriously, on a serious note, it is remarkably interesting. I was reading a bunch about this, that you actually need, like, legitimate proof that the employee is not productive enough or is a problem in the company. And I guess in Barcelona's case,
this isn't enough proof.
It's more than enough proof. Never, come on, man. It's like the cardinal rule of Barcelona is Messi is God, God is Messi. We all bow down and pray to him.
It's so true.
There's nothing wrong with what he said, and he's probably right in everything he said. Of course, Messi cannot do what he does by himself. This isn't a game of an 11 on 11.
Yeah.
You can't win by yourself. You can't do it all yourself. However, when it comes to players who can single-handedly change the game at any single moment or a drop of a hat, Messi's in a category with himself and like 3 or 4 other people in the world at this time.
In history.
In history. He's about to set another record, by the way. He's going to set a free kick record.
Wow.
And just when we thought that, nope, no more records to be broken.
I think they're just writing new records for him to break.
Messi has also entered a territory, I call this Tom Brady territory. I know, NFL reference, it is the playoffs, leave me alone, comment section. Tom Brady territory, where if you can make up a statistic about Tom Brady and it could be true. For example, I was joking with my friends saying, I actually think that Tom Brady is like 97-6 at home when, like, they're leading at halftime. And the truth is, he's like 98-50. So you can you can say the same thing. You can be like, when Messi scores a free kick, Barcelona has not lost a game in 375 straight matches. And you look it up and you'd be like, oh wow, they're like 295 and 82.
You say it with enough confidence and you attach the name of the world's best, and it will happen.
It's an exaggeration.
Should
they have relocated? Should they have relocated this guy, or do you think they were just looking for a reason to relocate
That's
him?
another thing. It could be, this could be, we don't know the internal goings on here. He could be maybe the person that blew the whistle on Messi's tax not being paid, or maybe he's got a problem internally. I'm not going to play into this myth, though. I'm going to take it for what I've read, which is Barcelona have released a statement and said that his comments were not in the best interest or in the same vein as to what the club stands for. And I think that's just bullshit. I think that's literally throwing your toys out the pram when someone goes against something that you don't believe in. I mean, there's going to be people out there saying, oh, he's just a secret Ronaldo fanboy, he's just telling the truth. No, this is the guy's livelihood, right? Yeah, he's still working with Barcelona, but we don't know his history. He could have worked up to this position. And if you're in a position of a director, That is a high position to be in a club. That is a prestigious position. And he basically, to paraphrase everything and not nitpick about what was offensive, he said Messi is better with his teammates around him, and no sole player can do it on their own.
It's the team. It's like a team aspect.
That's a fact in every sport.
This is like your brother works for Celtic, right?
Yep.
That would be like if they're like, okay, we don't like what you said. You now have to go work for Rangers.
I'd be so. That's worse than death. No, I'm joking. That's putting them to the cross.
Rather death by firing squad.
Death? Or
death by exile.
Exile. Oh, we were talking about Batman earlier. So yeah, you know our thoughts on this. Like, please be rational for a sec. Think about this. You are in a position, and all I said, we're in TYT Sports, and I said, you know what, Jason, you're better when I'm on a clip with you. You're leaving, or are you going to tell me that you're going to throw me out?
You have to go work for the TYT Sports Youth Academy now.
Oh yeah, there is. Jacory's part of it. We're just grooming them. It's great. It's a great
work
youth
with
academy.
Griffin, our 16-year-old worker. 12-year-old worker. You can't hear me. You can see him.
Don't promote slave labor.
That's right.
All right, let us know what you guys think in the comment section below. Do you think this is just? The Barcelona director who was demoted, let's just say.
He should go work for the Real Madrid B team.
Yeah, he should. He worked for Real Madrid. I'm sure, unless he starts saying the same comments about Ronaldo. I'm not sure. Maybe is it just because... What would happen? Here's a comment. What would happen if he said this about Suarez or Iniesta or anyone else? Iniesta, he probably would have got it as well because he is Spain's son.
Hey, Francis,
Everyone
what happened to
loves him.
Messi's contract? Why haven't they signed it yet? Speculation.
They're waiting to try. There's people out there trying to raise funds to pay his release clause because 225 million. Somebody's going to pay that, like someone in China. So they need to make it in the 500.
They're doing a GoFundMe campaign.
Peace.
We out. If you're going to go toe-to-toe with The Rock or do an impression of The Rock, please make sure you're at least able to do an impression of The Rock. So we have for you a fun back and forth. It started with Tom Brady, who is unbelievably good at football and equally unbelievably bad at impersonations. So The Rock responded to his video, which includes Tom Brady's video. It was like 4 minutes, so I cut it up a little bit, left some great parts. Except the part where The Rock refers to his wiener as the Penosaurus Rex. Here's the video.
Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. If he is as good in this video as he is on the football field, then we are in for a treat. Now, I haven't seen this video. I'm going to watch it with you for the very first time. So, all right, well, let's roll it. Let's show me and show the world. Here we go. Tom Brady.
Hey, Rock. What kind of sleepwear you sleeping in? It doesn't matter what kind of sleepwear you're sleeping in. Because I wanted to give you a heads up that Under Armour and I are going to send you some of my new TB12 sleepwear. I'm really excited about it, and they're key for me in helping my body recover and achieve peak performance, and I know it'll do the same for you. So I hope you enjoy it, and I'll see you soon, Rock.
Sweet tap dancing baby Jesus. What in the did we just watch? It's okay, I'm not judging, I'm just saying. Thomas, did you really, I mean, who the directed that? A Jets fan? Had to have been a Jets fan. Thomas, did you really think that that was a good idea?
I'm really...
It doesn't matter what you think! Very, very cool, and you're part of the Under Armour family. Good luck in the playoffs. Keep doing your thing. We're gonna be rooting for you. And above all else, leave the acting to me. Baywatch. Memorial Day 2017.
Oh. Look, I'm speechless because I had a conversation with somebody recently who does a new podcast, and I'm very proud of his new podcast, a friend of mine, and he wanted to talk about like the 5 people you'd invite over for dinner, and he's a Patriots fan, so he immediately says like undoubtedly like the legend Tom Brady. And I disputed that because Tom Brady to me seems like one of the most boring people outside of the football field. And you want to bring in people that would be interesting to talk to, not people who are just like cheesy dads. And that's what Tom Brady
He
is.
is a cheesy dad.
He's one of the 2 greatest quarterbacks in the history of football. Maybe the greatest quarterback in the history of football. But he does not seem like a fun dude outside of being a dad.
The Rock is undoubtedly someone I would.
The Rock, I want.
And do you know what makes this even worse? Is because I'm off the back of watching for at least the 15th time in the last couple of months. Is a video between Kevin Hart and The Rock. Have you seen it? It was a video the Lad Bible did when they were doing impersonations of each other.
That's really funny.
Kevin Hart's impersonation of he's like, "Hey, can I get the
check?
I'm dying. It's
He's
so
whistling and
funny." And then even The Rock's impersonation coming in, he's like, "Hey, we got a one shot over here. Wait, I'm just, it makes me want to try and do it. And those impressions I just did there are way better than yours, Tom Brady. Both of those. How does that feel? Give me an impression. I could do, it's huge. Everything we do, the what? You're fake news. You're fake news. You're fake news. Like, don't be rude.
What do you do with
Don't be rude.
What do you do with your mouth in this?
Don't be rude.
Did you see the compilation of Wrong?
No.
Wrong.
Is that
wrong?
Wrong.
Look, the impressions are, leave it to The Rock. He's right. And by the way, the funny part is there's a couple like blogs that pick it up and like, who the F is going to go out and buy TB12 like $108 Under Armour sleepwear? And I'm like going, yes, Patriots fans will go out and buy TB12 $113 Under Armour sleepwear. Would you rather have, I'm sorry, I take this back. Would you rather wear on this show TB12 Under Armour sleepwear, the full getup, or one of Kanye's like $200 black T-shirts? Or was it white T-shirts?
I'm gonna go with this. I'm gonna go with the sleepwear.
Are you actually?
Comfort, man. Because here's the thing, Jason. Sleepwear is not just sleepwear these days. Have you heard a little brand called Lululemon? The girls' tights that have made us all fall in love with leggings
If
because
I see a
women wear
girl
them.
wearing Lululemon, I'm pretty sure I will not talk to them because I know that they're in a terrible mood.
Why?
Usually they're just like
Resting
they
bitch
just-
face Lululemon.
this is
But
completely RBF.
to get to the point is
A
they
bad
came
case of
up with
RBF.
they came out with guys stuff, right? Way
do?
overpriced, ridiculous. But they are the comfiest.
Do you
I've
own
got
it?
a pair of
Don't
pants
lie to
and
me.
I've got a pair of
Don't lie
an
to me.
overall.
Do you
Sure.
own it?
I do. It's great. So I would probably, if Under Armour are in that same vein, I'm the sleepwear all day. I'd maybe have sleepwear on underneath
I'm
the
going to
school
start
getup.
wearing Kanye's clothes because when
Please
he's our
do.
president in 4 years, I want to make sure he knows that I was here first.
I'm going to put it out there. I don't think there's anything funnier than when you venture so far outside of your fashion realm. Like the time that you wore Haas's hat and you looked like
I was
an Amish guy.
Yeah. Well, I want to ask. The thing is, when I put on other people's stuff, because there's really nobody on this earth who cares less about fashion trends than me. I promise you this. Here's my example of this. Why would I dress any other way than be prepared for when I'm 40 and already have the wardrobe done? Like all of my life, I've been preparing to be 40
Money
years
saver,
old.
man. You're never going to have to buy any new clothes.
You're not that bad. You're not that bad because it's like suits, pocket squares. Like you're not going to look back at yourself and go, "Oh my
This is
God,"
timeless, yeah.
and neither will I. Will I look back and go, "Oh my God"? There are people I work with and people I know who will look back and go, "It was a disgrace to society."
You look back when you're 40 and you'll be like,
"He looks the
I've
same."
got the exact same.
I look exactly the same. This shirt's gonna be great when I'm 40.
This still fits great. This still fits great.
Not just saying.
Don't be rude.
Don't be rude.
Don't be rude.
Don't be rude.
Comment below. Don't be rude.
It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be great.
Can I get?
Which one?
On Twitter, on all of them, but this is the thing. But on Twitter, most people condemned him for the simple statement that he would have voted for Trump. No one really condemned him for the fact that he didn't vote for one. So you voice your concern for 40 minutes, but you don't think it's important enough to vote. You're immediately redundant in that case. Not the fact that he said that racism has to have the least focus on it. There was some, but not enough. Everyone just jumped on the fact that he mentioned Trump.
directly representing the way we treated people who showed some sort of allegiance to Trump for the last 12 months.
Yeah.
And we haven't learned a lesson. We keep doing it.
I don't know, Francis. I think it's more complicated than that. I hear you. We should,
All right.
we pointing at people and saying racist, 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 I agree with you on. But it was tricky to figure out how to cover this guy. And he, as a society, as the mainstream media, did not know how to cover him. And the stories did not land. The well-covered stories, the well-thought-out stories. I mean, today you see, and he's on the phone with the president of Argentina. He's like, "Hey, make sure you get my building built." I mean, he's literally asking in a congratulatory call. He's doing business, and I'm certain that literally 62 million people who voted for him are like, Jimmy said this during the first hour. They'd be like, "Yeah, that's what I'd do." Like, it's like we've lost a sense of outrage because he kept eclipsing it. So. I don't know. I hear you. I don't want to call people out. I do not want to point fingers and say racist because I need, first of all, just at some point we need 13 to 17 million of those people to come back, right? And I'm sure they're reachable. I'm certain they're reachable. But this guy, man, this is a world that you want to, as a parent. I hate using these arguments because it seems to exclude you guys, and I don't mean to at all. But you'll be fine. You'll probably be fine, but I don't know. I got it. Your orientation bothers people, right?
Yeah, people hate it.
Right, people hate it. A little bit, I guess. The alt-right. The degree to which today, Richard Spencer in our first story today, there's a thing going around Twitter now because he's wondering if Jews really are people, literally, really, right? So. But it seems so stupid that I can't even work any outrage up about that. What I don't want is my daughter to grow up in a place where it becomes okay for other 6- and 7-year-olds to use the N-word, or more likely to just disparage Mexicans or disparage immigrants, or to feel like you're better because you're white. And I'm not certain of that. I'm not certain at all that we haven't created, she's probably okay in Southern California. But, man, it's like, we're not just going to see 711 more incidents that the Southern Poverty Law Center cheated in a short period of time. Steve Bannon is in the White House. Mike Flynn is going to be the National Security Advisor. He talks like a barbarian from the 17th century, right? To say nothing of a guy who doesn't believe in climate change directing the EPA transition, to all the other crazy hires that this guy is going to make on a consistent basis that is going to tell people that it is okay in subtle ways and direct ways to sort of doubt facts, presume facts and evidence aren't in evidence or aren't facts, and to treat people who aren't like them as if they're less than, and to do it out in the open and boldly. And we unleashed that. And I am largely clueless at this point how to handle that.
Yeah.
So my last rebuttal for you on that is, so while I agree with everything you're saying, so what my confusion is, to what point on my point do you not agree with? Because I think that we, for 12 months, rather than having the discussion, we lost the art of asking why people would consider voting for Donald Trump, and just assumed that they were voting for him to represent the worst of his rhetoric.
About that, we largely agree. I don't know that we could have stopped it by asking why.
I think a lot of people, you just said yourself, one person out of every state, and you all of a sudden switched the vote.
I don't know. I don't know what it would have done. I don't know what we would have done. I didn't know what to do then. To look back now and think we clearly should have done it differently. I mostly think we should have presented an economic alternative that resonated with people, and then it still would have been awful because he still would have gotten 57 million votes.
Yeah.
But he would have lost.
Yeah, we got to move on, though. We got to move on, guys. All right. Oh, man. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, I'm going to tell you about why coming out is even harder than it used to be in Texas. Thanks. Welcome back to the Young Turks here on the second hour. Francis and Ben.
Somebody tweeted, "What am I doodling? I doodle a lot."
Oh man, do you doodle?
It's my daughter's name.
Yeah, you draw a lot of faces.
I draw a lot of faces that are essentially me.
Do you know what I was thinking? I was like, if I was ever tripping and I were to see that paper with all the faces on that, oh my God. Look at, that's truly terrifying. Look at all those faces.
Yeah, and I always draw guys like with scruff and glasses, and I draw like a fire truck, like a 5-year-old. They're horrible. Sometimes I accidentally draw something when
Do they help you focus?
I don't know. I'm super fidgety, and I've been extra fidgety during this election because I don't want to get worked up. I don't want to yell at people. I mean, friendships has been fractured a little bit, and I hate that, but it happened, and I don't want that to happen. There wasn't anything close to that. I don't even know if I disagree with you. I can't even remember.
If you got physical, I'd win anyway.
So I think it sort of keeps me.
You
calm,
click your
but it's
nickels
nice.
as well.
I crack my knuckles all the time. Yeah.
I do that as well. But yeah, we're going to be jumping in the second hour. We're going to talk a little bit about why coming out is going to be a little bit more involved in the state of Texas, and then also a little bit about Ashton Kutcher and Airbnb.
Because I just want to think it's good because as I recall, coming out in Texas, super easy.
Oh yeah. And it was so easy that they were like, let's just give them a little hurdle.
Let's just make it a little difficult.
Yeah, everyone's doing it. It's so cool here.
I'm often thinking, man, I wish I were gay and living in rural Texas.
But yeah, so let's jump right in. Okay. Connie Burton, a Texas Tea Party state senator, has proposed a bill that would effectively say that it is okay for parents to find out the sexual orientation or gender expression or identity of their child without the consent of their child. Let me break down a little bit more about what is going on in Senate Bill 242. So according to Logo, Burton has just filed Senate Bill 242, which mandates disciplinary action against any school employee who does not disclose the sexual and or gender identity of students to their parents. She was moved to draft this bill after her hometown of Fort Worth modified school guidelines to further protect transgender students. Faculty would no longer be permitted to reveal a student's gender identity to their parents without their explicit permission. Now, to justify this, she says, quote, "My legislation will make it expressly against state law for a district to add policies designed to undermine a parent's right to know. No parent in Texas should ever have to fight for a basic right to matter in their child's life again." Now, something I do want to point out is that also in this sort of open letter that she says that a parent has a right to a full and total information on their child's academic performance, physical, mental, emotional health, and more. So, as a huge gay person, I do not like mental and emotional and physical health being a part of that equation. I totally am for, like, when I was looking at physical, I'm wanting, like, if this kid is healthy, if the teachers are noticing that maybe they're using, or I don't know, maybe they have an eating disorder or something, going on with their health, or if they're struggling with friendships or whatnot, or their academic performance is suffering. I'm all for that. But that is not what what sexuality is. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense? And I feel like that's something that more and more I'm having to sort of justify, that sexuality and gender identity are different things. Like, you can be, a transgender lesbian, and like you could also be a transgender straight person. Like, it's not the same, and I don't like how it's getting very convoluted in actual state legislature. Yeah. Like, that's not okay. You need to know the language before you can be proposing bills. And it makes me really worried.
I'm going to guess that Connie with a K, Burton.
She's not familiar with it.
My heart goes out to these, the LGBTQ kids in Texas now, because as if, again, I think you make a great point, as if it wasn't hard enough to come out. And I know that I live in a wonderful bubble. I live in West Hollywood. Being super gay is not a problem for me, aside from, just...
Is there a difference between gay and super gay?
No, but I'm super gay, though. Like, that's the difference, is that, look, when I say super gay, I mean that sometimes I've come into the office and shared an outfit with Hassan. That's super gay. Like, that's a new level. So I do want to get a reaction from you guys, but I will say I condemn this so hard. Yeah. And it just, my bleeding emotional lesbian heart for those baby gays and the LGBTQ community in Texas. I really hope that they can rally together and implement some action against this legislation.
So I completely want to be as open as I can with my thoughts on this, and I want you to just tell me if I'm off base with what I'm assuming is the role of the parent here. Not to trigger you. I completely condemn this.
Should I go to my safe space?
No.
Okay.
I want to condemn this because I think it's so awful that. For one, right, I feel that if you are a parent and you haven't cultivated a relationship with your child to let them know that you love them no matter what, then you should, if you haven't done that and they go forward and they express something that is of concern to them, or they want to express their sexuality to a teacher and they don't run that through you, then I feel that is just because you haven't maybe made them feel that they can be as comfortable coming to you with anything. And therefore, that trust between the teacher and student is sacred. And I think it's so valuable. There's so many teachers in my life that have made such a huge impact to me. And I used to tell them things that I wouldn't tell my parents, not because I didn't trust my parents, just because I felt that level of trust. Yeah, it's a different relationship. But I feel like when it comes to sexuality, and I may be off again, I feel like your parents should be one of the first people you should be going and speaking to if you feel so comfortable with them. So I feel that in this situation, she's making it seem, this legislator is making it seem like, oh, the parents are the really ones. They're being hard done by because this kid isn't going back and telling them they should be told because this is on them to fix it. No, it's not. If this child feels that he or she cannot go to his or her parents, and feel like they could be comfortable telling them this, then maybe there's something that's not right there for them and they don't feel as comfortable. So I think, as you mentioned, it's already very hard in this climate, a lot harder than it really should be. That's what breaks my heart, is we've made so much strides as a society, but unfortunately with the current epidemic that's going on with orange skin and a horrible hairdo, people are going to feel like they could have this sort of view to push us back and be like, nah, see, this is a problem. We don't want this. And we want the parents to be told that they can try and fix this and the kid can't come forward and feel comfortable saying this to whoever they trust.
Why Connie Burton is just way off base here is that this bill is designed to help the parent.
Yeah.
And any sane person knows that if you're going to legislate this in some way, and which you certainly don't need to, but the person you should be looking out for, the person who is at risk of hurting themselves, the person who is at risk at the bare minimum of mentally torturing themselves, and God forbid they don't do something worse, is a student struggling with when to come out, whether to come out, if they're gay, if they aren't gay, what their gender identity is. And there is no effort in this to help the student. And obviously, it does not assist a student struggling to mandate that a teacher tell their parent. That's it. Only thing you should be sponsoring here is, if you're going to have a bill, is let's make sure at every school there is a counselor equipped to handle sexuality and gender issues so that a student has an ability to go to you and talk to you about it. That would be, but the idea that the victim here is the poor parent, and I don't mean to suggest that a gay student is the victim, but the person who might need assistance is a 13 or 14-year-old or 12-year-old kid who doesn't know who to go to,
the person that is searching, the person that is confused, that is looking for a community and for like a safe place, is being targeted here. And I think I agree with everything that you said. I think that schools should be equipped with guidance counselors that are familiar with kids that might be struggling to come out. And again, I think it's also important that there's no rush or urgency or right way to come out. And that's why I hate this as well.
Yes.
And I would just also say it'd be different if we lived in a world where kids were not getting thrown out of their houses for coming out as gay or trans or any...
How does this help the kid?
It doesn't help them at all. And a threat of violence, I mean, it's just, if we lived in a world where that didn't exist and where that wasn't persistent, then maybe we would feel differently about this. But unfortunately, that does exist. And, Texas has not been a kind state. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not, I don't want to single out Texas necessarily because this is a bill that is being proposed in, right, but this is a bill that is being proposed in Texas, but every state, we still have strides to go with regards to the LGBT community. So it's not, I don't want to just say just Texas, but we're talking about Texas and you guys need to up your game because this bill is bullshit.
Don't trust anybody who spells Connie with a K.
Yes, Ben.
But this also, one last point I want to make on it is it almost seems like it's something that needs to be reported, like it's something that they have to be, that the parents really need to know about because it's something that's, like when you get reported, when the teacher used to go back and report to my parents on my misbehavior in class or the fact that I wasn't doing my homework in time, they would discipline me. That's where I get really, it doesn't sit right. It's just like they going back and reporting on something makes it almost seem like it's not right. Like they're being told on, like it's a crime. It's something that shouldn't be done, and that's where it's awful.
Sorry to interrupt, man, but there's going to be a rash across this country. I don't know whether they get adopted of it's okay to tell on people laws. This is an it's okay to tell on people law because this doesn't come from a place of let's look out for our gay colleagues among us, the gay students among us, and let's help them find community. This comes from they're different, let's let the parents know.
Yeah, and if they want to go to a Mike Pence gay conversion therapy camp, that's their business.
Yeah, sure. Hey, it's just money for AIDS research and treatment to make people better or keep them from getting sick. Let's turn it into let's turn it into gay conversion therapy, because sometimes that ends in suicide.
Oh my God. All right.
Vice President-elect.
Let's move on to Ashton Kutcher. At least it's more. Nope, still bad. All bad. All bad today, guys. I was going to try and dress it up, but no.
Oh, wait, no.
Still pretty bad. Ashton Kutcher was speaking at an event, and he was actually interrupted by a protester named Ariel Gould, who took issue with his involvement and his investment in the company Airbnb. I think we have a photo of the protesters' sign. There we go. Airbnb, out of settlements, at Code Pink Ariel Gould. So Ashton Kutcher actually invited Ariel up on stage, and he said, well, he didn't invite her. She walked on stage, and then he engaged with her, but I'm being very nice saying that he invited her. He says, we can get to know each other intimately and understand our collective narratives as a narrative for everyone, and then we can all belong in a world together without borders. Now, what exactly is he referencing? What is Code Pink? So this is what Ariel Gould told the press association. She says, quote, I took to the stage to ask Airbnb to remove their listings from Israeli settlements in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. I think Ashton Kutcher needs to use his power and influence in the company to pressure Airbnb to finally remove these listings. We are entering an administration which we expect to be horrible for Palestinian human rights. It's more important now that people rise up and demand equality and freedom and justice for all people from Palestine to Los Angeles. She also went on to talk about Airbnb being complicit in the displacement in Los Angeles and their role in gentrification also happening in the LA area. And, she has gotten the press and the influence and sort of the coverage that she was looking for. Do you think this was constructive? Do you think that we're talking about the issue at hand here, which is a super really important thing to talk about with regards to the Airbnb settlements that you can rent on, I guess, Palestinian land? This is just from my layman's research, but I don't know if this sort of protest is constructive because, again, the headline here is Ashton Kutcher defending Airbnb. No. We're not necessarily talking about the problematic structures and settlements that Airbnb is renting out.
I disagree a little bit, only because I've experienced firsthand how powerful a testament like this can be when you utilize someone who's exterior from the issue. And exterior meaning they're not actually in Palestine, they're not going through this example themselves, but they maybe have some sort of celebrity name, a platform. So one that resonates really close to me is my beloved Glasgow Celtic, a team in Scotland. Their fans they felt like a connection to Palestinians, therefore they vowed to fly Palestinian flags during a game against an Israeli team to show their support for Palestine. They were immediately told that they were going to be fined if they did it. They were going to have repercussions. So they were fined. They flew the Palestinian flags, and then they ended up raising £130,000 to meet the fine that they were going to face and donated it to Palestinian charities. So that's where I feel like it isn't exactly talking about the issue directly as much, but you can see a carryover effect. You can see more issue being shed light on the purpose of the person who's putting forward the protest. So I understand where she's coming from. Like, she wants to feel like maybe she wants to try and make noise wherever she is. It doesn't have to happen within the area that it's involved in, but if you get a celebratory name to maybe stand by it.
Do you think Ashton Kutcher responded effectively? Because I think that his answer, really, it doesn't actually say anything. Do you know what I mean? Saying our collective narrative as a narrative for everyone, we can all belong in a world together without borders.
Now, that wasn't a statement. That's what he said on stage, right?
Right, that's what he said on stage.
So it's off the cuff, which offends a little bit because it's literally nonsense.
It's off the cuff. It doesn't make any sense, but I wonder if maybe he wasn't.
It
made me sort of wonder if maybe he didn't, even though he is an investor in Airbnb, it makes me wonder if perhaps he wasn't. He didn't really understand what was going on in the West Bank, Israeli-occupied territories.
Kutcher is not totally down on what's happening.
No, there's no doubt, and that's where I think this is another conversation. I think we had it once on Pop Trigger where. Sometimes celebrities, because they have platforms, are expected to speak out on things, and sometimes they'll just speak out instinctively and think that they're making a difference. I remember we did a story on, I think it was Zayn Malik, when he got told to speak out on Black Lives Matter, and I don't think he just like instinctive. It was almost like I'll type that, and then he sent it out, and people were like, what are you saying? Like, so I don't believe, like, for me, a lot of the time, I argued the case I think you're trying to make, is that at times we're too busy focusing on them and their response rather than
instead
the actual
of the real issue that Airbnb should address.
Where was he speaking? Like, why was he on stage?
So this is what I can tell you. He was speaking at an event, a nondescript event in Los Angeles.
Okay, so it wasn't it had nothing to do with this, and she comes out on stage.
Absolutely nothing to do with
So he
this.
was polite. He engaged with her. So God bless him on that. Ashton Kutcher is not the bad guy in this situation.
No,
because
not at
he's
all.
an
No.
investor in Airbnb.
I was just trying to make the case. I know her point, why she was trying to do something like this.
I got it. I would not have confronted
Mhm.
Ashton Kutcher, and she would argue that because it got press, therefore it was worth it. But we can get to know each other intimately and understand our collective narrative as a narrative for everyone, and that we can all belong in a world together without borders.
And
it's pretty priceless.
Yes. But I also
as a
think
nonsense strung together
in
sentence.
general, upon doing, a little bit more research about this story, I also sort of think that Ariel Gold, I really like what I think it's so important what she was protesting and getting out there. I think, of course, I agree with that. However, the sign, Airbnb out of settlements, I think the one job a sign has is to be like, this point, this is it. Like, this is what's happening. This is how I feel about it.
Yeah.
Airbnb out of settlements, it could, now we know what it means, but I didn't know what it means.
It's because, so another thing to be realistic about is we don't cover enough about the goings on in Palestine. I don't think
No,
news
not at
outlets
all.
do enough. So this is something I'm very familiar with. I really am interested in looking into it further. So I understand what she meant, but again,
Would you have understood it if I didn't give you any time to show you the sign?
No, but obviously when you say Airbnb, no settlements, what she's trying to do is she's trying to pose a reaction as to, I know Airbnb, what is she talking about? Let me look into it and see. Therefore, because she's in Los Angeles, she's probably thinking not a lot of people are going to be aware of what she's trying to get across.
I can do a better job for her. Here we go. Airbnb back out of these Israeli-occupied territories in the West Bank.
Yeah, that's better. It's a more direct.
Then you know exactly like what it is. I
Just
feel
if
like
you
that
literally
was
out of West Bank settlements, we'd at least know.
Airbnb out of West Bank settlements.
Yeah, we'd have at
there you
least
go.
a-
So
the,
Ariel Gold,
just
please.
smaller
At me
font
in
size.
that.
So we have to go. I will ask you. Like, I don't understand. Like, where I lose Ariel Gold is, first of all, I'm Jewish when I need to be, I would defend with many other Jews Israel's right to exist and protect their borders, and they should get everybody out of every settlement. And they should start doing it tomorrow. Like, that's not your territory. It's not your land. Get out. And they're not settlements. That makes it sound like they're tents. They're giant housing developments. They're like tract housing. Like, it's a community. It's a city that you've built, and you just keep building and keep building and keep building and keep building. It's bad. It's bad for the Jews. But I don't understand about the Airbnb displacement and the gentrification. I really don't. And I'm sure there are people who will make a good lefty case to me as to why I should care, and I'm still pretty sure in the end of the day I'm not going to care.
I think the idea is to try and get it to resonate so that we pay attention to it more.
No, I'm not talking about Israel. I'm talking about why in Los
LA
Angeles.
okay, so-
what's wrong with Airbnb in Los Angeles?
Okay, so I found a lot of stuff about this in New York and in some parts of
San
Los
Francisco
Angeles.
too.
and
I've read about it in San Francisco, definitely.
I'm not so sure about what's going on in LA.
Okay, we'll give me in a different city. We'll just.
Okay, so basically, landlords, the incentive is that landlords and owners of buildings can just rent out their apartment complexes at a way higher price
As Airbnb rather than rent them to actual
and
residents.
for shorter term leases
And make more money, and so
right,
nobody
and
lives
so
there.
nobody lives there, and so then it drives up the pricing of housing in other places because you have these big buildings in prime locations that people are paying
So
top
we need-
dollar for.
I'm sure
because they're
that's
going on
happened in some
vacation.
buildings. Whether that's widespread enough that it's actually driving up rates would have to be studied, right?
Right. I mean, I still want to find a little bit more research about exactly what's going on in the
I
Los
just- there's a
Angeles area,
lot-
but I know it is a problem in San Francisco and New York.
But I mean, housing in San Francisco has always been difficult. I don't know that did Airbnb cause a significant spike. I'm dubious. You feel free to prove me wrong, but I got to tell you, that's like 2,833rd most important thing happening in our country. The Airbnb settlements. Look, it's a way to. It is the latest way to bring attention to the outrage of consistently building settlements in the occupied territories.
Well, I think they said that Code Pink, which is part of the organization, I guess, that she's representing, describes itself as a grassroots peace and social justice movement that demonstration was staged to demand Airbnb stop listing stolen homes in illegal settlements. So she's trying to represent the idea that this isn't just happening across seas. This is happening right here at home, so that she tries to get it to resonate here so that people might pay attention to it. As you mentioned, whether or not it has some substance or not, maybe there needs to be some sort of clarification as to the message that she's putting across overall. But again, whether her motive is to bring
light to an issue that she wants to bring light to, that we've not been focusing on as much, then
I have said with this, I never thought I would. I never really thought I would say this, but I feel bad for Ashton Kutcher.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. That's been the second hour. Are we doing a post game? Are we sticking around for a post game?
Are we sticking around?
Okay with me. We'll
Sounds
see.
good to me.
We'll find out.
We'll see.
You'll have to come back, I guess.
Yes. So we'll see you in just a few moments.
Welcome back to TYT Sports. I hope you're having a great day. We have a plethora of stories to get to. Francis Maxwell, J.R. Jackson, an upgrade from Jason Rubin. I'm just going to say it.
Damn.
It's an upgrade. All right, so if you can see on the sidebars, we have some nicely set up. We've got to talk some Jared Goff to start things off. So if you would have seen yesterday and I believe 2 days ago, it was trending on Twitter that Jared Goff is coming back. Well, not coming back. He's coming in.
Hey,
he's going to be allowed
all
in a way
season. I've
to
been
play.
talking about how Tom Brady's back. Tom Brady's back. Guess who's back? Jared Goff. As everyone knows, I'm a helpless Rams fan.
Bandwagon.
This would be the time to bandwagon. There's nothing to jump onto. But no, Jared Goff, as we all know, taken overall by the Rams, top pick. Quarterbacks are always seen as the guy who's going to come in and save the day. So, of course, as we've been seeing, even in some of the Rams' wins, the 9-6, the 6-3s.
Just phenomenal games.
Yeah, I mean, you would think if your defense, and this is against the Seahawks, in the first game, 6-3, and then the Jets, we're not going to brag about that 9-6 win. But the defense is doing its job. And then, so to need the offense to come in and do something, is this the case? Everyone thinks it happens with the quarterback. I don't tend to think that way.
Yeah.
But let's see.
Well, it poses an interesting thought. I mean, it's going to attract, I would say, the fan base to see if they can put something together offensively. But we have a couple of quotes that I want to get to first, just discussing the fact that he's coming back. So this is the Rams head coach, Jeff Fisher. I don't want to say it's a new era. It's